What's up, people? What's up? I shouldn't have been so lazy for the past like 2 days. I don't know. There was one day I didn't do anything. Didn't do any college work. Didn't stream at all. But I should have. But yeah, I don't know. Now I gotta do. Although I did do a bit of stuff yesterday. I do last minute debate prep here. That's not really, well, I already did some, I guess, but then tomorrow I do shit as well outside of streaming. Am I out of focus? I look out of focus. Am I? I think I'm good, right? I think it's fine, I think. What is Trump's stated econ plan other than tariffs? Price controls on credit card interest. Also, the chat didn't show up. Hold on, let me fix it. Price controls on credit card interest and drill baby drill. Even though we are already drilling baby drill, he wants to repeal some of the IRA that's about clean energy, though. So there's that. I mean, we're already making more. I'm worried the energy shit is gonna come up. That's where I'm like least confident, I guess. But I don't know. It's just like, well, we're already, it's like we're already drilling. Gonna fight a Supreme Court pipeline he wanted, or I imagine that'll probably come up. I don't know. I don't know much about that. I don't know. Maybe Sample does actually. Here, let me see if I can get him here later, but I don't know. I don't care. It's like we're already clearly we should probably be switching to clean energy, but at the same time, like Biden, when gas prices were high, Biden did the right thing, which was expand fracking and expand drilling permits. I don't know, but like I don't know a ton about the Keystone Pipeline or anything. Okay, I think chat should be good on everything. Always good on Twitch. Yeah, all right. I don't know. We'll see. Equatorial Guinea to Mali. I don't know, man. Bring back old school racism, but regulate and tax it. True, tax racism. This can help shore up some of the losses from getting rid of the income tax. That's another thing. We need to look into that. There was some study, or I was going to say study, some analysis put out. I don't know where I put it. Fuck, where did I put it? That was like, you know, the revenue maximizing tariff rate is like, it would only collect like 30% of the revenue income tax or something. I don't know. I just need to go through my bookmarks and fucking Twitter, I guess, but maybe I put it here. We have universal tariffs are universally bad. Equatorial Guinea is pretty wild. Ever heard of the Francisco regime? No. Oh wait, that's not regime. It's, I don't know how to even pronounce that, bro. Nonsense word. I haven't. Give it a shot? Nah, I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Don't feel like it. I'm gonna be embarrassed. Thanks for the follow, Alicia Sylvester. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I'm sure Christopher Clark. There's too many bot. That is true. Here we go. Yeah. Cato did a thing on it. I love Cato. And then this is his own calculations. The revenue maximizing level on tariff is like, it's 3%. Oh, percent of GDP. Okay, so yeah, it's about 1/3 of what the income tax raises. Where are you from? North Carolina. The United States. Specifically, the North Carolina state. Nice. True. It is a nice state. I don't know. I like it's so wild that like in any debate, like I'm so worried that there's gonna be like a new like just like misinformation on Twitter that's like gonna get brought up, and if I haven't already seen the debunking on it, I'm not gonna know much about it. This is about immigration. I think this is what he was tweeting about immigration. Yeah. If Trump does tariffs on everything, wouldn't that help BRICS? Maybe. it would probably harm U.S. exports. So, yeah. I would imagine, and it's going to decrease our GDP. So probably, yeah. It's personal. No, what is your profession? I mean, my profession is streaming. You know, I make 30 cents a day at most doing this. So, police say they identified a suspect vehicle who set fire to hundreds of ballots. Damaged 3 in Oregon. Yo, thanks for the 30 bits, AZ Vocal Local. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Doubled my income for the day. Hell yeah. You said 30 cents low. Yeah, I know. I'll make 60 cents today. I don't know. I don't even make... I mean, it's leaving my revenue. Depends on a lot of things. If I stream like 8 hours with an average of 7 viewers, I make about 30 cents. Analytics earnings. Look, I gifted myself some of these subs yesterday. This is that's today. This is 30 cents you just gave me. But you can see the ad revenue. It's like 25 cents this day. I don't know why it's breaking. 12 cents that day. How did I get 41 cents in paid subs? Who are you buying me like fucking Argentinian subs or something? 24 cents. But also, the big bucks are on YouTube. Now, I'm not monetized on YouTube. I've not made a single cent off of YouTube. But One day. I'm almost monetized. I just need, once I reach 1,000 subs, which is why I have the goal up, I will be monetized. Okay. Oh, oops. So I probably want to say, in terms of what is politically feasible, and Kamala's platform, rather good. She wants to extend the tax cuts, jobs, and gotta get those subs up. True. Thank you, AZ Vocal Local. Exclamation point YouTube in the chat, guys. Go sub to the YouTube if you have not already. Are people making under 400K a year? She also wants to expand the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. All this is ensures, or I guess, should I say, just reduces the tax liability of most people. What is your age? I am 19. Or else I say, not most people, but middle and lower class people. And we know, nice, true, and we know the, I don't say, and the expanded child tax credit is known to significantly reduce child poverty as well. Your hair is too good? What's wrong with my hair? I don't know if you're being ironic or not. I don't know. I think it looks, sometimes it looks goofy when I have it like this. It does look a little goofy, but I don't care that much. Where's the, I think I have it down here actually. Oh, deficit, there it is. Thanks for the follow. Rose KD03. Oh, it's a bot. There we go. Thanks. Oh, AZ Vocal Local. Thanks for the sub. It's probably a little delayed, but I appreciate it. All the YouTube subs are really helpful right now. Where is the... Oh, this isn't... What? Is it this? I think it's this. Yeah, this goes over some of the things. Tax and tips is kind of dumb, but bot, yeah, I don't know. I swear Kick did not used to have this many bots in it, but... Okay, increased corporate income tax, increased tax on capital income, lower prescription drug costs. Ooh, that's a big one too. So it is financed by... Within a corporate tax. 6% and... increasing some other capital gains. Or what's a... I mean, obviously the corporate tax has some incidence on workers, but it also affects capital income. I guess increasing taxes on capital income, I guess say that. Capital income. On housing. Good policy is really good. Wants to build 3 million new homes. And I should say, and to incentivize communities to reform their zoning laws. Making sure I'm not missing anything. Lower food and grocery costs, lower healthcare costs. We'll get there. Lower energy costs. I don't know if I should. I want to have another thing. Let's just say, there are some things I don't particularly like about our policies, like. Oh, come on, Google. There we go. Like the anti-price gouging law. But it's a law that 34, I think, it's in other states already. Already have. I'm pretty sure Texas is one of them. Blah 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 blah. I'm pretty sure it. Yeah, Texas. Under the Texas Deceptive Trade Practices and Consumer Protections Act, it's unlawful to take advantage of a disaster declared by the governor in order to sell or release field medicine or whatever. Yeah. Red states, Texas. So it's certainly not disastrous. How do you spell disastrous? No tax on tips. Oh my god, not no tax on tops. That'd be awesome though. No tax on tips. I don't think it is optimal policy. But I also don't think it's horrible or anything. Also unlikely to tax the Senate. Unlike the Senate would ever pass it. She's walked back to her plans on what even is a tax rate on tips? Isn't it a separate line? No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure tips are just taxed as regular income, as they should be. But most people making tips barely pay taxes, or literally don't, or are taxed at a negative rate. First of all, a lot of people making tips earn under like the standard deduction and like don't file taxes at all. I think it's like literally like 60% of people making tips or something like don't make under the standard deduction. Like percent of people to do with tips making under standard deduction. Additionally, some tipped income workers already do not pay income taxes, as some, mostly part-time tipped workers, make less than a standard deduction. It doesn't have the percent. But yeah, a lot of them don't. And then, like, in reality, like if you like the tax and transfer system in the United States is actually pretty progressive. Like if you are in the bottom 20% of Americans, you are taxed at a negative 127% rate. You do not pay taxes. You only you may fill out a tax form, but on net you don't pay taxes. You don't pay federal taxes. You get your tax at a negative 127% rate because you also receive transfer payments. Also, is my camera, I feel like it's tilted. I feel like that's tilted too. One day I'll buy a real camera. What's up, Liberty Twitcher? But it's only fair. That's democracy. We have the right to vote away the income of others. If they're the what? I mean, I don't like in principle. Like what? I think we have a right to vote to change the tax system. But like what doesn't? I'm not really concerned with that principle, right? I'm concerned with the best way to do the tax system. I don't vote to tax myself, but rather because others to pay more. Walk back to plans on an unrealized gains tax on people making over 100 million. Replaced it with a minimum billionaire tax. So overall, anchor policies are good with a few I'm mostly different on. So that's what Trump has to overcome. that's what Trump has to beat. I don't know how much time I get for my opening. Trump wants price controls. He said he wants to cap interest on credit cards. Interest is nothing but the price of risk, and capping interest would result in hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Americans losing their credit cards. Okay, Trump wants universal tariffs. There's so many bad points about tariffs. So many bad things about them. Okay, so they're regressive. So I guess, firstly, this is regressive tax. That'll tax poor people more than the rich. Secondly, it's inflationary. It'll make consumers pay higher prices on imports, or goods made with imports. Third, it doesn't really help jobs. Even manufacturing jobs. I don't think Kamala Harris has said anything on tariffs in regards to, like, because I'm assuming, Biden has tariffs. I'm assuming she'll keep some of them at least. I don't think she's gone over which ones she keeps. Don't use the word tariff except at the beginning. Call it an import tax. I think that's useful to appealing to, like, people who don't. Well, actually, if you're defending tariffs, you probably don't understand what you're talking about. But universal tariffs, that is. But, like, I'm pretty sure this person knows that they're an import tax. At least I hope. Actually, I hope he doesn't, because it'd be really funny if he doesn't. But
than ever before. And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates at 10%. We have no choice. They're getting 22, 25%. We can't let people have to pay 25% and 22% interest because they can't afford to pay off their credit card. We're going to cap it for a period of time at 10%. We will terminate the Green New Scam and spend the trillions and trillions of dollars of unspent dollars on roads, bridges, real infrastructure, and paying down debt, not fake infrastructure that has caused massive inflation, along with
fake infrastructure. True. Dude, it doesn't really help jobs, even manufacturing jobs. I don't know. I'm not going to mention the Iowa car crop in my opening, but tariffs don't help jobs. At best, they don't help American jobs. At best, they help certain American jobs over other American jobs because, there are two ways to make a car in America. You can everyone knows about the first way, okay? That you get the materials to build a car, and you have a factory, and you build them in Detroit. Second way is you plant seeds in Iowa. Those seeds grow into wheat. You put those wheats on a container ship. They go into the Pacific Ocean, and a few weeks later, they come back with cars in them. Okay? It's not, from a strict economics point of view, it's not particularly relevant that Japan is a country with a bunch of people who make cars and they're willing to trade for wheat or whatever. But might as well view Japan as just a factory that turns wheat into cars. Any policy designed to protect American car manufacturers in Detroit is going to hurt American car manufacturers in Iowa. Thanks for the follow, Gamer Polya. Welcome to the stream. Japan, America first, baby. True. It doesn't really help jobs, manufacturing jobs. You're welcome. Thanks. Okay. The IMF. Did a study on this. Found statistically significant declines in domestic output and productivity. What's going on? Just writing an opening. Productivity as well as increase unemployment. I don't know. I guess I'll say most of the other literature finds similar results. How do I spell literature? There we go. I figured it out, guys. Where's your Fortnite gameplay? Oh wait, am I still in the Fortnite category in Trovo? Does Trovo even have a news category or anything? I don't know. No one ever comes in on Trovo. If I'm in the Fortnite category, that's why. I don't know. I played Fortnite yesterday. I played Kamala Harris's Fortnite map. That's why that was like that. Actually, I think it's probably been that for longer, but increase input prices and retaliatory tariffs. Harm American exports. There's something else I was going to mention. You guys know Power World Gamer? I've played Power World before. I don't know. I haven't played it recently. I played it when it was, super popular. But I think the last time I played it was a few months ago at this point. I don't know. I played it a little bit when they had a big update. But our American exports. Oh. Those also shouldn't be designed to harm our allies, like Korea, Japan, You're up. Should we try taking A yet? No, I don't think I'm gonna. This is probably a point I'm gonna like. I don't know if I should say this in my opening. Like the way people get around this is almost always just like pretend universal tariffs is not what Trump's proposing. They're like, well, some tariffs can help sometimes. It's like, okay, we can talk about that, but that's not what Trump is proposing. That's not what he wants. Stop pretending like this isn't what he wants. Are you debating? I don't think he's a streamer or anything. Just some guy. Do any of you know who the Process is? They're the one hosting it, but I'm debating a guy named Tricky Tack, but I don't think he streams or anything. Trump also has a lot of plans to complicate our tax code even further. By exempting. Sounds like he made a bunch of. It's Twitch politics. It's all made up names, obviously. Are you sure you didn't schedule this debate in a dream and you missed it for real life? I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know. I just woke up, so. Okay, by exempting a bunch of things like overtime income tips. He doesn't have any solid plans. Mom, I promise it's me versus Jeff Bezos. Dude, I honestly, have you guys seen that scene in Whiplash where Whiplash family dinner? This is how I felt telling my parents I was on the Hippy Dippy show and I talked to a Kana boy on stream.
They have plenty of friends and plenty of purpose.
I'm sure they'll make great school board
And I talked to Dylan Burns and
presidents.
Oh, that's what this is all about? You think you're better than us?
Catch on quicker and model you in.
I got a reply for you, Andrew. You think Carleton football is a joke? Come play with us.
4 words you will never hear from the NFL.
Who wants dessert?
And from Lincoln Center?
is it earlier in the scene where he's like, I'm on the, I think it, yeah.
This week, huh? Living up to your title? Sure. Oh, hey.
This is how I felt.
Glad you figured it out. It's a nasty business, I am sure. Oh, hey.
They obviously don't know how awesome it is that I got to be there. Don't have any solid plans to reduce spending. Best he has is promising to eliminate the how long have you been streaming on Trovo? Like 6 months, about, probably. Department of maybe not quite that long. I don't know. I've been streaming the like YouTube and Twitch and everything for like 7 months, and I probably started consistently streaming on Trovo when I bought Restream like a few. Oh no, because I've been streaming on Trovo for like the whole 7 months. I think there was just a period of time where I didn't because my Wi-Fi was fucked. But Department of Education, which I think is expected to save like $100 billion or something. And the Department of Education supports school choice. Oh, this is 10 years. Department of Education budget. I think it's about 200 billion, which is about the cost of mass deportations. $100 billion. I have a friendly question for you. What is it? That's enough to finance the upfront cost of mass deportations. And mass deportations themselves will have a lot of negative economic effects. I notice you haven't uploaded any professional logos to your channel. Maybe I can help you. What do you mean? My logo is professional, inaccurate. I don't need custom designs because guess what? I have to work break, okay? Is this not professional? Is this not professional? Oops. Oh. And look at my sub overlay. Everyone, sub to the YouTube channel right now. I need more YouTube subs. This is professional work right here. This is what real professionalism looks like. Okay, I think this is Slater's idea to replace the income tax with tariffs is completely unrealistic. Dude, it can't raise that much revenue. Okay, so that. Actually, I don't need this here for my opening. I feel like there's another thing I wanted to mention. I'll say, in fact, Trump's tax plan in general is regressive. Or I was going to say, like, in general, like, on the whole. The ITEP did an analysis on this, I'll say. I'm not interested in graphic design shit, okay? I already showed you. I don't need it. I don't have the money to pay you, and I have the skills to do it myself. So... Oh, Fed independence. Now it's a big thing. Trump also does not like Fed independence. He pressured Powell to lower rates during his first term. Trump is not real. True. Pressured Powell to lower rates during his first term, and has only doubled down on insisting presidents should have at least a say. He said they should have at least a say. Say. In Fed decisions. Alright. I should say, the evidence is clear that like independent central banks have lower inflation, and then I don't know. I think I'll save the other things for the actual debate, not just opening, because like I expect the response is going to be, "Wow, Trump is really smart and he made a lot of money, so it's fine that he wants to end the independence at the Federal Reserve." It's like, well, one, it's not about knowledge; it's about incentives. Okay, he can have all the knowledge in the world, but if he has bad incentives, like politicians do, then it's not. Then the policy is not going to be optimal. And then two, like Trump only gets one more term. Like, if he ends the independence of the Federal Reserve, I don't trust him to put it back in time to being an independent agency. That doesn't tend to happen. Agencies don't tend to go from being independent to being corrupted to being independent again. Like, a Democrat is going to get elected, and then now you're saying, what, you trust a Democrat to not just print money, print free money? Like... I think that's both dangerous and likely inflationary. Okay, this is probably most of what I want to go over. I don't know. Okay. Let me see. Okay, 15 minutes and 4 seconds. Let's see how long it takes me to say this. Okay. In terms of what is politically feasible, okay, I'm not going to talk that fast. In terms of what is politically feasible, I think Kamala's platform is rather good. She wants to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for people making under $400K a year. She also wants to expand the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit. All this reduces the tax liability of the middle and lower class, people. And the expanded Child Tax Credit is known to significantly reduce child poverty as well. Most of this is financed by raising the corporate tax by 7% and increasing some other taxes and capital income. On housing, I think her policy is really good. She wants to build 3 million new homes and incentivize communities to reform their zoning laws. There are some things I don't particularly like about her policies, like the anti-price gouging law, but it's a law that 34 states already have, including red states like Texas, so it's certainly not disastrous policy. No tax and tips, I think, is not. I don't think it's optimal policy, but I also don't think it's horrible or anything. She walked back her plans on unrealized gains taxes. On unrealized gains tax on people making over 100 million and replaced it with a minimum billionaire tax. So overall, I think her policies are good, with a few I'm mostly indifferent on. That's what Trump has to beat. Trump wants price controls. He wants to cap the price of interest on credit cards. Interest is nothing but the price of risk, and capping interest would result in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Americans losing their credit cards. Trump wants universal tariffs. Firstly, that's a regressive tax. It'll tax poor people more than it does rich people. In fact, Trump's plan on the whole is regressive. Secondly, it's inflationary. It'll make consumers pay higher prices on imports or goods made with imports. Third, it doesn't really help jobs, even manufacturing jobs. The IMF did a study on this. It found declines in domestic output and productivity, as well as increased unemployment. Most of the literature finds similar results. I don't know if I should add. I probably want to add both in general and on Trump's tariffs specifically during his first term. Increase input prices and retaliatory tariffs harm American exports. Tariffs shouldn't be designed to harm. Tariffs also shouldn't be designed to harm our allies like Korea, Japan, and Europe. And his latest idea to replace income tax with tariffs is just completely unrealistic. They simply can't raise that much revenue. For both tariffs in general. And Trump's tariffs during his first term. Simply can't raise the revenue. Trump also has a lot of plans to complicate our tax code even further by exempting a bunch of things like overtime income and tips, but he doesn't have any solid plans to reduce spending. The best he has is promising to eliminate the Department of Education, which will save about $238 billion. That's enough to finance the upfront costs of mass deportations, which I'll say, like, which themselves will have a lot of negative economic effects. Trump also doesn't like Fed independence. He pressed power to lower rates during his first term, and he's only doubled down on insisting presidents should have at least a say in Fed decisions. I think it's both dangerous and inflationary. Okay. That's 3 minutes with me. Like editing it and messing up halfway, a few times. But so I should be good. I'm sure we'll edit it a few times. Okay. So we'll do / toggle heading 2. Tariffs. Right here. Let me just have a few links ready. Okay. So Trump price controls. Of that there. Tariffs. We'll have to read through some of these. And then, why would I trust even if I do think tariffs are sometimes optimal, why on earth would I trust Donald Trump to do them when he doesn't know what a tariff is? That's going to be, I'm sure he's going to mention like, oh, tariffs are bad, but Biden also has tariffs. Like, well, hey, I don't think they're particularly good either. Some of them are good, but like, why? Trump doesn't know what a tariff is. I should never trust him. What's up, Malibu County? Welcome back. Noun fawn. Trump, Google. Election fraud. This answer is so funny. Observing development around the right-wing plot. What do you mean? Do you mean I saw Trump? I forget what he said exactly. I don't know. I fully expect Trump to declare victory. There was something he said today. I don't know how I already forgot it. That made me even more confident in this.
And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over. I think
which, you know, fact checking Trump claims of potential voter fraud in Pennsylvania. It's like, yeah, I fully expect Trump to declare victory. I fully expect him and maybe other lawyers around him to call state officials and be like, hey, don't certify the election. It'll be interesting. Wait, what the fuck? Why do I have 10 concurrent viewers on YouTube? Who the hell is... What? Did I get rated or something? What? Hello? Thanks, chat. My thing is 200 views. I had 14 concurrent viewers at one point. What? What? I would have been more lively, more entertaining for you guys if I knew. Hello? You guys know the chat works too. I know the YouTube viewers like to lurk. Okay. Well, that's cool. Is it easier to start streaming on YouTube? It's not any harder than it is to stream on Twitch or anything. Yeah, I don't like what. Okay, so we'll do this. Trump doesn't know what a tariff is. I need a clip of Trump Google election fraud answer. What's up, Elliot? There was like an interview he did at like, it was some economic forum thing. And the interviewer asked him like, hey, what do you think about Google? Do you think Google needs to be broken up or whatever? And he was like, look at the fraud in Pennsylvania.
Maybe we can change the subject to technology thing you wouldn't answer about.
Yeah, this is it.
The US Justice Department is thinking about breaking up Alphabet, as Google likes to be known now. Should Google be broken up?
I just haven't gotten over something the Justice Department did yesterday, where Virginia cleaned up its voter rolls, got rid of thousands and thousands of bad votes, and the Justice Department sued them that they should be allowed to put those bad votes and illegal votes back in and let the people vote. So I haven't gotten over that. A lot of people have seen that. They can't even believe it.
The question is about Google, President Trump.
Yeah, look, Google's got a lot of power. They're very bad to me, very, very bad to me. I mean, I can speak from that standpoint. They only have bad stories. In other words, if I have 20 good stories and 20 bad stories, and everyone's entitled to that.
They only share bad stories. Can't believe it. I don't know. Yeah, it's wild, but Kamala Harris did the same thing, people would be losing their mind. But it's Trump, so no one cares. Okay. I'll add here, immigration is a normal good. The people immigrating to the U.S. People immigrating to the U.S. are the ones that can afford to. They may be low productivity in their home country. In our country. But are usually high productivity. High productivity in their home countries. So countries aren't sending their worst. As Trump likes to say. Is this the Melania clip? There's a lot of cringe from Melania clips. I would challenge yourself in that one and play devil's advocate just in case. What do you mean? Devil's advocate for which? You already defined how you determine high/low productivity. I didn't define it. The author of this study did. I don't know how he specifically defined it, but this just shows the people who immigrate to the U.S. are usually higher on the income scale, which tends to correlate with high productivity. So, where's the link to the actual study? I don't know. The steelman anti-immigrant thing is going to be like, well, the people who what the hell? Can no longer be used to grant free access to this article. Kill me. But I don't know. The steelman would be like, oh, that may be true of immigrants from Yemen and Nigeria, but most of the problem now is immigrants coming from the southern border, and about half of those immigrants are asylum seekers don't have high school degrees, and they actually are people who typically immigrants who don't have high school degrees are actually a net drain on taxes on taxes and transfers for the federal level. Whereas immigrants who have have a high school degree and more typically pay more to the federal government than they take. But even immigrants without high school degrees have indirect effects that increase business activity. Their added labor supply probably increases business expansion, which can make up for any fiscal drain that they themselves have. And then also, if they have children, those children will go to American schools and likely be just as productive as a regular American worker and can pay back what their parents took over time. Okay, so I guess I'll do a toggle heading 3 IMF study. I don't know why it is doing this to me. There we go. Okay. Oh, and then let me go through my Twitter bookmarks because I'm sure I have random shit on tariffs bookmarked that I forgot about by now. Bookmarks. Tariffs. Tariffs are taxed on Americans. B. High U.S. tariffs and subsequent retaliation deepen the Great Depression. U.S. GDP per capita stored when the U.S. eliminated tariffs to the economy. Okay, great, crazy. That's the Cato thing we have. That's that. We're going to read this. On our fans like the Federal Reserve paper found reductions in manufacturing employment, which we have who are saved already. Trump's tariffs are effectively sales tax. Wild. I don't know. He probably has a article about that chart, but as a conservative, best way to beat us is to acknowledge that the things we might say is retort in a devil's advocate way, but then provide your stance and then provide your stats. I'm sure you already know, though. I mean, I'm not an excellent debater or anything. I don't know. I appreciate any feedback when I can get it, Elliot. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I always try to, expect what they're, think about what they're going to say. Energy Advance said that community noted, hell yeah. Economists disagree about whether tariffs lead to higher prices. So this week, the University of Chicago was with economists and asked them exactly the question. Wait, is it even my bookmarks? What the fuck? Bookmarks. Tariffs. It's a funny gif. Anyway. Okay, I think I have all this. And then toggle heading 3. What the fuck? Why is it down here? Trump tariff studies. That's probably the first thing we'll read today. Toggling 3. Universal, I already opened it, but whatever. Oops. Universal tariffs are universally bad. Are commodities a subject in this debate? Not really. What do you mean? I mean, I'm sure we will, obviously tariffs affect commodities, right? I'm sure, I might mention at some point, well, clearly, tariffs are going to increase, the price of, whatever, steel, which is a commodity, right? But, I don't know. They're not a main focus or anything. Okay, in his first term, Trump used executive power to kick off a massive trade war with China, tearing up or renegotiating existing trade deals that significantly increase your protectionism. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to bring this up. It's not super relevant, but it's pretty funny that one of Trump's big accomplishments in office was the new trade deal with Mexico and Canada, right? The USMCA or whatever. I forget the exact acronym. The CUM agreement. Canada, United States, Mexico, CUM. The CUM Free Trade Alliance. But now he just wants to tear that up because he wants universal tariffs at 20% on everything. The Biden administration has maintained much of the trade skeptical attitude, carrying over many of the trade restrictions first implemented by Trump, while passing their own tariffs on EVs, batteries, and more. Yet for a second term, Trump is proposing further trade restrictions that make the near decade-long trade war look like a a tempest in a teapot by comparison. Just voted for Trump via mail-in ballot. Oh, you mean a fraudulent ballot that should not be counted. Saying his name non-fun. What? Trump? I have no issue with saying Trump. I have a speech impediment, but Trump is easy for me. His explicit plan calls for universal tariffs on all U.S. imports of between 10 and 20%, plus larger tariffs on... Oh, this document is funny. It's literally just like written in Microsoft Word by an intern. It's so boring. Like at least Kamala's platform actually has like graphics and stuff. See it on border and stuff. Oh, make America affordable again. I forgot this is in here. Deflation. This is complicated. End inflation and make America affordable again. This could be interpreted as deflation. And deflation, probably not a good thing. Probably. Some commodities that are controversially high, cattle, milk, dairy, can be more attributed to EU regulations on preventing methane emissions. However, someone might blame Biden's admin. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know a ton about that. But, clearly, I'm sure we'll talk about inflation a little bit. Clearly, inflation didn't just happen in the U.S. It was a global thing. Clearly, some amount of inflation was due to supply chain shit with COVID, was due to the war in Ukraine, was due to potentially regulations in other countries, like the EU, like you said. I don't know, but shut up, Elliot. Your parents are too broke to even give you an extra tea. Why? No, don't insult YouTube chat, guys. Don't insult Elliot. I appreciate you. Okay. Trump enacted some tariffs in his first term. And Biden kept a lot of them. Hi, Tide Pod Turtle. What? Tweaker News Nation? Why are you saying hi to Tide Pod Turtle? Is Tide Turtle here? Is Carter here? What? Tweaker News Nation? Are you Tide Pod Turtle? I'm confused. TNN seems like a great network. Is that are you with those people that gave Galaxy gas to the homeless? That's a funny video, man. Giving Galaxy gas to the homeless. Trump's new plan calls for universal tariffs on all U.S. imports of between 10 and 20%. Plus larger tariffs on China imports 60% or more. Will we get a non-fun Galaxy gas stream? I actually don't know. I was really behind the curve on the Galaxy gas thing. And I still don't actually know what it does to you. I don't know how high do you get off of Galaxy gas? I don't actually know. I'm sure Tweaker News Network knows. And I don't even know how you do it. Do you just inhale it? How does Galaxy gas get you, or else affect you? Get you high. Pretty sure Galaxy gas is just laughing gas. Other side effects would include this is like side effects, but what's the? Let me see if I can get an analysis of potential tools. What's ICBM stand for? I can blow myself. Intercontinental ballistic missile is usually what it stands for. I voted Republican. I sent my ballot back last time. after the election. Did they count it or? Colorless, non-flammable gas, also known as, oh, it is laughing gas, okay. I don't know, it's just laughing gas. I mean, I knew it was gas, and I know it's used to make like whipped cream, right? That's the only legitimate use I've seen it for. Yeah, nitrous oxide, okay. Used in medical, controlled environments under supervision. Yeah, culinary uses is whipped cream canisters. I think Steve-O used to rip nitrous before he sewed it up. I might be too old. Paste. And reciprocal tariffs on nations that tax U.S. exports. Oh, I forgot about this as well. Also wants reciprocal tariffs on nations that tax U.S. exports. Best of luck with your debate, Mr. Alpha, and I believe in you. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you, Beza Sufi, for the sub. I appreciate it. It really helps a lot right now. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs. Thank you. It really helps. I appreciate it. Really appreciate any subs right now, chat. Like YouTube subs. If you're watching on Twitch, I love you guys watching on Twitch and Kick. But listen, I'm just saying, the YouTube subs matter a lot right now. So go sub on YouTube, and then you go back to Twitch or whatever. Beyond these initial policies, continuous escalation of terrorist rate is frequently an implicit or explicit goal, a policy goal, and Trump often personally threatens other large tariffs on specific countries, industries, and companies. I'll say Trump also often personally threatens. This is like the fucking John Deere shit or whatever. Oh, page not found. God damn it. Yeah, a lot of tariff on every car coming across the Mexico border. Which is like, this is a violation of the cum deal. The entirety of the here, let me see if I can find this actually, because I'm sure if I go here and like look up this. The entirety of the last 8 years of trade wars have driven up the average U.S. effective tariff rate. The amount of custom duties paid us to share total imports from 1.6% in 2017 to 2.6% in 2023. Trump plans promise to at least quadruple this tax rate and possibly increase it by 7 times current levels or more. There's simply no modern precedent for U.S. tariff rate anywhere close to that high. Tariffs of this scale, basically unprecedented. I always add in modern history because obviously people usually like tariffs more, but moreover, Trump's tariff plan would also be step out of policy in all the world's prosperous high-income nations. Most countries' effective tariff rates near the levels he's proposing. Other pariah oil producers are struggling, low-income agricultural economies, no major global economy. Non-fun hates America, true. Functions with tariffs that high because the consequences of it would be so overwhelmingly negative. The closest analog to the size and scope of Trump's policies are the infamous Smoot-Hawley tariffs that contributed to the Great Depression. Closest analog is the Smoot-Hawley tariffs that contributed to the Great Depression. Oops, why did I do that? Universal tariffs as high as Trump's proposing will substantially increase prices. U.S. consumers will bear the brunt of inefficient taxes on a wide variety of basic foods and essential goods that physically cannot be produced stateside, with the poorest households being hit the hardest. If you hate America so much, then go start your own country. I'm not being unironic when I said true. I do not hate America. Poorest households will be hit the hardest. By taxes on essential goods that cannot be produced in the U.S. efficiently. American industry will struggle amidst higher costs for key intermediate suppliers, machinery, and equipment, dwarfing any marginal benefits from reduced foreign competition. American companies, I'll just say, also be hurt by the higher prices. For inputs, dwarfing any marginal benefits from reduced foreign competition. Oh, another thing, by the way, tariffs don't just increase the price of goods coming from foreign nations, but also actually increase the price of goods in the US just because you reduce price competition, right? If I'm Farmer Bill and I'm competing with Farmer Ted, we have to compete together on prices. But guess what? Now, if we have free trade, not only am I Farmer Bill competing with Farmer Ted, I'm also competing with President Xi in China. Now I have increased price competition, so I can't keep prices as high. If you reduce that price competition and I'm back to just competing with between Bill and Ted, I can charge higher prices because the competition has decreased. And then also, once again, the effect on inputs, obviously. Universal tariffs will primarily hit products bought from America's closest allies, worsening the country's geopolitical standing compared to China and completely isolating it from the international community. The inevitable retaliatory tariffs will crush American exporters and begin an escalatory spiral with no clear off-ramp. Universal tariffs will also harm our relationship with important allies. Another big thing, Biden actually made a decent amount of progress on what he calls friendshoring, which is instead of onshoring U.S. jobs, making them actually in the U.S., you just make them, friendshore it into a friendly nation, like, Korea or Japan or our European allies as well. Which I have somewhere. Joe Biden's a terrorist, true. Let me notion search friendshoring. Friendshoring versus Buy American. There's another link I want. Where he's like, progress has already been made on it. Export. Maybe. Tariffs are to stop dumping. If I make prices, the price is so low for a product that I'm losing money, I become the only product that people buy. Share out, bankrupt my competition. I don't have control of the market. Ask Uber what. I don't think that's that. I don't know if I think Trump has said. Oh yes, here we go. Progress in friendshoring. I don't think Trump might have said that for China. That might be true for some Chinese goods because China does subsidize some industries. We subsidize industries too, by the way. That's what we like. We subsidize corn, and then that, you know, the corn the U.S. grows, which is subsidized, is cheaper than Mexican corn, and like Mexican farmers gotta work. It's not like China's unique in this, right? But that is not the primary point of tariffs, as Trump has expressed them. Also, I'm just not convinced that happens on a massive scale. Like, again, I'm sure China subsidizes. I know China does subsidize some industries, but I don't know. If you have a link showing it happening on a large scale, then like maybe I'm not even that against some tariffs on China. It's just like Biden has done some tariffs on China, and like why would I trust the person to do tariffs who doesn't know what a tariff is? Trump does not know what a tariff is. Why would I trust him to do tariffs when he does not know what it is? He doesn't know what it is, or he's lying about what it is, which is worse. But this would harm the progress. The progress made in friendshoring. I don't know if I have the time to, but we should read that Buy American versus friendshoring. We'll see if I can get to it. It'll be useful to have the link at least. U.S. exporters will also be hurt by retaliatory tariffs. Retaliatory. The inevitable retaliatory tariffs will crush American exporters. As president, Trump would also have broad unilateral authority to increase tariffs in a variety of ways, and there would be massive negative economic consequences if he implemented even a fraction of a stated trade plan. Trump would have broad unilateral authority to enact these tariffs, and even if he only did a fraction of them, there would be major economic downsides. Laundering bad ideas. When asked to defend these tariff policies, Trump's vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance and other policy allies would point that tariffs placed in washing machines in 2018 are a sexual example they did not attempt to replicate. They're attempting to replicate. This is a funny Twitter war. The U.S. washing machine market was already not operating under peer-free trade, and the system in 2018 was extremely aggressive, even relative to the precedent status quo. Tariffs started at 20% and could reach nearly 50%, depending on the timing and market conditions. The explicit, written, intentional purpose of those tariffs was to increase the cost to consumers and stop the steady doldrum of price declines caused by foreign competitions. In official documents to Congress announcing the tariffs, Trump said this duty will provide an impactful impetus for importers to increase their prices, thereby relieving the downward pressure on prices that has led to a decline in domestic washer and financial performance. Supporters will often point to the 2018, I don't need it to be capital, washing machine tariffs. Successful example. It's all about washing machines. Okay. U.S. washing machine market was not already operating under free trade, but the tariffs. More and more aggressive. Any status quo. Good luck tonight as a Kamala voter room. If you thank you to process, I appreciate it. Thanks for setting it up. Lars are typing. Status quo. Sorry, 20% increase. The explicit, written, intentional purpose of the tariffs was to increase the cost of consumers. Yeah, okay. Trump's own team explicitly said goal was to increase cost to consumers. How much you made from YouTube compared to Kick and Twitch as a percentage of subs or super chat? Well, the issue is, I'm not monetized on Kick, and I'm only half monetized on YouTube. I have the whatever, like, YouTube partner lower tier thing, so people can do memberships on YouTube, but I don't actually get ad revenue, which is what I would get the most money from. So as of now, I've made all of my money from Twitch. I've not made any. No one has done a YouTube membership. No one has donated through super chats. However, I am more popular on YouTube than I am Twitch, and I think the earnings potential is higher on YouTube in the long run. Like, you do get paid more ad revenue for live streams on Twitch. Like, people who multi-stream will notice they have about the same amount of viewers on YouTube and Twitch, but they only get more ad revenue from Twitch. But like YouTube also has, the videos that you make, which make money. Like, I don't know. So right now, yeah, 100% of it is from Twitch. But like after I get monetize on YouTube. After we reach 1,000 subs, when I will be fully monetized, 1,000 subs, sub right now in the YouTube chat. It would really help out. I would really appreciate it. I'm begging. Then I'll probably be making more on YouTube, I would imagine. I would protect my sister and every woman in life. Women should have the right to make decisions about their own bodies. True and based. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Obadiah? Pronounce that shit. You said it correctly. Based. To provide impetus for importers to increase their prices. Biometric tariffs definitely achieved their goal. U.S. laundry machine prices spiked significantly in the immediate aftermath of the tariff and remained high for years. However, in proponents retelling the situation, that spike was only temporary. Prices soon came back down. As investments in American washing manufacturing was built out domestic capacity by early 2020, they say prices had fallen to pre-tariff levels before the unforeseeable effects of COVID-19 shot them back up again. Yet in actuality, prices remained high even years after tariffs were implemented, especially when you consider that their absence, in their absence, prices would have likely dropped another 5 to 10%. As they had throughout the early part of the 2010s. Let's try this again. Instead of based, let's say okay. Boo! Boo! That is not lit, bro. That is not... what's more dumb slang words I can use? Bussin'. That's not bustin'. Do you mean bussin'? People used to say bussin'. I remember that. That is not rad, bro. Okay. You get to say it the right way, the white way. Yo, the prawn says, thank you very much.
First, Kashap Donos takes the smallest cut.
Hey guys.
Thank you, I appreciate it very much. Cash App Donos take the smallest cut. Really? Let's celebrate their 20th super on a live stream. It won't let me like it. I don't know why it won't let me like it. I can't like your super chat, but I don't know. I have Streamlabs set up. They take a little bit of a smaller cut than YouTube. I don't know. I don't have Cash App. Should I set up a Cash App? I don't know. Cash App just seems cringe. But maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Bonus are you? It's only a temporary spike. So you are not in favor of tariffs? Not universal tariffs. I think some tariffs can make sense sometimes. Even I mean, like, obviously, you know, I don't think they're all horrible. I do have, you know, Biden continued many of Trump's tariffs, and I still have my Biden over there. I just like free trade. Universal tariffs are bad. They hurt our allies. Which nation uses no or barely any tariffs? I mean, the U.S. has pretty low average tariff rates. Before the Trump tariffs, they were even lower. I don't know. I doubt most EU countries have that high tariffs. I was going to say the EU has to do tariffs as a block, right? Because they can't trade. They have to trade as a they're a trade bloc. So I'm assuming the EU doesn't have that high tariffs. Probably matters if you plan to get dollars via donos. A lot of different adds up at a time. Okay. I mean, I would do Cash App if is there a way to like, you know, have the, like with Super Chats and Streamlabs, I can integrate it into OBS really easily. If I can do that off Cash App, I wouldn't mind doing it, but opponent's argument is only temporary spike. Price soon came back down as the investments in American manufacturing was built out. Are you also against sales tax? I mean, like, I don't know. I would, in my ideal world, we would kind of have a sales tax because we would do some type of progressive consumption tax, which is, I mean, kind of a sales tax. So, like, it's just progressive. A sales tax in and of itself is not progressive; it's regressive. I think sales tax are a fine way for states to raise revenue. I would prefer like a value-added tax, but like, I mean, sales taxes are fine. What is the difference between a sales tax and a tariff for the end user? I mean, for the I would say tariffs, the direct effect is sometimes going to be the same, but like tariffs have a whole lot of other negative effects. Like I said earlier, you know, it reduces price competition. There's retaliatory tariffs that are placed on the U.S., which have a lot of negative effects. Also, we don't have a federal sales tax. We have only states have their sales tax, right? I don't know. Tariffs just have more. I mean, the answer is always going to be that tariffs have more deadweight loss than these other taxes. But I mean, the loss in consumer surplus for tariffs and sales tax could be the same sometimes. But actually, no, not really, because tariffs there's added surplus from free trade that is lost with tariffs that is not lost with sales tax. The answer is the deadweight loss triangle is bigger. Okay, you can see tariffs deadweight loss. If we look at the consumer surplus loss because of tariffs. Not only are you losing this, right? But you're losing all of this too. That's the big issue. You're not just taking away from producer surplus, you're also taking away from the added surplus down here. Because normally with like just domestic production or whatever, you would any gain in consumer surplus would be loss in producer surplus. And vice versa, any loss in producer surplus would be a gain in consumer surplus. But that isn't the case with tariffs and free trade because they allow you to consume outside your production's possibility curve. Oh, Wick is doing a call-in stream. Has Dragon Age gone woke? Okay, I don't care about that. Okay. So if U.S. imposes tariffs on China and in response China devalues their currency in the same proportion, who ultimately pays those tariffs? If China devalues their currency? I mean, like consumers will still be paying the tariffs. It's just that if China devalues their currency, their exports are cheaper. So it's not going to have as big of an effect because they're devaluing their currency. But yeah. By sales tax less revenue rally tax, I see that you hurt homeless kids illegal. Oh my God, we've gone over this so many times. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Debate, yeah. When Trump tariffs China. But also, if you're just saying China's going to devalue their currency, then like, what's even the point of tariffs? And they won't even have their intended effect of like reshoring American manufacturing. Which, I mean, they probably don't have their intended effect anyway, but... Okay, blah, blah, blah. Washing machine. If China devalues their currency, so people continue to buy Chinese exports, then what's it? Then where's the increased investment in American manufacturing? If China's just going to devalue their currency, so people keep buying their shit over the U.S. in manufacturing, like... Also, you know what? You just made a great argument about why universal tariffs are probably going to hurt our allies more than they will, like, China. Because China does play a lot of weird games with its currencies. My understanding, I don't think the EU does. I'm pretty sure the EU and countries within the EU who use their own currency don't play those same games of trying to devalue their currency. At least not to the extent that China does. I think. China's a peg currency, EU's a floating currency. Yeah, exactly. But China also does like sterilized intervention, don't they? To my understanding is that I don't think the EU does sterilized intervention, right? Do you have only this public or just a couple links in the Discord? What about the tax cuts? What about the regulation cuts? Yeah, the tax cuts. I mean, Kamala wants to extend the tax cuts and jobs act for people making under $400,000. What about the price of eggs? Econoboy, that's because of corporate greed, Econoboy. Haven't you heard about the egg price fixing scheme? Haven't you heard about the corporate greed of the price of eggs? Okay, where was I? Ignored. Oh, I forgot to answer your question. Some of my notes are public. The Israel-Palestine notes are public, and I think some of the Trump notes are public. I don't have all of them public because the layout of the fucking notes changes when I make them public. When I publish it, it changes the layout a little bit. It's just annoying. But Canada, where government mandated price fixing for most poultry and dairy products. Yeah, I've heard about that. I haven't read too far into that, but yeah, people have told me. My Canadian viewers have told me about that before. Econoboy, if you want to give me any talking points too, you have perms in the Discord. You can join whenever. Just know. Okay, yet in actuality, prices remained high even years after the tariffs were implemented. Crazy. Especially when you consider that in their absence, would have likely dropped another 5 to 10%, as they had throughout the earlier part of 2010. Second, purchases of households and appliances stagnated for years after growth, meaning the tariffs were strong enough to durably reduce the number of washers and dryers American bought, relative to the counterfactual. Third, the tariffs were still binding even years after their initial implementation. When the Biden administration let them expire in early 2023, the laundry machine prices quickly declined, indicating that domestic industry wasn't cost competitive even after a full half decade of protection from foreign competition. In reality, prices remained high. Years after the tariffs. were initially implemented. Purchases of household appliances stagnated for years after growth. Okay, hold on. Purchases of household appliances. Also stagnated after years of growth. Waiting the tariffs. We're strong. Enough. How did I mess that one up so bad? Arrives. Oops. Tariffs. To durably reduce the number of washers and dryers Americans bought. Relative to the counterfactual. Okay. When the tariffs expired in 2023, Ford CEO says he drives a Chinese EV and loves it. He won't give it up with the article headline though. I'm not like the Chinese EV stuff. I think it's probably important the US. I don't care about Chinese EVs. I care more about batteries. I think it's probably important that the US have some batteries that are produced here domestically, because those are important for modern militaries. Bottom line message, dude, we've gone over this so many times, okay? But you can do a consumption tax progressively, and B, I'm in favor of transfer programs that actually don't end up taxing poor people on net at all. I don't want to tax homeless people at all. I want them taxed at a negative, like a 1,000,000% rate. Not 1,000,000%, but like, those groups are not mentioned as either part of a fiscal system tend to be partly involved. They're not willing to file paperwork for taxes. Not realistic to believe that they will diligently be collecting receipts for goods that they will buy so they can add them to tax filing. That's not necessarily how you would do. There are different types of consumption taxes which are implemented different ways. So one option, you could just do basically what we have now with income tax, but make all savings deductible, and still tax your consumption at a progressive rate. You could do like a value-added tax, which is with value-added tax doesn't require any tax filing. It is to your point, to some level regressive, obviously. Or you could do a Bradford X tax, which I forget exactly how it is implemented, but I think it does require some tax filings. But I'm pretty sure it only requires people to list their wages, which are the easiest part of tax filing. So it simplifies the tax code a lot, and it is a progressive consumption tax. Yeah. You know, Biden actually did do stuff to increase domestic battery manufacturing too, with the Inflation Reduction Act. I believe had some battery shit there. Laundry machine prices quickly declined, indicating domestic production wasn't cost competitive even after a full half-decade of production from foreign competition. Indeed, the vaunted domestic industry. Washing machine net imports. Indeed, the vaunted domestic industry build out was much weaker than tariff proponents would have you believe. U.S. output and employment in household appliance manufacturing were stagnant for years after tariff implementation, only really bouncing up after the COVID-19 era demand surge. U.S. output and employment in household appliance manufacturing. 1T every 100 days deficit. How do you plug that hole? I mean, like, I don't care about the nominal value at a deficit that much. I think what's important is the cost of servicing our debt. The cost of servicing our debt is too high right now, so that is an issue that we will have to solve. And I think Harris is better for it than Trump. So Trump has a ton of plans to complicate our tax code and exempt a ton of random things from taxation, like overtime and tips. Kamala did tips too, but it doesn't seem like he has very good plans to decrease the amount of spending. The best he has is abolishing the Department of Education, which will save like $238 billion a year. That's about enough to service the upfront cost of mass deportations. So, you know, the mass deportations in and of themselves will probably have negative fiscal effects in the long run. Because most immigrants are a fiscal positive in the long run, as a CBO estimated even. Soon as the tariffs removed, imports surged. The economics that is clearly did not shake out positively. Consumers spent years paying higher prices for inferior products to support a domestic industry that remains no stronger or efficient than it was a decade ago. So in the end, consumers were forced to pay higher prices for worse products, all to support an industry that remains no stronger or more efficient than it was a decade ago. Plus, washing machines are not a product like semiconductors where you can make a credible national security argument to justify overpaying to build out domestic industry. Wild. Nor was this a case of accepting economic costs to decouple from geopolitical rivals like Russia or China. Prior rounds of specific anti-dumping tariffs, oh no way, anti-dumping tariffs, is chatter still here, had already drastically reduced U.S. imports of Chinese washing machines, so the 2018 tariffs effectively hit imports from close U.S. allies like Korea, alongside tariff hopping manufacturers in places like Vietnam and Thailand. Pacific anti-dumping tariffs had already been in place which reduced imports from China. So the 2018 tariffs effectively hit imports from close U.S. allies like South Korea alongside tariff hobby manufacturers like Vietnam and Thailand. That universal tariff proponents see this outcome as a policy success is instructive and indicating. Why tariff bananas? Fuck, I gotta start reading faster. Okay. Why tariff bananas? Even still, I regret to be beginning the discussion on their terms by even talking about washing machines. They want the argument to be about relative cost benefit of tariffs on the subset of consumer goods imported from China because you sketch out stronger arguments for the industrial geopolitical benefits of tariffs on the goods. The actual reality of universal tariffs is much, much worse, instead primarily serving as a tax on essential goods and obviously beneficial trade relationships with our closest allies. It's dumb to just focus on remember, they always pretend his policies are so bad, so they always pretend it's just not actually what he's proposing. A subset of consumer goods imported from China. don't know why I capitalize it since universal tariffs will have larger effects on many essential and obviously beneficial on many essential goods and obviously beneficial trade relationships with our closest allies. First, American imports a wide variety of items that simply cannot be physically produced in large enough quantities to satisfy domestic demand. America imports a lot of goods that simply cannot be produced here. Do some of those sort of examples. Plenty of basic food stuff like coffee, bananas, avocados, cocoa, and much more do not grow in U.S. climates. Plus, there are no domestic replacements for wild-caught Chilean sea bass or yellowfish tuna. These are not isolated edit cases. In 2022, U.S. imports made up nearly 60% of U.S. fruit/nut consumption and 40% of vegetable/melon consumption. Aren't just edge cases. In 2022, imports made up nearly 60% of all U.S. fruit/nut consumption, 40% of U.S. vegetable and melon consumption. In the coffee industry, all a 10 to 20% universal tariff will achieve is reducing economic output by driving up the cost of coffee, entrenching owners of few American plantations on Hawaiian Islands, raising revenue via obtuse regressive taxes, and enraging a couple dozen U.S. allies with major coffee industries. All tariffs on coffee would accomplish is reducing economic output by driving up the cost of coffee. Protect a small few. Coffee makers in Hawaii. Whilst harming U.S. allies with coffee industries. The experts in Trump's trade policy know this, but instead of defending these policies, they deflect. Howard Lutnick, Trump's transition chair, went on to CNBC to defend the universal tariff plan and claim Trump understands don't tariff stuff we don't make. If we don't make it, he continued on, and you want to buy it. I don't want to put the price up as pointless. Of course, Trump's universal tariff is explicitly premised on the idea that hitting every type of good, no matter what it can be produced in the U.S. or not. Oren Cass, the chief economist at the American Companies and a contributor to Project 2025, wrote more than 2,000 words in The Atlantic defending Trump's universal tariffs by focusing entirely on manufactured consumer goods. He's tactically silent as to why imported Ghanaian cocoa and Mexican avocados also must be taxed. When pressed directly, Oren said, "Are there some things that we don't really grow here? Say bananas that you're probably gonna pay a tariff on?" Yes, but he dismissed these as marginal necessary casualties for the supposed benefits brought by tariffs on goods like washing machines. Yet these are not incidental trivialities in the grand scope of international trade. Imports in fruit and vegetables were $50 billion last year, dwarfing total imports in household kitchen appliances by $12.4 billion. Goddamn, I guess that makes sense, but yeah, including cocoa, coffee, and seafood jumps a total up to $85 billion. Imports on fruits and vegetables. my god, let me... 50 billion last year, dwarfing total imports of all household kitchen appliances. Including cocoa, coffee, and seafood, jumps a total up to 85 billion. Metal, stone, mineral, and gem imports were 171 billion. Many of these imports representing or deriving from key raw materials that were insufficient deposits exist domestically. Universal tariffs would substantially raise the price of gasoline, especially in the Midwest, because American benefits significantly from easy access to Canadian crude oil. Metal, stone, and mineral and gem imports were 171 billion in 2023. With many of these being raw materials that can't be sufficiently found in the U.S. Sufficiently. And thus decades in infrastructure that have already been built to transport and refine it. Purchases of oil and other foreign energy products were $25 billion last year, representing 8% of U.S. imports, which half came from Canada. Universal tariffs would make up much of the... Here, I guess I'll take that. Universal tariffs would make it much pricier for Americans to get beloved Mexican tequila, French champagne, and Japanese steak, among thousands of other examples where the benefits of trade are pretty obvious yet ignored. To consumers, a tariff on goods that can realistically only come from imports ends up as effectively a high, poorly structured sales tax. No state in the U.S. imposes a sales tax rate of 10%, even when you account for the average burden of local sales taxes. So the low end of Trump's tariffs proposal would be extremely high relative to current taxes. For consumers, tariffs would act as a sales tax for goods that have to be imported. And no state proposes sales tax that high. So low end of Trump says high. It also impose a random subset of items that happen to come from overseas, treating mangoes like they are cancer-causing poisons, like cigarettes, while the government can justify high sales tax on them to reduce social harm. Most importantly, the taxes only hit goods and exclude services, thus low-income Americans who spend much higher share of their income on goods, including basic food stuff, would be hit the hardest by universal tariffs. Low-income Americans, oh my god, would be hit the hardest, since they spend more of their income on goods over services. And more of their income on basic food. These are not dismissible harms. Yeah, universal tariff proponents hand-wave them because they simply do not have a good justification for taxing bananas. De-industrial policy. Universal tariffs raise prices by design, but more fundamentally, they decrease economic output as a tax on trade. Decrease economic output by acting as a tax on trade. Crazy. what it's linked to. How do we imports? They also discourage exports. It's more domestic for resources will be used to produce goods that are previously imported. Those resources are drawn up from export, away from export industry, shrinking the labor force as Trump aims to. Oh, that's true. Trump aims to do so by deporting unauthorized immigrants with only exacerbating constraint. Scott Sumner, my favorite monetarist. Aging rural population is the latest striking in a country that's been losing agricultural dominance for years. But U.S. China relations. I encounter lots of people who think tariffs are taxed on imports but not exports. In fact, taxes discourage both imports and exports to a roughly equal extent. Just to be clear, tariffs might reduce imports a bit more than they reduce exports if they led to a smaller budget deficit. I don't think there's anyone who believes that it's been the case for tariffs imposed by the U.S. and recent administrations. Another misconception that tariffs on imports reduce exports only in the case where other countries retaliate. That's not true. Tariffs move the exchange rate to a position where exports are likely to fall roughly as much as import declines, even if there's absolutely no explicit retaliation from other countries. Ooh. The intuition here is that exports are the way we pay for imports. If you tax one side of a transaction, you will reduce both sides, just as the tax in gasoline reduces both the sale of gasoline and the purchase of gasoline. It makes no difference whether tax is imposed on buyers or sellers. To be sure, the quantity, imports, and exports of goods can differ, and countries are also exchange financial assets and trade. A trade balance, technically the current account balance, is national savings minus national investment. But unless tariffs reduce the budget deficit, which is negative savings, they're not likely to reduce the trade surplus. Increase the trade surplus or reduce the trade deficit. This is good too. Even for the industries that are supposed to benefit from protectionism, universal tariffs would end up having massive net negative effects by driving up the cost of key imported raw materials and equipment. Even for the industries, tariffs are supposed to protect. Often end up having net negative effects. Since they drive up the cost of key imported raw materials and equipment. As they increase. That represents an extremely large hit for American manufacturers, especially in today's world of highly specialized global supply chains. Equipment and capital goods represented 28% of imports last year, while industrial suppliers and materials represented another 22%, and that's before accounting for the massive trade and motor vehicle supply chains. Thinking about America's ongoing semiconductor industry is to build out. Wait, hold on. Fuck. Actually, I need a link on. This is important too. I need this. Forgot about this. I'll react to the strange music video. Is it a Houthi music video? That's the only music video Twitch would let me react to. Actually, Twitch doesn't care, but I get copy striked on YouTube. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, that represents an extremely large hit for American manufacturers possessing today's world, highly specialized global supply chains. Equipment and capital goods represented 28% of U.S. imports last year, while industrial supplies and materials represented another 22%. And that's before accounting for the massive trade in the motor vehicle supply chain. Think about America's ongoing semiconductor industry build-out as an example. In the wake of the CHIPS Act subsidies, Intel has brought several high-end extreme ultraviolet lithographic machines from Dutch semiconductor equipment giant ASLM and is importing them to the U.S. to boost American chip manufacture, American chip production. That was Fastball. I don't care about the music video right now. Each of these units cost of in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and there are currently no American alternatives available, so Intel would have to pay tens of millions to restore U.S. chip production if universal tariffs were implemented. There are no American alternatives to these. So Intel would have to pay tens of millions of dollars to restore chip production if available tariffs were implemented. If it is strange, I want to see if it is strange in your opinion too. It looked pretty strange. I mean, a lot of fucking music videos are strange, but in reality, production would likely move from Oregon to Ireland or other countries that did not place massive additional costs and necessary equipment. What? Reshore? Is that not a word? That is what Google is just lying to me. At the dictionary. It's likely that production would move from the U.S. to other countries that did not place massive additional costs and necessary equipment. The concept of tariffs on imported washing machines may be borne primarily by consumers, but tariffs on imported lithographic machines, construction equipment, steel, and much more would be borne primarily by American businesses and workers. Tariffs on construction equipment, steel, and is there a word to describe fixed business cost? Business, I don't know. I would say production equipment, factory equipment. I'll say factory equipment would be cost of tariffs would be borne by U.S. businesses and workers. Moreover, the vast majority of American imports come from close economic and political partners rather than rivals like China. Is this all imports? This is U.S. good imports, but vast majority of American imports come from close economic and political partners rather than rivals like China. So we allow China to sell steel into our country for below the cost of production. The argument with steel is going to be national security. The issue is, why wouldn't we? I still don't. Why not just subsidize U.S. steel the same way we subsidize chips? First of all, universal tariffs would not fix this issue. Because you're not just tariffing steel, you're tariffing everything. You're tariffing bananas. It's just not, universal tariffs are just not the way to do it. But I don't know. I honestly would probably just prefer that we subsidize U.S. steel rather than like tariff China. But I don't know. Like anti-dumping tariffs can be good, but Trump is not proposing anti-dumping tariffs. Trump is proposing universal tariffs on everything. Last year, more than 70% of all good imports came from the EU, Mexico, Canada, and other close American allies, with even more coming from countries neutral to positive U.S. relations. Trump and his trade circle claim that tariffs are primarily paid by foreigners due to overwhelming contrary evidence, but even if they were right, the policies would primarily be hurting American allies. True. In reality, U.S. manufacturers would suffer tremendously under universal tariffs, and many key areas like car manufacturing, decades of trade policy have already molded North America into an unfilled market where one's vehicle manufacturing process can cross the entire continent as it progresses from part to final assembly. Rendering those intricate links apart would have enormous costs, as imports of vehicle parts and accessories stood at $191 billion last year. Okay, I would say like key. Manufacturing industries. It's just a car manufacturing. Rely on supply chains. Built by North America's unified market. Where one vehicle's manufacturing process can cross the entire continent as it progresses from part to final assembly. Are familiar with transshipment? I don't think so. I don't know exactly what you mean. Won't this tear up NAFTA too? Well, not NAFTA. Sorry, no. Trump already tore up NAFTA. Trump already got rid of NAFTA, and then he made a new deal, the COM agreement. It's not great. It's called like USMCA, I think, or something. I don't know. I like to call it the COM agreement because Canada, United States, Mexico. It's funnier. He made the COM agreement, and this is going to tear up that. It's going to tear up his own agreement. But yes, yeah, you're right. The new thing, yep. The new thing, which Trump made himself. Imports of vehicle parts and accessories stood at $190 billion last year. Where China brings a bulk steel to Canada, unloads a boat, loads the boat back up, and is now called a Canadian export. I haven't heard of that. But like, again, I don't know if Trump is not proposing anything to fix this. He's proposing universal tariffs. Universal tariffs. I don't think you understand. Like, Biden has already done anti-dumping tariffs. That's why you do a universal tariff. We can do anti-dumping tariffs. Why are you mad about cheap mats, bro? True. I mean, like, the concern is it's unfair competition, right? So it can be like distortionary or whatever. But to avoid transshipment, universal tariffs are almost certainly not the best way to avoid transshipment. You are hurting Canada and people in the Midwest who are buying energy from Canada way more than you are hurting transshipment. Like, you are hurting U.S. allies and people in America way more than you're doing anything to help with transshipment. Global value chains are increasingly complex, and attempting to decouple them from wholesale would impose increasingly large costs. Retaliation to Trump's tariffs would be drastic. Finally, even if you think the cost of universal tariffs are borne by foreigners and would benefit U.S. industry instead of harming it, the inevitably swift retaliatory tariffs and negative sum global trade would definitely harm America. Retaliatory tariffs would also harm America. Having a planet's largest economy institute tariffs on every other country at the same exact time has a great disadvantage of unifying the world against the U.S. And even one-to-one retaliation would bring the effective tariff rate on U.S. exports to the highest level in decades. Plus, unlike retaliatory tariffs from the first China trade war, there would be nowhere for U.S. exports to be rerouted to. In effect, the losses from reduced trade would be concentrated in the U.S. U.S. on one side and split between the entire rest of the world on the other. Unlike in the first China trade war. There'd be nowhere for U.S. exports to be rerouted. In effect, the losses on the U.S. side and losses from reduced trade would concentrate in the U.S. on one side and split between the entire rest of the world on the other. In their marginally more sophisticated arguments, universal tariffs proponents talk about how the policy is giving the U.S. strong bonding position to force other countries to reduce tariffs on American exports. In reality, it would do the exact opposite, sharply curtailing foreign market access for U.S. businesses and undoing decades of work in negotiating free trade deals. It would also undo decades of work in negotiating free trade deals. Also harms U.S. or also harms foreign market access for U.S. businesses, and thus would not help not give the U.S. a strong buying position to force other countries to reduce tariffs on American exports. Come on, let me copy it. Oh my god. Wait, I can just do this. To the extent as possible, successful administration of basic industrial policy interventions requires policymakers to answer difficult questions. Is this sector worth bringing back to America? What combination of tariff subsidies and loans is necessary to kickstart investment in the U.S.? Will we accept inefficient domestic redundancies for national security purposes, or are we aiming for international competitive industry that will become a driver of growth? What parts of the necessary equipment and materials supply chains do we want to onshore, and what are we okay with importing? This current administration has at least some answers. Heavy subsidies coupled with targeted aggressive tariffs on key industries like semiconductors, EV, solar panels, steel, and critical minerals as part of the efforts to build out those sectors domestically in the U.S. These types of policies have not proven historically successful in the U.S. They have evidently failed in individual cases of washing machines, and I remain extremely worried they will fail again in other industries that they're currently being applied to. But there's at least a theoretical economic logic, and some low middle income countries have successfully targeted tariffs in conjunction with other development and industrial policies to kickstart key domestic manufacturing industries. Maybe we can too. Trump's manufacturing plans don't have any answers. There's no strategy behind a tariff, and a tariff itself is treated as a strategy. This is an actively counterproductive way to attempt to run industrial policy. Okay, successful industrial policy. It's really hard. It requires answering many difficult questions. We'll copy these. Oops, Control B. BRICS is not going to de-dollarize anytime soon. Call me when I start doing international trade in BRICS coin lol. True. Fuck, maybe we should take notes on that. I remember I forget. Oh fuck, I forget. I remember reading that the Economist thing, the envying the world, and they talk about in that report they talk about the BRICS currency and how it's probably not that big of a deal. The U.S. should not be that concerned about it yet, but I don't know if I don't remember the exact reasons behind it. Current administration has at least some answers. Heavy subsidies target aggressive tariffs in key industries. Meanwhile, Trump does not know what a tariff is. These types of policies have not proven historically successful in the U.S. I'm curious where this goes. To another article by him, which I don't think we'll have time to read or anything, but conclusions. The most unintentionally revealing statement from people in Trump's policy orbit, when they talk about metaphorically about the supposed negative externalities to trade itself. Proponents of these universal tariffs do not see trade as an engine of economic prosperity that can be harnessed for good. Rather, they see it as an ugly byproduct of necessary production processes, factory sludge dumped into a pristine river that governments ought to strictly curtail. That kind of sharp antipathy to trade is one of Trump's most consistent policy positions, and nearly all the administrative officials who constrained to worse impulses during his first term will not be returning as if he's reelected. Remembering these great acts of globalist practice ever, and also remembering the second Trump administration intensely finding staffers who would be more likely to lie on anti-trade stuff. Yeah. Based. Trump's first administration. Had people who constraining the worst impulses of his first term trade policy. Those will be gone. Who debating? Some guy, I forget his name already, Trick or something? Tricky Tack. I don't think he's a streamer or anything. I don't know if you know who the Process is. They're hosting it. He is a streamer. On YouTube mostly, I think. But as President Trump would have broad unilateral authority to raise taxes on a wide variety of imports, and if we chose to pursue a smaller version of universal tariffs, the cost of everyday Americans would be immense. True. I don't know. Okay, probably want to take notes on at least some of that. And then I'm sure there's an article if I just look up Trump credit card interest cap. I'm sure there's an article where we can just take a few notes. That's like, oh, you know, this is obviously can lead to a lot of people losing credit cards. Okay, I need to peek. Enjoy the Subway Surfers. I will be back in a second. Hold on, let me put slime videos up. He's a fucking idiot, Destiny. You know what? I'll put this up. I will steal the content. And I will listen
Sat
to it
down
with my
with
wireless
Carlson
headphones
for
while I
about
pee.
2
Just know
hours,
that.
Part of 2 hours. He also recently spoke at a Trump rally off the cuff. On both occasions, he said that if Republicans do not get out and vote for Donald Trump, this will be the last election. What do you make of that?
He's just an idiot. I thought I was supposed to have communism after 8 years of Obama. And then I thought I was getting communism after 4 years of Biden. Still hasn't happened. I thought we were getting a wall after 4 years of Trump. Didn't happen. I thought we were getting a balanced budget after 8 years of Bush and 4 years of Trump. Didn't happen. Like, it's just bullshit talking points. That means nothing.
I must say, I was shocked to hear such extreme language. And again, even just from a point of optics, I mean, if that's what he believes, then fine. But to sort of get up and say this will be the last election, I find that sort of difficult to believe that he could take it seriously. But listening to him on Tucker, he's making a very specific point about border crossings. He's making a very specific... He's not saying that there won't literally be elections again. His point is that Democratic policy is opening up the border, flooding the country with immigrants who will be fast-tracked to green cards and then citizenship, specifically shipped into swing states where the states can be decided by tens of thousands of votes, shipping in hundreds of thousands of people who will vote Democrat, even though they might be culturally more right-wing where they come from. Their top priority is going to be getting their family to come and live with them, and so they're always going to vote blue. And so if we vote Democrat, we get 4 more years of flooding the border with immigrants who are going to vote blue, thereby flooding the border with even more immigrants who are always going to vote blue, setting up what Elon Musk predicts will be like essentially a one-party country in the way that California is, in effect, de facto, a one-party state. That's the specific point that he's making. So when he says this will be the last election, he means that this will be the last election with a meaningful discrepancy between right-wing and left-wing voters on issues other than just trying to get their families to come and live with them. Do you think there's any credence in what he's saying?
No. I think that Elon Musk is a 97 IQ man who masquerades as a 137 IQ man, and all of his followers are 85 IQ, so they all believe that he's as smart as he says he is. He wouldn't be able to pass a Civics 101 test. The man is just astoundingly fucking stupid when it comes to talking about anything outside of his very narrow set of expertise, which just seems to be creating a whole bunch of children with a whole bunch of women. So nothing that he says, we've been hearing these same arguments for decades. Even what conservatives say, I just caught a guy trying to make this dog shit argument before about bringing in certain types of immigrants that will only vote liberal. Every immigrant votes for liberals because conservatives are fucking insane, and that's their fault. If you can't find a way to appeal to anybody that comes into this country that's not bought in and indoctrinated with your political ideology from birth, that sounds like a fucking you problem. Because I caught a guy doing, I don't want a bunch of brown, Haitian, black, whatever immigrants coming in. It's like, oh, really? You think people coming from fucking Norway and Sweden are voting for Donald Trump? You think people immigrating from Italy or France or Germany or Poland even are voting for Donald Trump? No, this is not happening. Nobody from around the world comes to the United States.
I don't know if Poland's border policies, maybe they are voting for fucking Donald Trump. Okay, we'll read this real quick. Former President Donald Trump made headlines in a surprise announcement after promising free in vitro fertilization. Jesus. What's up, Soha Gamedian? Is that how you pronounce it? Welcome to the stream. No one comes out of Social Security. Trump said, oh, wait, did I have that in my opening? Are you strongly opinionated on the election? Kinda. I did already vote. You can see my voted sticker. Okay, it's all going to be 25%, 30%. Trump promises follows into home stretch of extremely close presidential race. Polish people hate Trump. The only actually, you know what's funny is I'm pretty sure I think Polish Americans have a really good history of predicting the winner. The Polish Americans polling predicts presidential election. What it say? The sticker just says I voted. It's an I voted sticker. Unexpected bellwether. Yeah, Polish Americans have predicted like a ton of the last presidential elections. The Polish American vote has sided with the eventual presidential winner in all but 3 votes since 1916, giving them an 89% success rate. The average credit card balance was $6,000 in the second quarter of 2024 compared to $4,000 in the same period of 2021, according to TransUnion. The current delinquency rate is more than 3%, the highest since 2011, Federal Reserve data shows. Trump's proposed rate cap, if enacted, would have a huge impact on both consumers and the financial industry. The average interest rate on credit cards is currently over 20%, with some charging as much as 36%. A 10% cap would completely destroy the credit card market. Ted Rossman, a senior industry analyst at Bankrate, stated a 10% cap would completely upend the credit card market. While the Trump campaign is yet to provide details on how the proposed cap would work, campaign spokesperson said the intent was to provide temporary and immediate relief for hardworking Americans, including those who are struggling to make ends meet and can afford hefty interest payments on top of skyrocketing costs of mortgages, rent, and gas. Groceries and gas. Harris hasn't specifically proposed capping interest on credit cards, however, she has focused on burning debt without her wipe away medical debt for households. The vice president has also repeatedly touted her work in the Biden administration to forgive federal student loan forgiveness. I don't really like Trump-based. Biden administration's work to reduce the so-called junk fees consumers pay. Blah, 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 blah. Under federal law, nationwide limits on credit card interest rates are scarce. Consumer advocates say the 2006 Lending Act set a 30% cap on many lending products sold to active duty military. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Beyond these examples, however, the authority to set interest rates limited largely left to the states. Under the 19th century. Okay, where just talk about the effects of it. Yeah, okay. If Trump would enter the White House, who now let the authority to alter the landscape. President cannot set a cap on interest. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. You know what wipes away real debt? Inflation. True. Inflation does benefit debtors. Like, American people, because they see equity in their homes going up, but they see chicken nugget price. Or they don't see the, yeah, they don't see it, but they do see the chicken nugget price. But what if they really like chicken nuggets? What argument that banks proceeded to dramatic reduction in interest rates were permitted to change all credit card holders? They would respond by limiting the number of higher risk customers whom they agree to issue credit cards. Only good thing he does is try to control immigration. Other than that, he just seems very ignorant and not interested in improving conditions. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's particularly good on immigration either, just because, like, I mean, he's the one that shot down that border bill, obviously, the bipartisan bill. I think he's too anti-immigrant. Like, I don't think a wall is a particularly effective way to control immigration. We've kind of moved beyond that at this point, but yeah, I think legal immigration is mostly good, and I don't think Trump really wants to expand it at all. Trump supporters probably have the strong preference for chicken nuggets. True. If banks were capped on how much interest they could charge, they would respond by limiting the number of higher risk customers whom they agreed to issue credit cards. So Nicholas Anthony, policy analyst at the Libertarian Cato Institute, study for monetary and financial alternatives. In response to this cap, lenders are likely to cut people off if they're deemed too risky or expensive to serve. They might also give out fewer services, Anthony said. The unintended consequence would be access to credit would dry up. It won't be profitable for banks if the 10% is the most they can charge. Someone's warned against lending bank industry gloomy predictions about the potential impact. Let's see, which strong case for imposing interest rate cap at 10%, but below the current highs. Banks are opposed to any rate cap. They claim the sky would fall at a 36% rate cap too. Nonetheless, consumer advocates and other concerns about the Trump proposal. Capping interest would help consumers so long as it did not lead to crossover penalty fees. Otherwise, it's a game of whack-a-mole. 2022 credit cards issuers charged $14 billion in late fees. That's noted. The figure represented more than 10% of the $130 billion. New rule limit credit card late fees to $8. Tied up in the court. In May, Trump appointed a federal judge. Temporarily blocked the rule from taking effect. Of course. Is it a Texas judge? Is it my favorite Texas judge? A U.S. District Judge in Texas, Mark Pittman. I love this dude. I'm being ironic, obviously. Actually, I don't remember if this is. I remember the federal judges in Texas have a ton of power right now because I guess it's like some districts in Texas that only have one judge. So like if you can file your suit in that district, you know which who's going to look at your case, so you can like judge shop for a conservative judge, and it's not ideal. Inflation is probably very good for the U.S. economy because of the high number of debt burden individuals and corporations. Well, some level of inflation wrong. I don't think it's entirely wrong. I don't know. People don't like inflation. Obviously, inflation is like regressive and yeah. Okay, we have this. What's the guy, Justin Wolfer or something? This guy, Justin Wolfers, yeah. Do you guys been inflation is bad for people? Has been extremely effective propaganda for creditors. True. Okay, what is this? Oops. What's the argument? The argument is resources that it was like resources that would otherwise be devoted to exports are now used for domestic manufacturing of tariffed goods, and then tariffs move exchange rates to the position where exports likely fall roughly as much as imports decline, even if there is no explicit retaliations from countries. Tax one side, you reduce both sides, just taxing gasoline. Reduce the sale of gasoline and purchase of gasoline. It makes no difference between taxes posed on buyers or sellers. Quantitative imports and goods could differ. Trade balance. The trade balance technically the current account balance. I'm more familiar with the word current account. It's national savings minus national investment. But unless tariffs reduce the budget, which is negative savings, They are not likely to increase trade surplus or reduce the trade deficit. U.S. farmers will be market to Brazilian farmers. The loss in agricultural export competitiveness is exactly what you expect when a country adopts higher tariffs. It has nothing to do with U.S.-China relations. It has everything to do with the real exchange rate. None of this means tariffs are necessarily a bad idea. Rather, analysis suggests that it would be a mistake to move towards protectionism. Under the assumption tariffs only reduce imports, whereas in fact tariffs reduce both exports and imports. Yes, the same applies to an export tax, which also reduces imports for the same general reason. Okay. Aging rural population is the latest strike in the country. Has been losing its agricultural dominance for years. The standing has been a crucial political power, including crucially China, the biggest agricultural importer. But the U.S.-China relations frayed during Donald Trump's trade war, allowing Brazil to take place of some U.S. suppliers. Already the top exporter of soybeans, Brazil now being a place to overtake U.S. corn exports too. As U.S. agriculture deficit widens to a record $32 billion in fiscal 2024, households find themselves increasing risk of supply chain disruptions when far-flung disasters hit. This is not about tariffs, but about central bank independence. Non-funded RU of drinking Red Bull based. That's the best thing you can do in my honor. I love Red Bull. I love Red Bull. You know, sometimes I think I've been over this before. Like Monster is way cheaper than Red Bull, because you can get double the amount of Monster for the same price. It's annoying because I like Red Bull more. I appreciate you drinking it in my honor. What is this? Let's start going 3. Oops. Okay. So we have this. We found a tariffs, increases lead, and medium-term economically. Obviously, cannot read this whole study. But I do have other studies. This, I think, found a reduction in, despite being indicated to boost many, we find U.S. industries more exposed to tariffs increases, experience relative reductions in employment, as well as a small positive effect in import protection is offset by larger negative effects from rising input costs and retaliatory tariffs. Higher tariffs are also associated with relative increases in producer prices due to rise in input cost. Lastly, we document broader labor market impacts as countries more exposed to rising tariffs exhibit relative increases in unemployment and declines in labor force participation. Okay, thank you. I love when PDFs do this. Okay, I think I also have some other studies on it. I need to go look at it that I already have taken notes on. Central bank independence. So it examines spider policy consistent to central bank independence effective inflation. Evidence still limited. Using a novel data set, we analyzed the effect of central bank independence on inflation. For example, 108 developing countries between 1980 and 2013. We find that the higher central bank independence associated with lower inflation rates. This effect is stronger in more democratic countries. The more democratic a country is, but it's also present in non-democratic countries. Thanks for the follow, Master Game One. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. We'll put this in tariffs. What the fuck did I do? No. What the fuck? Why does it do that when I hit tab? There we go. That's what I really need to do. Notice you have low viewers on your streaming videos, however, I'd like to help you in this field and get you real and active engagement. And also work to unlock your earnings potential on your Twitch profile. I already have earnings on my Twitch. I don't have earnings on my YouTube. What a cool bot comment. Usually I get a lot of those bot comments on Rumble. Okay, I think I might have someone at Central Bank independent shit here. Here's still tariffs and jobs revisited. And tariff tracker. Mark was literally addicted to opium. Really? That doesn't surprise me, but it's not insanely surprising or anything. $25% steel and aluminum tariffs imposed by Trump for nearly 2 years. Additional tariffs. They estimated protected 1,000 jobs here. I think this is a study that. Oh no. Estimated that half of the 25% tariffs in the U.S. Higher domestic steel and aluminum prices have had negative effects on your business. A study by researchers at Columbia University has Federal Reserve Bank in New York and Princeton estimated half of the 25% of tariffs into U.S. domestic prices of steel. I think did I passed on through U.S. domestic prices of steel. I forgot the word passed on. increased cost of inputs. Reduction led to the reason U.S. Tariffs associated with lower growth. Tariffs to put U.S. producers at this. Yeah, okay, crazy. Nearly 100,000 requests for exemptions. This is the disentangling defect study. Increase input costs to the 0.6 fewer jobs in the manufacturing sector, which it computes about 75,000 fewer jobs than what otherwise have occurred. This is not counting the additional losses among U.S. exporters who face losses due to tariffs against U.S. retaliation. Recently, economists at New York shows a decline in domestic purchase of U.S. automobiles in the countries most affected by retaliatory tariffs. Oh, never forget, brother. Welcome back. New day, new account. What you thinking? What do you mean? I never read this. Fuck. An election who win? I've been feeling more confident about Kamala recently. One, because the early voting in Pennsylvania looks good, and two, because I saw like the most like Democratic opium article for polling. Hold on, let me pull it up. I don't have time to go over this fully, but it's like they think that Trump's polling numbers are being inflated because if you look at the Senate numbers, they lean in favor of Democrat, and it doesn't seem super plausible that Trump could be neck and neck with Harris in certain states, but the Senate race is not nearly as close. It goes over like North Carolina specifically because we have a tight governor race too. Split ticket, guess how much either side would win by popular vote? I almost guarantee you Kamala Harris will win the popular vote, but that I'm pretty confident on. I don't know. My guess would be Kamala Harris wins the popular vote by at least 2 million. Would be my guess. One particularly confusing case is North Carolina, where Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, my man, disastrous gubernatorial campaign, is sinking every race on a ticket. Robinson is trailing by 22 points overall and is staggering 41 points among women. Yet Trump is leading by 0.4 to 1.2 in the averages. It's hard to imagine how a Republican losing by 41 points among women while Trump is supposedly running a close race. Even without the gender gap, the idea that Robinson is 22 points down while Trump is ahead defies logic. This would be a 23% split ticket margin, which would be astonishing. Yeah, so there are like races like this. North Carolina, I think, is probably the biggest example because Mark Robinson is Mark Robinson. But yeah, their argument is there's a lot of noise in the polls that show Trump ahead when he really isn't. But I mean, again, I don't know. I don't know. The 13 keys are on our side. Okay. So there's that, first of all. The polls are like neck and neck. But there could be reason to believe they are overstating Trump, okay? The 13 keys are on our side. And those are clearly the best model, better than the polls. Nothing wrong with them. They are the best. 13 keys are on our side. Most importantly, we have the BIMI key. We have the PPG BIMI key. He is predicting a Kamala win. He would never be wrong. If his prediction was wrong, his mind would transform into a black hole, okay? So, Kamala will win because we have our 13 keys and the BIMI key. More red states started their voting period than blue states, or is it even? I don't know, actually. I would assume by now almost every state has early voting by now, I would guess. I don't actually know, though, but basically to do Donald Trump shares reduce long-run GDP. The capital stock by 0.1%, and employment by 142,000 full-time jobs. I need to write down a few bullet points from this. A lot of 13 keys. The keys, baby. Again, really it's 14 keys, because the Bimmy key, the Bimmy, whoever Bimmy predicts will win, that's the most important key. That actually supersedes all the other keys. The 13 keys could be predicting, Trump would win. But if we have the Bimmy key, that's all that matters. Trump administration. Okay, we estimated Trump adding tariffs would reduce long-run GDP. Couple start 1% employment by 142,000 full-time equivalent jobs. For accounting for behavioral effects, higher tariff amount and average tax increase at households, $625. Oh, well, fuck the 13 key. Listen, okay? Listen. Listen, okay, obviously, okay, maybe the 13 keys aren't the best, okay? Maybe they're not the best. But am I glad that we have them on our side, okay? They do have a good, I am very glad that they are on our side. I would be more worried if the keys weren't on our side, okay? Okay, it's old, overturned window was shifted. Okay, listen, I'm just saying, all else equals, certus paribus, the keys being on our side is a good thing, okay? That's what matters. The keys. I love the keys. I'm fucking hot. I don't know why. I might turn my fan on, which you guys would be able to hear, but it wouldn't matter too much. I guess I could turn on noise suppression, but... Historical evidence shows tariffs raise prices and reduce available quantity of goods and businesses for U.S. businesses and consumers, results in lower income, reduced employment, and lower economic output. Tariff could reduce U.S. output through a few channels. One of the possibilities that tariff may be passed on to producers. Oh my god, there's so many. Results from many studies suggests that tariffs have raised prices, lower economic output, and employment since the start of trade war in 2019. A February 2018 analysis by economists, they don't care, found that steel consuming jobs outnumbered steel producing jobs 80-1, indicating a greater loss from steel tariffs and job gains. Survey, 43 economic experts revealed 0% thought U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum workers would improve Americans' welfare. 0% based. An August 2018 analysis from economists at the Federal Reserve Bank in New York warned that the Trump administration would tend to use tariffs to narrow the trade deficit, would reduce imports and U.S. exports, resulting in little to no change in the trade deficit. A March 2019 National Bureau of Economic Research study conducted by Pablo D. Okay, don't care. Found that the trade war tariffs did not lower the before duties import price of Chinese goods, resulting in U.S. importers taking on the entire burden and import duties in the form of higher prices after duties. Resulting in U.S. importers taking on the entire burden. Oh, did not lower the... Okay. April 2019... found that the Trump administration imposed tariffs on washing machines, washer prices increased by $86 per unit and dryer prices by $92 per unit due to packaging deals, ultimately resulting in aggregate increasing consumer costs of over $1.5 billion. In April 2019, a research publication from the International Monetary Fund used a range of general equilibrium models to estimate the effects of a 25% increase in tariffs between China and the U.S. These models estimated the higher tariffs would bring both countries significant economic losses. A 2024 study by by David Arter and others concluded that the 2018 to 2019 tariffs failed to provide economic help to Heartland. Import tariffs had neither a sizable nor significant effect on employment in the regions within newly protected sectors, and foreign retaliation, by contrast, had a clearly negative employment effect, particularly in agriculture. This is how you abbreviate the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, yeah. Oh, Tax Cuts and Jobs. Oh, I need some clips of Trump. So, Trump say interest rate.
The Federal Reserve is a very interesting thing, and it's sort of gotten it wrong a lot. And he's tending to be a little bit late on things. He gets a little bit too early and a little bit too late. And, you know, that's very largely it's a gut feeling. I believe it's really a gut feeling. And I used to have it out with him.
In my case, I made a lot of money.
A couple of times very strongly. I fought him very hard. And, we get along fine. But I feel the president should have at least say in there, yeah.
And then we'll look up Trump. There's this really funny clip, okay? Trump, I have the right to remove Powell, okay? Listen to this.
So far made a lot of bad decisions, in my opinion. We had this great, and we will soon have again, because I think you're going to have a tremendous bounce when this is over. I think there's a pent-up bounce that's going to be tremendous. I think you saw that yesterday with the stock market. No, I'm not happy with the Fed because I think that they're following, not leading. We should be leading. I'm not happy because if you look at the central banks of other central
trade models do predict there are winners and losers. Trade right, nobody loses if gains are only redistributed, but maybe that is already through welfare. Well, yeah, sure, there are winners and losers in trade, but just redistribute it. Just like obviously, trade can be a net positive overall, and some people still lose. But we should just redistribute the gain that we get from the net positive to the people who lose.
Largely, they're lower than us, their rate. And their equivalent of the Fed rate is lower, in some cases by 2 points. In some cases, that's a lot. In some cases, very substantially. And I thought that the Fed would be and should be much more proactive as opposed to following. Our Fed is following. We shouldn't have a Fed rate that's higher than our competitor nations. You look at Germany, they're essentially under
Germany,
zero.
our competitor.
They're negative.
Yep.
There are many countries negative. Japan is negative. Germany is negative.
Not
negative.
Not a good sign, by the way. The fact that they have negative rates is not a good sign. That's a sign that the bank is desperately trying to increase aggregate demand. But okay.
And we're paying higher interest rates. And what I'd like to do is, frankly, refinance our debt. We could refinance our debt very easily at a much lower.
This is Trump literally saying, "I want the Fed to lower interest rates so I can spend more money."
rate. We have to refinance our debt, and we're paying higher interest rates. And what I'd like to do is, frankly,
You'd like to lower rates to refinance our debt. Also, like, this was in 2020, so like most of the debt we had at this point was still look at Fauci back there, poor guy. True, was still like borrowed during fucking after the post 2008 period where rates were like zero for years until like I think they raised them in 2019 or maybe 2018.
Finance our debt. We could refinance our debt very easily at a much lower rate. We have some tremendous opportunities right now.
We need to lower interest rates in QE. We've done that. It's not working. Trump, you're fired. True. There's a little bit of stuff on tax cuts. I know Krugman has some. He wrote about it in Arguing with Zombies. I should have downloaded that. Legally downloaded it. I guess I could buy it, but. It's all about the debt. This article contributes to the debate by utilizing a newly constructed indicator of taxes on the risk to identify all major instances of major tax reductions in the rich 18 Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development between 1965 and 2015. We then estimate the average effect of these major tax reforms back. I guess we found tax cuts for the rich lead to higher income inequality in both the short, medium, and long term. In contrast, reforms do not have any significant effect on economic growth or output. Is this the... No, these are different. Revenues as a percent of GDP plotted against the unemployment rate. They broke the United States' modern tax structure. Revenues are significantly lower, no longer grow much with the economy. I don't know why there's two links here. Let's take the more recent one, but Kindle. Can we make America affordable again? Should we? That's got to be in there. These both got to be in there. Or here. Well, actually, these are all in here. Oh, epic title. Harris versus Trump economy exposed. The truth revealed. Is that fucking AI generated? You know who the only one I trust is.
That's that problem. But anyway.
Oh, come on. You guys don't even have fucking chapters, bro. You have intro, you have taxes a little bit more, and you have closing thoughts. Bro, AI generate that shit. I don't know, but I think she walked back her unrealized tax. I don't know.
Policy plus the $6,000 tax credit for newborns that Kamala is suggesting. SC, looks like you had something to say.
I was mentioning in one of the notes that she has on this, we often talk about the direct benefits of child poverty reduction. She cites a study, not she, but the internet put this together, says researchers found that expanding the CTC returns as much as $15 to society for every $1 invested in children's health, education, and future earnings. And so part of the point here is that there isn't just these...
Hold on, SDL. I need to...
notes that she has.
Suggesting. SC, looks like you had something to say.
I was just mentioning in one of the notes that she has on this, we often talk about the direct benefits of child poverty reduction. She cites a study, not she, but the intern that put this together says researchers found that expanding the CTC returns.
Expanding the CCT. What's up, Rated Awesome? Welcome to the stream. Good one, bro. How do you track so many schizophrenics to your server? YouTube. It's YouTube. The YouTube people are schizophrenic. Anyone who comes to the Discord server through YouTube is schizophrenic. Twitch people are pretty normal. Like, there are like some, like, as evidenced by Rated Awesome here, there are like, Trump supporters in the Twitch chat, but like they aren't like autistically like just dumb. Okay, well, where's the bibliography? I'm looking for 21. Oh my god. 21. Kill me. Okay, so we'll do slash targeting 3. Child tax credit. I'll take up child over here. This actually probably goes over it. I might not. Child poverty. Or let's just say extended or expanded tax credit.
As much as $15 to society for every $1 invested in children's health, education, and future earnings. And so part of the point here is that there isn't just these private benefits to increasing welfare, that like children aren't in poverty, their families aren't in poverty. It's also that those will have huge social benefits of reduced crime, increased education, which means greater earnings, greater innovation, like all these things down the line. We're leaving all this money on the table by letting children live in poverty. And so it's just sort of unconscionable that we're not. Even if you're like a fiscal conservative, you should want these kind of investments.
Yeah, exactly. Like one thing that I try to point out to conservatives is that, we talk about equal opportunity, right? We want to have equal opportunity. Well, look, I mean, every child that grows up with parents who don't work or make substantially low incomes, who go to crappy schools, who live in bad environments, you know, who get into bad activities and become criminals or just become like very unproductive members of society. Those are people that had the capacity to become scientists, engineers, you know, thought leaders, like very productive people in our society. And studies back this up. You know, studies back this up. You know, children that grow up in poverty have lower IQs. Children that grow up in poverty just like necessarily don't live up to their full potential. There have been experimental studies where like temporary welfare programs, and I'm sure there's probably going to be a lot of studies about this with the one-time child tax credit that happened under Biden, but studies have done this where temporary welfare programs where you can compare families that have been affected by these programs and cutoff dates, and what you'll find is that the educational attainment and the end life sort of results of these children that grow up to be adults is way better. They end up earning more money, they have better family lives, they become, you know, they're less likely to be criminals. There's so many social benefits to children just like not living in abject poverty. You know, you take some of those symptoms off by having some of these subsidies.
Okay, got some tax cut stuff. There was something I don't know where it is by now. More than genetics though? I don't know. I would imagine like it's a I mean obviously genetics plays a role, but like if you're kept in poverty, then you're never gonna live up to your full genetic potential then, right? So I think that'd be the argument there. I don't know if it's more than genetics, but like if your genetics caps your IQ at 80, or 80 is really low, at 100, but you grow up in poverty, you're never going to reach that potential, right? Also has plans to reduce the cost. I don't know her exact healthcare plan. Continue the Biden healthcare premium subsidies. And extending the $35 cap on insulin and $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket spending for all Americans. Okay, but how much is it increasing their IQ to make them not grow up in poverty? How much is it increasing their IQ to make them not grow up in poverty? I don't know. Ask your Connor boy. I don't know. I'm not the one who said it. Give me a second. I swear I had more shit on healthcare. It's probably one of the Steve Ratner things. It might be in Coconut Army 2024. Here we go. Okay. Case for free for lunch. Here's the right idea in housing. Issue page. I know I didn't take notes on everything. This might come up in the tariff thing, so I'll keep it there. I swear I had. It probably was a Steve Ratner chart, and it's just got a dumb title, and I gotta find it. Oh wait, it's just my script. Script I don't care about. Maybe we do care about script. Okay, might be down, but why in Poly Market is a no for Trump the same price as a yes for Kamala, not the same price? It's because they're, I forget exactly how Poly Market works. I don't the like betting odds thing aren't the same. It's just like percentages. I don't know. I heard an explanation of it once, and I'm too dumb to remember it. I was too dumb to understand it then, and I'm like, I'm too dumb to remember it. I don't know. Uncapped bets so you can scoot lines to cook other books. Maybe. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Big Strong. But like the betting odds versus probability. Like there's a there's an implied probability, but it's not like the same. Yeah, I don't know. See, look at that. What the fuck does this even mean, bro? People don't want to vote for losers. True. Well, I got that, but the no for Trump should be the same as yes for Harris. They don't have third party. Oh, they don't even have third party. I don't know. I think there are probably people manipulating Poly Market. Didn't it come out that like somebody literally went through the entire order book with his bet? It's just so sketch. Yeah, I think somebody in Poly Market literally went through the entire order book with his bet, like yes on Trump. I don't know. Shouldn't you be able to exploit that? Shouldn't you be able to do like arbitrage if the yes on Trump isn't the same as the no on Harris? Can't you design a bet to always win that? Can't you do arbitrage on that? I don't know how you would do it because I'm not smart enough to do it, but shouldn't you be able to? One guy made over like $1 million. Damn, for what I looked up, poverty does have a massive effect on IQ, certainly enough to make significant decrease in one's life. Yeah, sure. It makes sense, but... No, they got Concord. They got it. No, they shut it down. They shut it down. They shut it down. Okay, I'm going to listen to more of this, but I also need to get a drink and pee again. I'll be back.
These subsidies it's very, very good for society to invest in children. It's amongst the most sort of per dollar productive things the government can put money into is just making sure children grow up in equitably financed environments, and that's kind of what this speaks to. Michael, what were you going to say?
I'd say that an example which is similar to this is child labor. It's like, not only is child labor bad to like submit a child to, but it reduces their productivity throughout their entire life by doing damage to their body and their psyche and reducing their ability to get education. So it just seems to be the case that helping out kids is like not only like the morally correct thing to do, but also like just absolutely like the highest return welfare activity that you could pursue.
Absolutely. So we love those policies from Kamala, and unfortunately, we talked about this in the last segment. This really isn't getting a lot of play. Like this would literally cut the amount of children in poverty probably by more than half, by like 67%. We'd have so many less children living in poverty, and it's not just so many less children living in poverty. All those children that remain in that cutoff that we call poverty would still be substantially more, better financially off in that circumstance as well, even though they still fall under this sort of technical definition of poverty. All children would be made substantially better by this policy. All children would be, and so it's very important to keep that in mind as well, even if we assume that the poverty cutoff effects don't exist. But in general, guys, what are some other things in this document? Those are kind of the two main things that stuck out to me. Was there anything else worth note, STL?
Just before we get too far from the CTC, one thing I want to add as well, like I'm talking about these second order effects. We know that a lot of studies with stuff which looks like UBI find that it actually can reduce divorce rates and keep couples together. So one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up is that like a big factor in people getting divorced is financial stress. If you're extremely poor, you've got a new child, it's an extremely stressful time of your life. One of those stresses is money. Giving people money like empirically reduces both the mental health disorders of children and the likelihood of divorce for the adults. If you are a pro-family conservative, right, or if you think that there's a benefit to keeping families together, these are unironically the kinds of things that you should support that actually seem to have empirical evidence in slightly raising the marriage rate, slightly lowering the divorce rate. So if we're talking about second order effects, look, I just love families. I love them so much. And conservatives, I don't know why they want all these families to break up.
See this? Oh, he looks so upset.
They want a bunch of divorces. It's really crazy.
And let's run through very quickly the arguments against the CTC. Number one argument, the money is not used on the kids. People are just going to have kids in order to get the money. If people are having kids in order to get the money, we actually need to increase our birth rate, so that's fine. But that's also not going to happen because having a kid is tremendously net negative, even with the CTC. Who thinks that a child costs $3,600 a year? Please show me how you can even feed a child at $3,000. Like, where do y'all live? Like, in the middle of Nevada? I don't know. So every single study that's been shown on giving money to working families and just people in general has shown that they spend the money on normal things. Like, people don't just go spend $3,600 in cigarettes. So that's number one. Number two, the Republicans technically support expanding the CTC. Oh my God, JD Vance said one time, $5,000 CTC. Wow, well, that's really interesting.
Fat fuck, he's not fat. No, he's not. No. Can you believe they're making fun of you, buddy? He left. He ran away. We can't see the video? I know, I was showing you my cat. I don't know. We're gonna skip around and see if there's anything big that they mentioned.
I think California's tax policy is good. And to the extent that I think optimal federal tax policy is X, Y, and Z rates, I don't see why I should basically subsidize the bad decision-making of California politicians. Like, that seems like a bad framework.
Well, I think if you're going to include in your piece of legislation that you're going to cap state tax rates to make it work federally, that'd be super cool. And you might say, Michael, that's completely unrealistic and unconstitutional. I don't know. I'm not in law school yet. But what I can tell you is Canada has done something like this with their sales tax. They federalized their sales tax system and capped, I believe, the amount of extra sales tax they can charge on top. I think that's like
I don't remember
the UK does the same
where this chart is from.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to. Probably it would be unconstitutional to do that. But I mean, I would agree. I just think that would be very weird. Like, it would be very weird to because you could ultimately get so granular. Like, oh, like, what about the people of New York City pay a certain personal income tax rate? And it's like, well, yeah, but like, what the fuck? Like, they live in a bullshit ass city.
I think you need the consequences of your behavior, okay? And if the consequences in the real world are going to be bad, then don't do it. If they're going to be good, then you can't do it.
Listen.
Healthcare. I need to find the sources because this also has other shit on it.
Vermont is charging a higher tax rate.
I can see that the middle guy is already getting speaking. Damn, Poland. Don't insult a convoy like that. We love a convoy here. What was I looking up? Oh.
Texan, I just don't care what happens in California. Okay? Who gives a shit? All right? We don't have an income tax here because we're based. All right? Fuck it. Just do whatever you want, Kamala. Anyway, all right. What's the next thing?
Make the Affordable Care Act tax credit enhancements permanent. Okay, for y'all who do not know, if you are lower income, like up to like lower middle class, and you are buying your own insurance on the individual marketplace, okay? You're buying Obamacare health insurance on your state level exchange. You're not having employer provided insurance. You're not on Medicaid. There is a subsidy which caps your premiums, your monthly payments, at a certain percentage of your income. And this is subsidized. One
Here
of
we
the big
go.
things that Biden-Harris did, which most people didn't recognize, is these subsidies were actually going to expire. And they expanded them temporarily because I guess that's how everything works in this gosh dang country. So she wants to make them permanent.
Based.
And if this doesn't happen, if like Trump comes into office and these are not expanded, so many people will lose healthcare. Millions and millions and millions of people will lose their insurance because they won't be able to afford it anymore. So this is like a sleeper policy that's actually very important for people to keep their healthcare.
Is it actually that many people? I feel like the number of people that get their insurance from the exchange is like 3% of people. 11? Is that high?
Yeah, here, let's check.
I don't know. I thought it was because I read a report that was like,
There we go, finally,
you know,
mention.
of all the people who newly got insurance after Obamacare was passed, like 90+% of them, it was just because of Medicaid expansion.
If insurance are picked to lose their... okay, oops. Oh, well, I don't think this goes over how many people would lose it, but... Okay, you know what I also need? I need the distributional analysis of Donald Trump's tax plan. I also need to find... Where did it even... What? Just go to the page. That's not what I want. Oops. Oh wait, shit, I have 10 minutes. Uh-oh, I need to pee. Hold on. Bro. Less Democrats sweep the pound away of election, which doesn't look likely. Most of the proposals aren't going to make it a law, but it's worth examining the proposal anyway, because, well, the common economics law is what we do. Politically, yes, we need to raise taxes in the U.S. because the big deficits and higher interest rates, and most, although not all of Biden's suggestions about how to do so are actually a pretty good idea. Capital gains tax and estate taxes with your mainstream policy can both stand to go up in this country. Estate tax is good. Capital gains taxes probably not optimal. I don't know. I think he actually links a study in here. I've seen Noah Smith link it before about like long run capital gains taxation. It's not actually that bad. He was running with deficit, doesn't look good. Pandemic is over. Keynesian, blah 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 blah. Deficits may be contributing to inflation. Also, interest rates are fairly high, so borrowing right now increases that's by a lot. Okay. Perhaps MMT people would advise us to keep borrowing more and more. And borrow even more because that interest, etc. That's a bad idea. Eventually, something in the economy will eventually get into a default premium on government bonds or hyperinflation, etc. in order to avoid the possibility of then having the rest of the budget be crowded out by interest cost. The United States government have to get deficit spending under control. There are two ways to get deficit spending under control. One, cut government spending and raise taxes. That's it. There's only two options. So should we do this? In this case, breaking down deficit and taxes. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll be back in a second. And then we'll start debating, I'm sure. go to a random part, see if there's something important I missed.
Come in, we're developing stuff. They're not developing the kind of housing those people can afford. Now, fully econ brain would be like, oh, well, that's utility maximizing, right? Like,
True.
that is not going to politically work ever, right? So, like, if there's going to be development, it has to be affordable. And if it's not affordable, people will fight it and there will be no development. So I think that it actually makes sense to have subsidized credit from like HUD to develop affordable housing targeted to low-income communities so that we can upgrade their housing stock without displacing the local population.
I know one question that I had, that this is sort of directly on the questions around whether LIHTC is efficient, is I know that a lot of costs in the American context can come down to like single family houses tend to be cheaper for a lot of reasons, like regulatory reasons as well, than like apartment buildings. So I just wondered, like, is some of it that, does LIHTC tend to benefit larger constructions, which unfortunately seem to have a lot of reasons that they end up more expensive here versus like in Europe, for example?
Yeah, I think LIHTC is all apartments. From my understanding.
Well, then that's sort of what I wondered, is like, is it more expensive because of we have all these weird things which make apartments, like we have all these stair requirements for apartments that just don't seem to matter for single family housing.
I'm sure that doesn't help, but I think they look at LIHTC funded projects and then they compare it to just normal apartments. So anyway, I think it's like a math program. It's like, it's not the end of the world. It's not like we're throwing money into like fire. Like, it's not like the first time home buyer subsidy, because this actually is progressive, but it's like, can we do better, guys? Can we have a little bit more imagination? What do you think, O'Connell boy?
Yeah, I don't really have a super strong view on the like low-income housing tax credit. I generally, me personally, I generally favor, for low-income people specifically, I generally favor basically just really expansive public housing. I think that's probabilistically speaking, your best bet, even in a market that's perfect.
Dirty socialist talking about? What the fuck? I don't know. The empirical evidence shows that like the thing is not that bad, but the what's it called? Subsidies to first-time home buyers, the $25,000 down payment thing that Micah doesn't like. Dirty capitalist Micah. Not fighting for the proletariat. Housing policy difficult because housing is both a consumed good and investment vehicle to Americans that are wealth. These two objectives conflict with each other. For owning a home becomes more affordable, then the wealth of most Americans goes down. Considering this is good housing policy must walk a tightrope that ensures new housing supplies is consistently created, but also that housing appreciates slowly over time. Singapore achieves this by having a government own about 90% increasing the supply of housing slowly. I think it's of land. Which ensures everyone has a place to live, but also housing has a predictable financial return. Singapore gives grants to low-income first-time home buyers, which ensures that they can afford to buy into the system responsible for building wealth and reduces inequality. It's better to view it as an income redistribution policy than a than like just a strict housing policy, I think. Okay, I have no clue how this fucking thing works, by the way. Let me start virtual cam. They're not using Discord, they're using fucking StreamYard. Don't know what that shit is. It might take a little bit to set up how I want it to work, because usually I have a complicated setup for recording debates. Wow, I love Twitter. What the fuck? Aw, it's a cute rabbit. Hold on. How do I get my Twitter to look like that? What, you mean with rabbits? Aw. It's like crazy on mine. Yeah, you gotta stop. Aw. Look at all the, there's so many rabbits apparently. Okay, I don't know how this shit works. Entering the studio. Display name. Non-font. Oops. Non-font. Settings. Camera. OBS virtual cam. Resolution. Full high definition. Audio. That's correct. That's correct. Enter studio. You're backstage. Why am I backstage?
Non-fun, 1 second. What's up, non-fun?
What's up?
Not streaming quite yet. I'm gonna get started in just a second. I just want to see.
Yeah, I gotta.
Stream mode or anything?
Do I what? Sorry?
I know you've not used stream mode before. Do you have any questions about that?
No, it just has to give me a little bit of time to set up my OBS to capture it.
Yep, no worries. I thought you might need a sec.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Should be hopefully good.
All right, if it sounds good, I'm going to take you guys off. I'm going to do a short intro. Won't be long, though, but then we'll just go right into the debate. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, it's 7 o'clock. We'll get started. Okay, also, I'm doing a custom YouTube streaming thing, so hopefully this works the first time. We'll see if there's any technical difficulties. But without any further ado, let's get started. Hopefully this works without any issues.
Is that an issue? I don't know if that's an issue or not. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there we go. I can full screen this thing. Okay. I guess you're not gonna see me until the thing actually starts, but... Alright, oh no, I'm nervous just because I don't know why I'm nervous. Usually I'm not that nervous, but I'm nervous for this one. I think I'll do fine, regardless, but I don't know. Are you excited, chat? Chat, are we hyped? Can we get a hype train, chat?
What's up, stream? Hello, welcome to the... What day is it again? Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday, 8 p.m. stream. We have a heated debate today. I wonder if there's any undecided voters still out there. You know, election's only a couple of days away. If you don't know you're going to vote for, you should probably figure that out by now. But we're going to have I think a more intellectual discussion, a more intellectual debate, because I've seen lots of debates in the sphere, but no one's actually talking about policies. I think we're going to dive into that today. If you guys don't see the title of the stream, it is Terrorists versus Trump. In particular, about their economic policies. Is that economics can be better under
Discord call leaves now? Yeah, we're not in Discord. We're using Streamlabs. I was in my VC in my server, so I don't want someone to join while I was talking to them.
But I could milk the stream and do like a long intro, talk to the chat, but without further ado, let's welcome our debaters. I'm going to bring you guys on stage. Welcome, Ticky Tack and Non-Fun.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going to go over the format,
too,
but you guys, yeah, great, very happy to have you. We're going to go over the format, go into the actual opening statements, but first, you mind introducing yourself to the stream?
Hi, I'm Ticky Tack. I do general debates, and I'm part of the Crucible crew.
Got it, part of the Crucible universe. What about you, Non-Fun?
I'm Non-Fun. I stream on YouTube at Non-Fun, NON-F-O-N. I would really appreciate subs right now as we're trying to get to 1,000 subs so I can be monetized. Or on Twitch at Non-Fun420. I'm not part of any crew, just a streamer dude.
Good call. Yes, please Speaking of shilling our channels, yes, please help us both hit our sub goals. I'm trying to hit 500, trying to hit that bottom monetization status. But also, yeah, once you hit my sub button, go over to the non-funds channel, either Twitch, YouTube, do it on both, and go sub and follow over there. All right, without further ado, let's get into the actual format. Let me just check my notes. It's gonna be pretty open-ended. I don't expect too much moderation. We'll just go over the format. First off, I'm going to start off with a little coin flip to see who's going to go first. Opening statements can be decided by heads or tails. I'm going to give both parties 5 to 7 minute opening statements, and then we're just going to go fully into open debates. I'll be moderating this debate. I think I won't have to get too involved. I think we have some people that are pretty well behaved here. That being said, if needed, I will intervene if here's like kind of the bullet points that I'll intervene for. If the debaters are interrupting or talking over each other, if the debaters refuse to respond or answer direct questions, if the debaters are overwhelming with too many points, aka gish galloping, if debaters end up using ad hominems, insults, or personal attacks rather than actually addressing points, I will also get involved there. And lastly, if there's anything I missed, the debaters can request moderation and I'll step in if needed. Like I said, I don't think we'll need that, but without further ado, if there's no questions from anyone, we can get started with the coin flip. Any questions from Tiki Tac or Non-Fun?
Non-Fun, you choose.
I do have a question for you. Heads or tails?
Heads, I guess.
All right, let's see. It's heads. So you can decide if you want to go first or second.
I guess I'll go first.
All right, without further ado, I'm going to 5 minutes. 5 minutes my timer. It won't be on the stream or anything, but just if you go over that, I'll call you out. I'll give you a warning beforehand as well. But if there are no questions, we'll just get right into opening statements.
Yeah. All right. In terms of what is politically feasible, I think Kamala's platform is pretty good. She wants to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for people making under $400K a year. She also wants to expand the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit. All that, cuts taxes for middle and low class people. And the expanded child tax credit also has a lot of positive effects on reducing childhood poverty, which is usually pro-productivity in the long run. Most of that is financed by raising the corporate tax from 21% to 28%. And increasing some other taxes on capital income. On housing, I think her policy is really good. She wants to build 3 million new homes and incentivize communities to reform their zoning laws, so letting the free market build affordable homes for people. The healthcare plans, I think, are also pretty good. She wants to she wants to extend the subsidies used in the Inflation Reduction Act, which lowered healthcare costs for a lot of Americans. She also wants to extend the $35 cap on insulin and cap out-of-pocket expenses on prescription drugs for $2,000 a month for every American. There are some things I don't particularly like about her policies, like the anti-price gouging law. That got a lot of criticism, but there's the anti-price gouging law that 34 states already have, including red states like Texas. So certainly, I don't think it's a disastrous policy. No tax on tips. I don't think it's optimal, but I also don't. It's obviously not economy destroying either. She's walked back to her plans of the unrealized capital gains tax, which I think is good. She replaced it with a minimum billionaire tax, which I also don't think is optimal policy, but less destructive than the unrealized gains tax policy. And I don't even think that was economy destroying or anything. So overall, mostly good policies. A few I'm indifferent on. That's what Trump has to beat. Trump wants price controls. Trump wants to cap the interest on credit cards. Interest is nothing but the price of risk, and capping interest on credit cards would mean millions of Americans could lose their credit cards. Trump wants universal tariffs. Firstly, that is a regressive tax. It taxes poor people more than the rich. In fact, Trump's whole tax policy is pretty regressive. Secondly, it's inflationary and makes consumers pay higher prices on imported goods and goods made with imports. Third, it doesn't really help with jobs, even manufacturing jobs. The IMF did a study on this. It found that tariffs, it found declines in domestic output and productivity, as well as increased unemployment. Most of the other literature finds similar results for both tariffs in general and Trump's tariffs during his first term specifically. Increased input prices and retaliatory tariffs both harm American exports as well. That harms our GDP. Tariffs shouldn't be designed to harm our allies, like Korea and Japan and Europe as well. These universal tariffs harm our allies. Most of our imports we get from allies. And this latest idea to replace the income tax with tariffs is unrealistic. They can't raise that much revenue. The revenue maximizing point of tariffs is not going to be able to get the same amount of revenue as income tax. Trump also has a lot of plans to complicate our tax code even further by exempting a bunch of random things like, tips and overtime pay. He doesn't have any solid plans to reduce spending, though. The best he has is promising to eliminate the Department of Education, which will save about $238 billion. That's really only enough to finance the upfront cost of mass deportations, and mass deportations themselves will probably have greater negative long-run effects. Trump also does not like Fed independence. Trump pressured Powell to lower rates during his first term, and he's only since doubled down on insisting the president have at least a say in Fed decisions. I think that's both dangerous and inflationary, so I think clearly Kamala's policy is better. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you for the opening statement. Tiki-Tak, if you're ready, we'll just get right into yours.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for hosting this debate process, and thank you, Nofon, for joining. On today's topic, Trump versus Harris, who's better for the economy? Trump is the obvious choice. With the end of his presidency, the stock market was at record highs, even during the lockdown. Home loan interest rates were at record lows, incentivizing people to purchase homes, and implementing tariffs to tax the predatory business practices of China specifically on using what would consider slave labor to produce cheap goods and stealing intellectual property. How I predict this debate is going to play out is for my opponent to give a Gish Gallop level of claims about Orange Man bad, which will all turn out to be opinion pieces of self-proclaimed economists and journalists, and most of our time will be spent on a silent review of all the sources for their validity and asking for demonstrations of the logic of how these opinion pieces demonstrated the claim. As we know in the past, economists claimed that Trump's previous election was going to crash the stock market, yet the results were the complete opposite. So how much can we trust economists to only give their opinions and arbitrary projections based on a bias to favor their opinion towards the left? If we'd like to skip that dialogue of validating opinion pieces, I'd love to get into the root of the debate and begin to question, what does Harris have to offer for our economy? Because if we don't have any clear defining position for Harris, what exactly would we have to compare to Trump's policies? It would be a waste of our time to point at the bad Trump, all the bad that Trump has done, if we don't set up a baseline standard to compare it with. And on that, I yield my time.
Awesome. Quick opening statements. We definitely did not need all the time. You guys are okay. I'll let you guys go right into the back and forth now.
Yeah, so I think I established somewhat of a baseline of what Kamala's policy is with my opening statement. But like the first thing I want to get into is just Fed independence. Do you think that central bank independence is probably a good thing?
I don't know.
You don't know? You have no opinion? Are you aware of all the data that shows countries that have central bank independence typically have lower inflation rates?
What data?
I mean, I can send you the study if you want to.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Here, do you want me to send it on Discord?
Send it in private chat.
Wait, I did private chat? Like, is that here or is that on Discord?
In the StreamYard private chat, I think he means.
Oh, shoot. I don't know how this fucking shit works, man.
Right, if you post in the Discord, I'll post it in the private chat also. Whatever works.
Sure. So, oops. Hold on. Sorry, that's not the link. That's the shorthand. The link. There's the link. What they find. They analyze the effects of central bank independence on inflation for a sample of 118 developing countries between 1980 and 2013. We find that central bank independence is associated with lower inflation rates, and this effect on inflation is stronger in the more democratic a country is, but is also present in non-democratic countries.
Okay, and what's your point?
My point is that I think central bank independence is a net positive, and Trump does not seem to like central bank independence.
Demonstrate that.
Demonstrate that Trump doesn't like central bank independence?
That, and also that somehow that this arbitrary claim of inflation, what direction it goes, is somehow beneficial or of the contrary.
Well, you can look at, I just sent a YouTube link of a clip of Trump saying he thinks presidents should have a say over the interest rate. You can also look at other videos of Trump criticizing Jerome Powell, saying that he wants Powell to lower rates and saying, well, I have the right to remove Powell or demote him.
Why is it a bad thing?
I'm getting there. Why is it a bad thing? Why is inflation a bad thing? Is that what you're...
Yeah.
Typically, high inflation and unexpected inflation is a bad thing. So typically, we want stable inflation.
So is this a product of unexpected inflation that these policies are causing?
Well, I think
Because
politicians.
it's unexpected inflation is the detriment, and inflation in itself is not a problem as long as we keep our baseline lower than the inflation of other countries.
Well, sure. Well, I think unexpected inflation is also an issue, but we should probably try to keep inflation relatively low. People don't like when prices go up. It's probably not especially good when prices go up, and we should probably keep it relatively low. I think politicians usually have, bad incentives when it comes to keeping prices low because it's a lot of times it's in their short-term interest to helicopter money into the economy and cause inflation. And interest rate decisions, raising interest rates to combat inflation is usually politically unpopular.
So then why did we sign in the Inflation Reduction Act with 1,000 pages to distribute a bunch of money into arbitrary programs?
A lot of the Inflation Reduction Act was aimed at like clean energy policies, and that way the name was misleading. A lot of it was also doing things
Okay,
like
how did clean energy policies benefit the economy?
Well, I don't think. Well, I do think clean energy benefits the economy to some extent. I don't think they necessarily reduce inflation. But
How?
what? How? Because I think fossil fuels are probably a negative externality. They don't have.
What does that
means they have negative social effects that aren't accounted for with the free
effects,
market.
not economical effects. We're talking about economies here.
Okay. Do you think pollution is a negative externality? This is a thing within economics, right? Negative externality is when a transaction.
It's not a part. Pollution is not a part of economics.
This is open any economics textbook, and they'll have like a chapter on negative externalities where a transaction has negative effects that negatively affect other people that the market doesn't account for. Pollution is like the number one example of this given in any economics textbook.
As the moderator,
No.
I think good faith that you could say like not all economists would talk about that. I feel like that's part of discussion somewhere.
Pollution
No?
is not a part of the economy.
Again, open any economics textbook. They talk about negative externalities in both production and consumption. We can literally graph it if you want to. You can just look up negative externality graph or negative externality example. Like open Greg Mankiw and he talks about negative externalities.
I just don't understand how pollution in turn affects the prices of any sort of product within the economy. And you also haven't demonstrated that green energy is actually a net positive. In a lot of ways, it does not produce the energy that is expected. It does a lot of environmental harm to other countries that we're forwarding out in order to have energy storage through batteries. The fiberglass off of windmills deteriorate quickly, especially out in the deserts where there's wind and sand. And we have a massive supply of just broken down windmills that we don't know what to do with, and we can't recycle it. And solar panels, they're not showing up to what it's cracked to be, and those are dependent on things like cobalt mines over out in different countries where they completely devastate their lands with sulfuric acid, which causes a situation where they can't grow anything there anymore. So all we're doing with the green energy is just footing the bill of pollution to other people and just not producing it here in our own country. So even to claim that somehow fossil fuels creates more pollution, well, it's like, no, you were just shoving the pollution off to some other country.
Do we think that generally green energy has less carbon emissions?
You have to take everything in the entire scope of what type of pollution that we're causing. Right now with industrialized areas, we have toxic algae blooms within waterways because of overnutrition of farms into the waterways, causing a deficit in economies for the fishing communities. So if you're just going to completely ignore that, it's like screw your utilitarian green energy policies on CO2 emissions, because the Earth is a much more complex thing.
Well, I'm not familiar with every type of detrimental effect that somebody's green policy thinks could have. I am most familiar with the carbon emissions. Can you answer, do we think that green energy typically has less carbon emissions, even if it may have other detrimental effects?
Yes, but you cannot ignore the detrimental effects of green energy in itself as well if we're talking about overall pollution. So just to say, oh, CO2, it's like, who fucking cares? There are so many other things that are going on that are polluting environments that we're not taking into consideration. So pretty much we have to go back to, how does it really affect the economy? And what ends up happening is that when you're running these wind farms and these solar farms, they still have to keep natural gas power plants sitting idle in case that the wind or the sun decides to disappear, and they could ramp the plants up. So they're sitting there idle, not producing any energy and just wasting fuel. So that there's still CO2 output even with the green energy technology.
I'm sure there's still CO2 output with the green energy technology, but my point here is that carbon is probably
but we're
a
not
pretty...
getting any energy out of it.
Okay, that's great. And my point here is that carbon is probably
that is great. So the thing is that you're not even recognizing what you're talking about, because you're trying to say that, oh, just CO2 emissions. Literally, that's all you got is CO2 emissions. And
Great. Okay, CO2 emissions an example of a negative externality?
I'll just say yes.
Okay, I think that's a good. If you agree that's an example of negative externality, then it would make sense to devote resources to. Well, A, it would make sense to tax carbon. I don't think Kamala has proposed that. But B, it would make sense to divert resources to clean energy to prevent that to prevent the negative effects of carbon emissions.
The energy is not clean because it still produces a bunch of waste and other factors, and you're still having to run the natural gas plants in order to produce CO2 without any sort of energy output.
Okay, my understanding, maybe I have a different understanding, is that the main thing driving global warming in general, not negative effects in certain areas, is carbon emissions. That is the big thing driving climate change.
This isn't a global warming debate, so we're not even going to get into that. We're talking about economics right here.
Okay, I mean, it would seem like if we accept that green energy is going to cause carbon emissions, that that we should probably try to move away from it. But you agree that Trump doesn't like central bank independence, right?
Who cares about carbon emissions if the land that you're destroying you can't grow food on anymore?
Well, we could have global warming in the long run would probably affect the ability to grow food everywhere worse than it would the short-term effects on the whatever land.
Demonstration of that. They've been pushing that goalpost for 30 years.
Okay, that's great. But we agree that
that's the truth.
Okay, we agree that Trump does not like central bank independence, right?
I don't know.
Okay, I literally sent you the link of Trump saying, "Hey, I think the president should have at least a say in the interest rate," and I can send you other links of Trump criticizing Jerome Powell.
YouTube videos right now.
I gave those video links if you want me to play those.
I am literally you asked for a demonstration. I'm demonstrating to you that Trump does not like central bank independence. Also, Powell is on record stating that.
The thing is, my original point is based off of your cause and effects to saying that somehow this this policy that he's against will greatly impact inflation, and you're not even demonstrating that connection. So who even cares what exactly Trump believes in?
Do you think politicians probably have a bigger incentive to print money and not raise interest rates than independent central banks? Or
it's a give or take. I don't think there's a one size fits all.
Okay. Literally the thing that you mentioned in your opening is interest rates were low under Trump. I mean, that's controlled by the Federal Reserve. High interest rates are probably a necessary evil to fight inflation, but they are very politically unpopular. Do you think that if we were experiencing inflation, that Trump would have as big of an incentive to raise interest rates as an independent Federal Reserve would?
No.
Okay. So it seems like we agree on that. It seems like we agree that the president should not have a say in interest rate decisions then. Do we agree with that? Or
no.
Why not?
Because it's about incentivizing what markets that we want to expand on, and if that involves lowering interest rates for loans on specific purposes, the Federal Reserve is the one who issues the money. So why can't they regulate how it's issued?
Wait, do you know what interest rates the Federal Reserve sets? Can you tell me what interest rates they set?
Well, I know for the housing loans, it's variable depending on what policies are set out within the bills enacted in the Senate.
Well, the Federal Reserve does not set that interest rates. Do you not know the 3 different interest rates that the Fed has control over?
I didn't claim that, though.
Well, you claimed what was your point? Your claim was like the Federal Reserve should regulate different interest rates for different sectors. Isn't that what? Oh, the government. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, wait. I'm talking about the. Okay, wait. Why are we talking about the government right now? What I care about is whether the president has an incentive to raise interest rates during an inflationary period. That's what I want to drill down on right now.
Okay, so why? I don't really see the problem with inflation going up as long as we keep our baseline lower than the rest of the world.
Well, people tend to not like higher prices. It's not good when consumers have to spend more and more money if your real sure, but your real purchasing power goes down unless wages rise too. But more importantly,
You're not understanding my argument. So as long as our inflation baseline is lower than the rest of the world, our dollar, it stays the same. It's like on a consistent basis. If we start going over that, then that's when we get into trouble. And it's because every single country is under this economic system of inflation. It's just about, how quickly each country chases that inflation in order to print more money.
Okay, let's say that other countries are experiencing relatively low inflation and the U.S. is experiencing relatively high inflation. Do we agree the president still might not want to raise interest rates because it's very politically unpopular for them to raise interest rates?
No, he may want to raise interest rates.
Do you think he has a less of an incentive to raise interest rates than an independent central bank would?
No.
Do you agree it's politically unpopular to raise interest rates?
Yes.
Okay, do you agree that politicians are more likely to suffer the effects of politically unpopular decisions than independent agencies who aren't necessarily affected by these political feelings?
So are we trying to cater to the politicians or think about the American people?
What do you mean? I'm concerned. I'm primarily concerned with the American people, but I would like an answer to the question.
But you're giving a question to basically a politician's voting odds based off the choices that they do, and it's like, who fucking cares? It's like we're talking about economy and how it's going to influence the public.
Okay, great. I would like an answer to my question. Do we think that a politician's actions are going to be more influenced by politics than an independent agency?
Yes.
Okay, so we would agree then an independent agency probably is a bigger incentive to raise interest rates than the president would, right? Even if our inflation was relatively high and other countries relatively low, or the other way around.
But sometimes the president's going to have to make what's called an executive decision on certain situations, and in a hypothetical where inflation is really high compared to the rest of the countries, you're going to have to make a sacrifice and raise the interests. But the thing is, we're not set up in that kind of scenario. So there's really no need to raise the interest rates. And the thing is that if he were to set in the policy for a 10% interest rates on credit cards, that would actually enable more spending in the public. So the whole idea of how to keep an economy going is to make sure the money keeps moving. And that's the most important thing.
Okay, so okay, real quick, I should go down this rabbit hole. What do you think about rent control?
It's stupid.
Why?
Because it's people own their property. They can charge whatever they want for it.
Okay, do we think rent control has any effects on the supply of housing?
No, the market does.
Well, this is the government interfering with the market, though, right? Wouldn't you think that might have an effect on the supply of housing?
Oh, you're talking about Harris's policy?
Oh, well, I'm just asking you to question in principle. I'm not talking about Harris right now, but...
I don't understand why we're going down this rabbit hole.
You will. Answer it.
No.
You don't think
let's moderator, you got to answer the questions.
All right. Well, I do not believe rent control is an effective means of being able to... rent control is just, it's a stupid idea because of people have property rights, and the market will eventually decide on what is a suitable rent, because if people don't rent, then the prices are too high and the person's going to be forced to lower their rent. And that's the market. That's how it works.
You half answered my question, but do you think that rent control will have an effect on the supply of housing is my question. Can I just get a yes or no to that?
No.
Okay, just no, you're in disagreement with every economist there. Generally, the price controls cause shortages.
For my original opening, you're appealing to economists right now. And that's exactly what I pointed out in my opening, is that that's all you have is opinion pieces on economists, which is an appeal to authority fallacy.
Okay. Do we agree that a price control is going to have the price is going to be lower than equilibrium, right? That is typically what a price control does.
I don't understand the concept.
Okay. If we place a price ceiling below equilibrium, do you know what those words mean?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. You understand the price now, the quantity demanded is going to be higher because the price is lower, but the quantity supplied is going to be lower because the price is capped at below equilibrium.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that if there was no cap, and people are not buying the high-priced rent houses or hopping into a lease, then the people who own the home are going to have to lower that rent price. The market's going to balance it out. Because
Do we agree that if
eventually
quantity demanded is bigger than quantity supplied, that we should probably call that some type of shortage?
Yes.
Okay. So if a binding price ceiling on the price of interest were to reduce the quantity supplied of loans to people, do we think that we might call that like a shortage of credit? Or
I thought we were talking about rent.
well, I'm applying the same logic to interest. The market works the same for like either way. A price control on rent is I mean, you can graph both the price control on rent and the price control on interest in the same way. If I'm a housing developer and you cap how much I can earn on my property, I'm probably not going to build properties. Okay. If I'm a bank and you cap how much the interest can be, I'm probably not going to loan to riskier people.
That possibly, but you can't really predict that.
What if I I mean,
Like that sounds like another one of your opinion pieces off an economist predicting on how things are going to turn out, but just don't.
I mean, this isn't so much an opinion piece as it is in like literally like any economics textbook. They'll probably go over rent control and price ceilings and binding price ceilings. But I mean, like we can also. I don't have this.
I'm pretty sure you're reading this out of an opinion piece.
I'm not reading anything right now. This is from memory. This is from my economics class.
From your memory, then.
Yeah, it's from Greg Mankiw. Do you know who Greg Mankiw is?
Nope.
He's an economist and a textbook writer. You can open his textbook and you can see the negative effects that a binding price ceiling has on supply.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Well, I don't know. It's like this is supposed to be an argument on like Harris versus Trump, and it's like.
Well, sure. I was going over very specifically. We were on a central bank independence thing, and now we're talking about the credit card interest cap thing. It seems to me pretty.
Yeah, after we talked about rent fixation and fixed prices on rent, which that is a policy that Harris wants to implement.
What is Harris's policy exactly on that?
I'm going to jump in for 1 second just because I want to.
Exact ones, but
I'm trying to build a bridge here for a second. I'm going to give both of you guys some credit because, yeah, I do think most economists do agree. Let's do some research in the background. Most economists do agree there's like some like incentives that can definitely cause an impact. But when you look at some more comprehensive research, I saw a comprehensive review of 112 empirical studies found mixed results, with only 1/3 of studies finding no effects on housing supply, and the remaining 2/3 finding negative effects. So it's just not. I do think it's correct that economists might be saying one thing, but the research might be a little bit more nuanced.
That's true, but I'll point. The reason for a lot of that is because a lot of better designed rent control policies exempt new housing, so the supply of housing isn't necessarily as affected as if you exempt new housing from rent control. I would imagine that plays a factor in it. But can you demonstrate to me that Harris is in favor of rent control? I saw Biden had a policy on it that I didn't really like, but I've never seen Harris talk about it.
It might have been Biden. I'm willing to concede on that.
Okay, so that's not actually Harris's policy. I'm glad we concede on that. Okay. Another thing you mentioned in your opening was stock markets were at record high at the end of Trump's term. We acknowledge they reached new record highs under Biden, right?
The stock market generally always goes up.
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, it's clearly Trump's prediction. Trump also made a prediction that the stock market would crash if Biden became president. Clearly that did not come true. But Sure. Okay. So
So this is just kind of validating that nobody can predict the market. So it's like to go in and say that, oh, all these predictions from economists that Trump is going to be horrible for the economy doesn't hold any validity because of those two exact examples.
what do you think of minimum wage?
I think it's all right.
It's all right. Do we think it has any negative effects on unemployment?
It could. It depends on the situation. Like what's really interesting over here in Texas is that almost every single job is offering above minimum wage, and it's just because the market has demanded more money. It's like they just won't work for minimum wage.
Sure.
So it's even though there are minimum wage regulations, it doesn't seem to really matter because people won't work for less than where the minimum wage is.
Sure. That's called a non-binding price floor. In that case, the minimum wage would be non-binding. But let's say minimum wage was set above market wage. We would agree that that would probably have negative effects on hours worked and unemployment, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so clearly, in principle, we can make predictions about some things in the economy because we know generally how markets work. Again, we can graph how markets work, and we can draw a binding price floor above market equilibrium and see, oh, look at these negative effects that it could have. Like,
for every nuance, we might be able to predict some things. But going back into this whole general idea of Trump is going to be horrible for inflation, he's going to be the credit card 10% is going to ruin a lot of people's credit by removing their credit cards and all this stuff. It's all just opinion pieces by economists.
Okay.
Can I ask a question that I think might point this in a good direction? Because I think it's been hard to nail down exactly what Trump's and Harris's kind of economic policies are. Maybe it might be good to kind of outline maybe like some what your perspective is of maybe that of what that looks like, or maybe some pillars or principles of what they're kind of hoping to do during their time as president.
Yeah, so I'll go into Trump wants to remove regulations on oil and natural gas so we can start drilling more here within the country. That's going to increase jobs, and that's going to increase our GDP and our exports.
Okay, I don't know. I think expanding the child tax credit would be a really good thing. It seems to reduce child poverty, seems to be pro-productivity in the long run, seems to have positive effects on a lot of the families who receive it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that policy is only going to go from 4,000 before Biden's term to 6,000 in the future, like Harris term, which is essentially only covering for the rise of inflation. It's not really much of an increase.
Well, didn't we? My understanding is that we expanded the child tax credit in 2021, and then it wasn't extended until 2022, and Harris wants to redo it. Was my understanding, but even bigger.
Yeah, it only keeps up with inflation, though.
Sure, but like I would expect that to have the same positive effects in child poverty. Then, if it only keeps up with inflation, then great, good. It like.
But well, if you also want to get at it, like Trump is in favor for child tax credits as well, so they're kind of on equal.
I don't think have they laid out a clear plan on that.
Frankly, I don't think Harris has laid out clear plans on how to incentivize the markets to actually expand into something good, something meaningful.
Okay, so it's actually not what I asked. What I asked was that has Trump and J.D. Vance laid out a clear plan for how much they want to expand a child tax credit and when and for how long? Yeah.
Yeah, you could go to their policies document. It says that they're going to increase it. It's like, what exactly do you have to increase it? Just sign a bill. Print more money. That is literally how all these tax credits work. You just go ahead and enact a bill, and there you go. It's not that complicated.
How much do they want to increase it by? Do we know?
No.
Okay, so I'm probably going to trust Harris more on that then, because he actually seems to have a more laid out plan. Yeah, I think but it seems like you're in favor of the child tax credit then, at least. Even if it's only keeping up with inflation, I still think it's a net positive. Do we agree that's probably a net positive, or?
Yeah, but who says that Trump is not going to follow up with that?
Well, you haven't demonstrated that he will. I think it's a
he hasn't
much
said
less clear plan
anything
then.
about it, so I can't. But the thing is, he is
Well, exactly.
in favor for increasing but he is in favor for increasing the child tax credit. So it's not like it's not going to happen. There is plans to suggest that it will.
I'm not going to tell you it's for sure not going to happen. I'm just going to trust Harris to do it way more because he's actually laid out a clear plan on how much he wants to do it. and exactly how she wants to do it. And Trump hasn't really spoken on it much. So I'm going to trust Harris to do it way more.
Okay.
Okay. What do we think about the earned income tax credit? I think that's a similar thing, but
What about it?
do you think that expanding it is good?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, as far as I know, Trump has not said anything on it, and Harris has proposed doing things on it. I think
The thing is, you're just asking me questions, but you're not really making arguments.
well, I was about to make my argument. Okay.
How about you just make the arguments?
What? Well, I need to know your opinion on it before I make the argument.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You could just literally give the argument.
Well, I want to. If I'm asking if we're talking about the child tax credit, I probably want to know your opinion on child tax credit before I make my argument against it, because I don't know if we already agree or not.
You're making a different argument right now. We're already past the child tax credit.
I'm using that as an example. I don't know why. If I could make the same example of this one.
An example of an example of an example. This doesn't make sense. You're actually moving on to different topics, but then you're saying the same topic. Just make the freaking argument, dude.
Oh my God. I was using the tax credit as an example of if I'm going to argue about the child tax credit review, I'm probably going to want to know your opinion first. It's the same thing applies to the earned income tax credit. If I'm going to argue the earned income tax credit review, I want to know if you're...
We already finished the child tax
I understand we already finished it. I'm using it as an example of saying, hey, if I'm going to discuss something with you, I'm going to want to know your opinion on it first. I could have equally used French fries as an example. I could have said, if I'm going to discuss French fries with you, I'm probably going to want to know your opinion on French fries before I discuss it with you. It doesn't matter what I use as an example there. I'm just showing the principle. If I discuss something with you, I'm going to want to know your opinion on it first.
Then just make the argument.
Why would I want to check to see where you are on it first? Because we could agree, then I waste my time arguing it.
But it's all I've just been getting is questions, and you just haven't really been making an argument on anything. Just make the argument. Yeah, you already know where the conclusion is going. Just make the argument.
Okay, argument for the earned income tax credit. I think it's pro labor supply because it phases in over time, and it seems to help a lot of working families the same way that a child tax credit does.
Demonstrate that.
I don't know if I have studies on this one. Oh my God.
You don't have to have a study on it. You can follow through the logic.
Okay, well, the first point, I mean, giving people money tends to help them. But the first point, expanding the labor supply, the earned income tax credit has a phase in over time, meaning unlike most welfare benefits, as your income increases, the benefits actually increase. So it incentivizes you to work. So there's logic there. You have an incentive to work. So it's actually pro labor supply. Helping low-income people, like it helps. It's an earned income tax credit. Depending on how low your income is, you get more of the tax credit before it starts phasing out.
So we're back on the child tax credit?
No, this is the earned income tax credit.
Okay, and where's that money going to come from?
I believe most of it is financed by raising the corporate tax 7%, and the minimum billionaire tax. But also, if we borrow it, I don't think that's a huge deal.
No,
but
I want to talk about the corporate tax. What happens when you raise corporate taxes? What does the business typically do?
Well, the incidence of the corporate tax falls on both workers, consumers, and shareholders. So the shareholders get less money, workers get less hours worked, and there's higher unemployment, and and consumers pay higher prices. And that incidence is split up different amounts by different studies.
So then why is it a benefit for them to get these tax credits when they're going to lose out on their job and pay more for products?
Well, I don't believe raising the corporate tax 7% has such detrimental effects on unemployment and consumer prices
You just explained it. You just explained exactly the effect that it raises prices. People are going to be losing hours. It's like you literally just described it.
I don't believe that cost is not worth the benefit of having less people in poverty, essentially.
But the thing is, people are in poverty because they have less hours and they're not going to be able to afford products. Don't you want to incentivize people to get more hours and have products cheaper so they can afford it?
I mean, first of all, this earned income tax credit is pro labor supply, so it does incentivize people to work. But again, I think that the cost on raising corporate taxation 7% is pretty minor on workers' wages and hours worked. That it's not going to outdo the positives of lifting people out of poverty and just generally helping lower class people. Like, if we saw like a 1% reduction in hours worked, but 50 million people out of poverty, that's an extreme example. Obviously, I'd be in favor of that policy because just the cost in hours worked is just not at all.
But they're not going to be able to keep themselves out of poverty because product has increased in price and they're getting less hours.
Well, I would assume, again, the benefit to them, the benefit to all of them is probably worth the cost of the increase in prices and decrease in hours worked. And also, again, some of the burden falls on the shareholders too.
I don't think you could demonstrate that.
I mean, we can just logic it through. How much do we think that corporate tax is going to?
Through how it doesn't work.
How much do we think that it's going to increase unemployment?
By a few percent.
A few percentage points.
Yeah.
When was the last time corporate tax was raised? How much did Biden increase corporate tax? Do you remember?
Is it unheard of for hundreds of thousands of people to lose their job at a corporation?
That's not unheard of, but a few percentage points in unemployment is a lot.
Okay, let's just say 1%.
1%? I don't even know if I believe it would be 1%. But even if it was 1%, how many people do we think this is probably going to help out?
Help out with the tax credit? I don't think it's going to help anybody.
Why not? You pay less in taxes.
I wouldn't.
Well, you wouldn't, but a lot of low-income people would.
But the thing is that they're not going to have as many hours, and they're going to be paying more for product. So it's like, you got to get the money somewhere, and it's not like if you take the money away from the corporations, somehow the people get the equal amount of money back into their pocket. You know, it doesn't work that way. They're going to be getting less if they were just to instead go directly to the corporations and work for them.
Okay, I don't think you can demonstrate to me that the decrease in hours worked and increase in prices they pay because there was 7% increase in corporate tax, that all offsets the thousands of dollars that they get from the earned income tax credit. I don't think you can demonstrate that to me.
I don't think you could demonstrate that the outcomes are going to be better on having a tax incentive while the corporations lower hours and raise prices on products.
Most of the studies I've seen, I could look them up. I don't think I have them on hand. I did not prepare them. Show that there's a 30. I think the incidence is usually split up with corporate taxation, about 30% on shareholders, 30% on workers, and 30% on consumer price increases. So, like, clearly, to some extent, we are taking from shareholders who are disproportionately rich and redistributing it to the poor, and that doesn't have the same negative effects that decreasing hours worked and increasing consumer prices does. We could logic it through, like, how I don't know a specific amount the earned income tax credit gets people, but how big the effect on consumer price increases do you think there would have to be for people earning the earned income tax credit to pay more than the thousands of dollars they get from the earned income tax credit? Do we really think that's plausible to be caused by a 7% increase in corporate taxation?
I just don't see why we need to pull money away from corporations into the tax system and have people dependent on the government in order to, raise themselves out of poverty.
Well, I think to some extent involuntary unemployment exists. People don't always have jobs, and I think capitalism makes payments based on factor payments. It you supply your factors, be it labor or capital, and you receive payments based on those. A lot of people don't have those factors to pay. Like about 50% of people are children or students or disabled or elderly, and they don't work and they don't receive factor payments.
Slow down. We have to go back to the point that you made about involuntary unemployment. It's like those only affect people who are disabled and genuinely struggle to find jobs. It's the people who are in the poverty line, they can find jobs, the vast majority of them.
When I say involuntary unemployment, I'm not talking about people who are disabled. I'm talking about people who would theoretically be able to work, but for at least some amount of time are involuntary unemployed because there aren't enough jobs around them, or they don't have the skills to get a job, etc.
There's not enough jobs?
Right now, there seems to be, but that's not always the case. Like, clearly during 2008, I don't think most people, like, the unemployment rate was 15%? Like,
if it's not the case right now, then why do we need to give tax credits?
Because some people still are involuntarily unemployed. The unemployment rate is about 4%. But again, also, a lot of people don't receive factor payments.
You just described that there are plenty of jobs available for people to find jobs. So why should we incentivize people to stop looking for jobs by giving them a tax credit?
Okay, again, this earned income tax credit phases in, so it actually does incentivize people to find jobs. And again, just because generally the job market is doing pretty well right now, doesn't mean that everyone can have a job all the time. Again, unemployment rate is at like 4.1%, which is a good unemployment rate. That means the job market's doing pretty well, but that clearly those 4.1% of people are still at least temporarily involuntarily unemployed.
So you're telling me that people who get free money from the government are more incentivized to find a job?
It phases in. So the more your income goes up, the more. So at $0 in income, you get $0 in benefits. At $100 in income, you make it $100 in benefits. And at $200 in income, you make it $300 in benefits. It phases in over time. So it incentivizes you to get a raise and actually work. That's what the phase in does.
Okay, when does it stop?
It depends on how many children you have. I think it stops at about like 25,000, I think. Yeah, 25,000.
All right, so how are we going to fund 25,000 a max per person? That's under the.
Well, that's not. I mean, that's when it stops phasing out. Sorry, it stops phasing out at like 10,000. It starts phasing out.
So
at
then, what are we expecting from the government to issue to people below the poverty line?
What are we expecting them to issue to people below the poverty line? The earned income tax credit doesn't do that too much because again it phases in. It depends on how many children you have. It's dependent. So like if you have no children, I think you get like $500. If you have one child, you get like $3,500. If you have 2 children, you get almost $6,000. 3 or more children, you get almost $7,000.
That's really not a lot.
I mean, it's not a ton because we have other federal programs, but Kamala Harris wants to expand it. She wants to make it more. I forget exactly by how much. I can look it up, but.
So why are more federal programs a good thing?
Okay, so this is complicated for me because I don't think more federal programs are a good thing because I think we should probably replace a lot of our current welfare programs with just one program that gives a direct cash benefit rather than a ton of different means tested in-kind benefits. However, essentially, yeah, or negative income tax, but something akin to that. But I think, first of all, this isn't a new federal program. It's expanding an existing one. I think it's probably a good thing because it helps out a lot of working families. That's the answer. It decreases their tax liability, allows them to spend more money. It probably reduces child poverty.
Andrew Yang was the one who was really pushing hard for like UBI, and he fronted a lot of studies on how people would be able to live on like UBI, and it turns out that it wasn't very successful. The people who ended up receiving UBI was like very frivolous with their money, and it didn't help their economic status to increase over time.
Okay, well, good thing Kamala Harris is not proposing UBI, so I'm not really interested in discussing that. What I'm interested in discussing is the earned income tax credit right now. Yeah, she wants to expand it, and it seems like that's a good thing. I think she wants to expand it to a maximum of, it says $10,000 for single filers, which would probably be really helpful for a lot of people, I would imagine.
I'm just concerned about where that money's really going to come from because I don't have the math offhand, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not convinced that even if we borrowed all of it, it would be super substantially bad, especially because a lot of these things are pro-productivity. I can pull up the numbers, but a lot of these things tend to be pro-productivity in the long run. So we do have some estimates for like their child tax credit. Like if you reduce child poverty and like allow children to get an education rather than being on the streets committing crime or whatever, it seems like that is that actually it's fiscally sound in the long run. So like there's one study that estimates expanded child tax credit returns as much as $15 for every.
Trump and Harris are in favor for the child tax.
Well, we have already went over that. I'm just using this as an example of how a tax credit can be pro productivity in the long run.
But the thing is, it aids in both of our favor here. It's not especially unique to Harris.
Well, I don't think Trump has committed to raising the earned income tax credit.
We're talking about the child tax credit.
I use the child tax credit as an example of how a tax credit could be productivity in the long run by reducing pro-productivity in the long run by reducing poverty.
We were just talking about the child tax credit.
Okay, I was using an example of a case where a tax credit could.
Well, just make sure to stay on topic a little bit more.
Holy shit! I'm not going off topic. I'm using it as an example. Like, just because I use something else as an example doesn't mean I'm going off topic. Like.
No, it's like you did.
Okay, if we're talking about French fries, and you say, I don't really like salty foods. I don't really like salty foods. Another example of salty foods would be pretzels. I don't really like pretzels either. Do you think that's going off topic?
That's a bad example. So the thing is,
that's exactly what I just did.
No, you were trying to set up that it's like child tax cuts incentivizes blah blah blah, and it's like Harris is you're trying to in favor for Harris, but we're both sides have a policy for that, and then all of a sudden you jump to income tax credit.
Why did I do that? Why did I use child tax credit as an example there? Do you know why? Did you listen to my explanation, or like did you just not listen? Like.
Are you being serious right now?
Yes, I'm being serious. I don't know if you listened to me when I gave my explanation.
I don't know why you're jumping off topic.
I explained why. I'm not jumping off topic. I'm using this as an example of a tax credit, of why a tax credit could, at least in theory, be like pro productivity in the long run.
Right. So income tax credit. It's like, so what are you trying to demonstrate here that we haven't already talked about?
What I was trying to demonstrate is that in principle, a tax credit could not have a fiscal burden in the long run, because if you invest upfront in reducing, for example, child poverty, those children could grow up to be more productive taxpayers and pay back in the upfront investment and more. That's what I was trying to demonstrate.
Yeah, and I'm completely in agreement with that. But income tax is still a separate issue, or the income tax credit.
I'm just saying clear. Oh my God, I'm using it as an example that in principle a tax credit does not necessarily increase the deficit in the long run. That's what I was using an example of. So we could imagine a case where
it's getting a little meta, so I just want to try to bring in a little bit. I thought was very interesting. That being said, I feel like a lot of this convo has been ticky-tack, kind of like put down what non-Fawn's been saying about Kamala's policies. I've not heard too much about Trump's policies. Can we maybe talk a bit about that?
I'm honestly unprepared for that side.
Well, the prompt is who's going to have the better economy. So I would hope you'd have a little bit to like talk about what Trump is going to do during his term as presidency. So we don't have to talk about that, but if you do have any comments about that, I would love to address that.
The only thing I'd really point to is that tariffs are a good thing. He's going to remove the restrictions on oil and gas, and yeah, those are my 2 pinpoints.
Okay, just to be clear, you think Kamala Harris's economic policy is so bad that even though you don't know most of Trump's policies,
I didn't say that.
You won't.
I didn't say that.
I mean, that's the implication of not knowing what Trump's policy is, but still favoring him.
I didn't say that.
I understand you didn't say it. That's the implication. I don't understand how you would get around that implication. If you think Trump's economic policy is better than Kamala Harris's, and you don't even know what Trump's economic policy is, then clearly you think Kamala Harris's economic policy is so bad.
I'm rejecting your interpretation. How about that?
Okay. Well, what's the reason then? If you don't even know most of his policy, why do you why do you think he's better?
So I already gave you 2 reasons. One is for the increase of tariffs, and another is to uncap the oil reserves, or uncap the mining for natural gas and oil.
Okay, and those 2 reasons are all you know of his plan.
Those are some really good points.
Okay, we can do the tariff thing, I guess. Then, all right. Do we think that universal tariffs are a good thing? Universal on everyone.
Yes.
Why? What about bananas? We should tariff bananas.
So we've always had tariffs ever since the 60s, and this is how we supplement a lot of income tax credits, is through tariffs. And the thing is, under a humanitarian sense, don't you think we should be imposing tariffs onto countries that are essentially hiring slave labor and causing economical damage, or causing ecological damage?
Maybe that's not what Trump wants to do. Trump wants to do universal tariffs.
What does that mean, though?
That means tariffing everyone, including countries that are our allies and supply goods that can only be grown there, like bananas. Are we really going to tariff bananas? You realize the only effect of that is consumers pay higher prices on bananas.
I don't think his policy is this carte blanche universal, like, oh, flat percentage. I think it's going to be a little nuanced on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, well, that's not what Trump is proposing. Everyone pretends that it isn't what Trump is proposing. I mean, like, this is what he has said is 10 to 20% universal tariffs.
So, do you think that when people go on the campaign trail, they're going to explain with every single little detail how they're going to execute on the plan?
Well, not every single detail, but this is him literally saying.
Exactly. So how can you say, like, you know, it's like, oh, this like three sentence line, it's like this is the entire tariff plan. It's like you can't.
Okay, well, like, here's his own platform. Like, I linked it in private chat.
He talks about tariffs, is like, let's go back to his 2016 election. It's like he was just a carte blanche saying he's going to tariff China. But what he did is he tariffed a lot on complex goods. And that actually caused a boom in the information technology sector during his presidency.
Okay, Trump, I understand a politician's not going to do an interview and explain in detail every single one of their plans, but you would think, like, in Trump's own policy document, if he didn't support universal tariffs, he wouldn't say Republicans will support baseline tariffs. And in every single interview, he says universal tariffs, universal tariffs, universal tariffs. And he doesn't even know, I mean, he doesn't know what a tariff is, first of all. But
yeah, but
he has never.
You just explained as well in what you just said that a politician is not going to explain every single detail.
Okay, a politician might not explain every single detail of what their plan is, but Trump is telling you his plan is universal tariffs, okay? He might not explain exactly every single detail of what that means.
There you go.
But,
there you go. You just
but he's saying universal tariffs, okay? What? I understand. Like, if a politician says, I'm going to expand the earned income tax credit, they might not say exactly how much they're going to expand it by.
Over their policies. You just admitted to it.
Trump has always said universal tariffs. He won't go into specifics about, like, how much he wants a tariff. For example, he doesn't explain how much he wants a baseline tariff to be. What he does say is he wants baseline tariffs in everything, okay? I understand, you know,
That's
Trump
a
may
good
not...
thing. Why is that a bad thing?
Okay, why should we tariff bananas?
Because they're using slave labor.
Most bananas are not grown with slave labor. It's labor. I hate to break it to you. What about...
It's grown by people who are making, like, pennies off of this, and they're essentially in horrible conditions.
Okay,
it's like I imagine it comes from South America, most of our bananas, right?
Yeah, but those pennies are probably a fine living in at least some of the places, and the trade is benefiting them too. But a lot of trade is mutually beneficial. Like, they probably wouldn't be doing a lot of it if it wasn't mutually beneficial.
Let's take an example like Haiti. So do you know the problem with the labor force in Haiti right now?
No.
So what it is that they have a lot of predatory loans on the workforce, whereas it's kind of like a cash advance. As once you start working, you get your paycheck ahead, but they don't have any limits on interest, so their interest rates are like 80%, and they can never actually get out of the debts that they have, and they're being forced to work under debt. So they're essentially slaves. They can't get out of it, and there's very similar systems going on in South America.
Okay, again, Trump is in favor of universal tariffs. He's not in favor of strategic tariffs. Why should I trust a president who doesn't even know what a tariff is to strategically implement tariffs?
I gave you the example of why we should tariff bananas.
Did you say they were growing bananas in Haiti? Hold on. If we look up imports,
I used Haiti as an example for the predatory systems that people use in these, like, almost third world countries to screw over and enslave people.
That's great. You know what? That could be an argument for strategically implemented tariffs on certain countries. What that is not an argument for is universal tariffs. Like 20% of our
bananas as an example. So I told you why we should tariff bananas. You're the one who are going crazy like, oh, you think we should tariff bananas? There you go. Yeah.
You did not even demonstrate to me that bananas were made using slave labor. I was using bananas as an example of a good that really can't be grown in America. So tariffing them only has the effect of increasing the price paid to consumers. But also, like 20% of our good imports come from the EU. Do we think that there are a lot of slaves in the EU? Should we tariff the EU, our own allies?
No, but they owe us a lot in NATO.
Okay.
So we got to tax them. We got to get that money. If we're providing them military might as protection, they got to pay their bill.
Who pays tariffs, though? It's a thing.
The EU.
If
The
do you
EU
think
would pay tariffs in this instance.
You know that tariffs are paid by U.S. businesses and consumers, right? They're not paid by.
No, it's anything that's going to go above a price point that people will not stand with in other countries will start manufacturing here in the United States.
That doesn't change the fact that the imports are not. The tax on the imports is not paid by the EU. It's paid by American consumers and businesses.
Well, the thing is that also all the tariffs that come in, that can be paid towards our inflation, which then we can very much issue a lot more low interest loans once we have that money coming in. We might also be able to lower taxes, the tax burden on the public because of the cost of the tariffs that are coming in.
Okay, well, we admit that tariffs are not paid by the countries, right? They're paid by people in the U.S., right?
No, they're paid by the economy of the other countries. You think we're the only capitalist system?
No, but we can only tax our own
so-
citizens. If we do a tariff, when I import something, I pay the tax. That's how the tariffs work. The EU is not the one paying the tax.
No, it is the EU paying the tax.
You're just wrong. Why would they pay it? Do you think if the U.S. says, "Hey, EU, you have to pay this tax"? Do you think are they paying the tax in euros? Do we get their euros?
It's because they want to be able to have a competitive advantage to keep the exports going. Because if they can't move the exports, they end up losing money. So their government's going to step in, and they're going to start paying against those tariffs so they can continue to export cheap products. Or they'll just select a market and say this is not worth it, and then the market comes over to America, and we start manufacturing here and export those goods that they are no longer exporting.
Well, as someone in the middle, I want to try to build a bridge here. Also, I'm going to open up into open panel in a second. I won't get too crazy, but I do want to add a couple people on both sides to make it a little bit more interesting. But because my understanding, and there's probably multiple uses in kind of goals for tariffs, but I think one of the main uses of tariffs is, for example, when maybe incentivize building something more locally in America, we might put a tariff on, let's say it's like getting copper from China, because we want to incentivize companies to have American copper versus China copper, which is cheaper. So we put a tariff for people that are importing that copper from China, so the company would end up paying more for that to incentivize them to do the American version. Am I wrong there? That's my take on tariffs.
You're correct, but that's the U.S. company paying the tariff. That's the point I was trying to get across.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Usually it's actually the Chinese government that's coming in to pay a good portion of that tariff, because that's just how their economy works. They incentivize manufacturers by giving them free shipping and paying a lot of the taxes on it in order to get it shipped.
Okay, you just made an argument for tariffing China. I'm not intrinsically opposed to tariffing China if we're going to tariff any country.
China was the example. China was the example I was arguing for.
Yeah,
China,
but you're in
like,
support of baseline tariffs against everyone.
Of course, I am. But if you're going to bring up a specific nuanced example, I'm going to reply to the nuanced example.
Sure. Did I even? I don't even think I brought up the China thing. That was the moderator. Yeah.
I think I did as an example.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason that example was brought up, he brought it up for his own reason. But like what that demonstrates to me is that China's not the one paying the tariffs. The U.S. company is the one paying the tariffs, and oftentimes they pass that price onto U.S. consumers. It's not like China is the one paying the tariffs.
Until that price point becomes too much and people stop buying, but then it usually in turns causes a new industry within America where we begin to produce cheaper products.
Sure, we can have that conversation. I just needed you to admit that the U.S. company and U.S. consumers are the ones paying tariffs.
Do you agree with that, at least initially?
I'll agree with it for the sake of the debate.
Okay, great. So what if I could link an IMF study that concluded that we find that tariffs increases led in the medium term to economically and statistically significant declines in domestic output and productivity. Tariff increases also resulted in more unemployment, higher inequality, and real exchange rate appreciation, but only small effects on trade balances. Would that be anything?
Why is the economy so good right now in the Biden administration for keeping all those tariffs from the Trump plan?
Well, because we don't have universal baseline tariffs, we have like targeted tariffs on some Chinese goods.
But your studies are based off the past.
Yeah, it's you make observations about.
It's based on the past. It's not based off universal tariff policy because it hasn't been implemented before.
I don't know why if we see a country implemented tariffs and it had X effect, that if they implemented more tariffs, it wouldn't just exacerbate the effect, that suddenly these tariffs are going to have the reverse effect. But
the thing is, we have the tariffs right now in the Biden administration, and the economy is doing fine.
Because the existence
from the Trump administration, Biden is in favor for raising the prices of those tariffs.
That's great. Biden is not in favor of universal baseline tariffs. Okay. Which is what Trump is in favor of.
But I'm dismissing your studies in order to prove this idea that universal tariffs is somehow a bad thing, when your studies have absolutely no data on being able to prove that.
Okay, well, studies do prove that the existence of some targeted tariffs doesn't preclude the economy being good. To be clear, I do think a lot of those tariffs that Trump did had negative effects. There are studies that go over this. They probably protected about 1,000 steel jobs and lost 75,000 manufacturing jobs.
If it had negative effects, why is it a positive effect during the Biden administration?
Why? I don't think it's I don't like them. I wanted Biden to get rid of them.
Why? Our economy's generally doing fine during the Biden administration.
Our economy's doing fine, but it probably could be doing better if we got rid of this. There are plenty of things that don't totally destroy an economy. The economy can still do fine with some targeted tariffs, but it doesn't.
I don't think you could demonstrate that.
Okay, well, I can demonstrate that by saying we have some targeted tariffs right now, and the economy's doing fine, as you said. So.
No, I'm saying I don't think you could demonstrate that the tariffs are a net negative during the Biden administration.
Okay, well, here's
that why would Biden propose to increase the tariff percentage if it's such a bad thing?
Because he wants to protect. He wants to protect U.S. steel jobs because he thinks it's important for a modern military. Which, maybe there's an argument to be made for. He also.
So then that's counterintuitive to the studies that you just mentioned.
Well, the studies show protected steel jobs, but at the cost of 74,000 other jobs. So it's a net 74,000 job loss.
I just think your sources are jumping all over the place, and you can't really reconcile which one is truth and which one is not.
What do you mean, which one is truth and which one? What?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to assume you're not inherently against tariffs. I imagine you say there's good tariffs and bad tariffs.
Yeah, it's possible tariffs are good. I'm not inherently against them. But I don't think universal baseline tariffs are good. Yeah.
With that being said, I'm gonna open it up. I think I have someone else who wants to keep talking about the tariff topic as well. I'm gonna add them to the call now. Welcome, Melanie.
Whose side are they on?
Mr. Melanie's definitely be on your side. Mr. I'm gonna assume you're from Dax community, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay, cool. So we have two people on both sides. I'll be unbiased. I definitely more toward the non-fawn end, but I might play some more in the middle because I want to keep it a safe environment here. But yeah, we at least have two people on Trump's side and two on Kamala's side.
I actually wanted to point out something kind of interesting with tariffs that you lose in economics when you go too hard on tariffs. And I did send Prances a link for a short video where Trump says he's going to go as high as possible on tariffs. What you lose is something called comparative advantage. Do you know what that is, Tiki Tack?
No.
It's the idea that certain countries or companies may specialize in making certain goods, or another way to put it is.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me! I should have drilled out of that from the first. What? He doesn't know what comparative advantage is.
It's cheaper to buy those goods from them than to make them yourself in your own country. Does that make sense?
Non-fawn.
Yeah,
you're muted.
Yeah, I know I'm muted. I need to scream real quick. It was okay. Anyway.
It's by talking to a stream. No worries. Yeah.
So when you tariff things really highly and companies can only buy domestically, you're going to raise the price of manufacturing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you can see how that might work in non-funds favor, that you don't want to do that because that would increase the price to the consumer as well.
But here's the thing, is that the tariffs are still going to be contributed to lowering inflation and lowering the tax burden. So there's going to be more money to actually for those slightly higher products.
Which do you think will lower prices sooner? Not raising the... May I ask the question to follow up? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. What do you think will lower prices sooner? Not raising the prices to begin with, or waiting for social programs and government programs to come around and lower prices?
Just not do it to begin with.
Okay. Thank you. Process, that is the link I was referring to. Yes.
Is this relevant to what you're just saying? Because I'll play this and I'll get to Mr.'s question. Okay, let's watch
That's
this
my
clip.
evidence that Trump wants to make tariffs as high as possible, which many economists agree, by the way, is a bad idea.
Let's watch it. It's a pretty quick clip, so let's see what they say.
The higher the tariff, the more likely it is to have them come into
the higher the tariff, the more you're going to put on the value of that piece, those goods, the higher people are going to pay in shops.
Ready? The higher the tariff, the more likely it is that the company will come into the United States and build a factory in the United States so it doesn't have to pay the tariff.
That will take many, as you know, that will take many years.
In fact, I'll tell you, you know, there's another theory is that the tariff, you make it so high, so horrible, so obnoxious that they'll come right away. When I do the 10%, 10% is really, first of all, 10% when you collect it is hundreds of billions of dollars. The numbers that you're talking, all reducing our deficit. But really, so there's two ways of looking at a tariff. You can do it as a money-making instrument, or you can do it as something to get the companies. Now, if you want the companies to come in,
So, Mr. I know you had a question, but any responses to that clip before you get into that? I guess I'll make it a demonstration. I'll be good faith, and I can see kind of what Tiki Dak was saying. At least, if you believe what Trump was saying, he's saying, "Hey, there might be some short-term issues with this. It might cause some companies to move around, but ultimately, this will hopefully lead to companies come to America and make the American economy more prosperous." Any responses to that?
Well, clearly, I mean, like, I understand Tiki Tack and understand what opportunity cost is, but like the reason we trade for cars and don't make cars is because for America the opportunity cost in making cars is too big. We probably don't want cars to be made here because the free market has already decided that the opportunity cost of producing cars is too good. Every fucking dipshit American high school dropout making a car is someone who could have been a fucking NASA scientist. Okay, we are an incredibly high productivity country. We probably don't want to be bogged down making with super harsh industrial policy like this, but he doesn't understand what comparative advantage is, so I don't understand how he's even commenting on this. Kill me.
I should also point out that we're heavily dependent on other nations for semiconductor production and stuff like that. And sure, maybe we can get better technologies in the future, but we need those trade lines to exist to even have our chance at making our own chips, because we can't mine a lot of these things here in North America, nor do we want to. And we want to be competitive on a global stage for that exact reason. You can't remain competitive when your goods are too expensive.
Well, that's where I was trying to bring up a little bit more on Trump's policies and the idea of, does every single politician write out in like specific detail what their actual policies are going to be? And it's like, it's no. And if we look at the tariffs of the past on how we approached it, it's a lot of the tariffs were promoted towards more complex goods.
You understand that in order to be protectionist with his rhetoric, though, it has to be a universal tariff to bring companies back into the U.S. Now, I would agree that he's campaigning, and so he could be doing populism right now, but you understand why that's like bad economic policy, right?
I just want to be clear. Trump isn't specific about his plans on tariffs. All he said is tariffs, universal. He won't commit to a percentage. But what he's telling you is universal tariffs. To be clear, his plan is universal tariffs. He has not laid out all the details on that plan, but the plan is universal tariffs. Shit. That is the plan.
And as high as he can go.
Well, he won't commit to a number.
Let me ask, I think, as a good faith question. Tiki Tack, what do you say, at least if he implements the plan as we've kind of seen him describing it as universal, would he be against that?
Yes.
We got some middle ground there at least.
Okay. Can I go now?
Yeah, mister, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, the main problem I see with the left is they look at all of these problems in a one path solution. And the question I have regarding tariffs to specifically the left is, what's to stop companies from having competition to lower their prices to be the ones that get through the tariffs. You understand? So China comes in and says, hey, we're not going to pay these ridiculous tariffs. And then a place like India comes in and says,
China does not pay the tariff.
okay, I'm just using that as an example. All I'm saying is,
It's a really important factor, though. So
if they implement tariffs, it's a form of capitalism because it causes competition to drop the rate in which the entry is governed. So, you guys want to ignore that. Now, before I drop down real quick, I'm gonna give two pushbacks on each side, and then I'll just get out of the way. The first one is from Trump's side. What I have against him is that it's going to be painful. The getting back to a comfortable state in the economy. I would argue that it's going to be painful. I think it's easier obtained through him than Kamala, but it will be painful. My question for the other side, the leftists, though, and this is the one I wanted to ask in the beginning: how will a unrealized capital gains tax not devastate the economy? And how do you assume? Wait! I'm almost done, and I'll get out of your way. I promise. And how will you assume that it is not going to be implemented on the middle class once it comes into play? Thanks for having me. I'm just going to drop out and get out of the way now.
Thanks, Mister. We'll try to address those points.
Other countries have wealth taxes that are even harsher than Kamala's proposed unrealized capital gains tax. It just doesn't seem like that big a deal to me. It probably has a negative effect on GDP, long run GDP growth. It probably doesn't raise a significant amount of revenue. It decreases capital stock. Those are all bad things. But I don't think it's economy destroying bad, as evidenced by Norway and Finland and Switzerland that have. I don't think as Finland does. Spain and the Netherlands or something, which all have wealth taxes that are harsher, yet they seem to have okay economies.
Also, it's worth pointing out that for competitive reasons, wealth tax wouldn't hurt big businesses that way. And sorry, I didn't catch all of that, so I might be a little bit off. But I heard him mention competitiveness at the beginning as well, so I'm trying to tie that in. It would be more like an income tax rate, so it would be the revenue you make after. It'd be the profit you make, essentially.
Yeah, but
I'm not an econ person, by the way. Just to be super clear.
Unrealized gain tax is taxing the money before you have pulled it out of whatever market that have your money. It's a capital gains tax is when you actually pull the equity out of your house or sell your stocks. That's when you get taxed, is that money that coming out. Unrealized gains is just essentially taking a look at your stock portfolio or your house and just saying, oh, we're going to tax you a percentage off of how it's been increased over the past year.
Well, I mean,
it's essentially taking money out from the investment pool, so you're unable to make more interest over a long period of time. It reduces the amount of interest that you make off of your gains.
If I'm wrong, it's because how it works now, you get taxed now when you kind of sell your stocks, for example. Whereas in this case, you'd be getting taxed as you're gaining, while you still own the stock. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know much about this topic.
Yeah, but I mean, she walked that back. She's gone silent on it. She replaced it with a minimum billionaire tax, which I still don't necessarily think is great. It's not as destructive as a unrealized gains tax, though, and I don't think that's particularly destructive or anything. But
I'm curious.
Go
ahead.
No, you. I said.
I was curious. I was curious. City Tech. Do you believe in having specialized economies? Do you think there's kind of a good reason to have that?
What do you mean by specialized economies?
For example, we might be okay, given that we kind of in a globalist economy, we might be okay with having certain countries do jobs that are not as valuable. For example, manufacturing, we've shipped off a lot of that to some other countries because they can do it for a lot cheaper. Do you have a problem with that, I guess, overall?
I'm not necessarily opposed as long as they follow just some simple humanitarian guidelines to be able to, whoever's the workforce is actually able to live in a somewhat moderate condition. and be able to afford their bills and afford their child, things of that nature. And I believe that we need to somehow use the American might to influence a lot of that. And I think tariffs is a good first step.
I
Do you
mean,
think Donald Trump? Oh, go ahead.
I like my response here, just like the general response is like, well, like the U.S. had child labor, right, for a while until we economically developed. It's probably best to like you could make an argument. I'm not familiar with all the literature on
you
this.
Want to
that
go back to child labor?
No, I'm stating that like as economies develop, they seem to get rid of a lot of those institutions that we don't like child labor, like slavery. So you can make the argument that if we allow economies to develop through free trade, which I think increases welfare for all countries essentially, they would develop and get over their period of child labor and slavery just like we did. You can make that argument. Economists go back and forth on that, but
yeah, I would say there's a lot of nuance to this situation.
It's
and I think one second, Melanie, I'll let you go. Gotta say one thing real quick. I think I have another Trump supporter coming in here quick, but if anyone wants to hop in here, because I don't want Tiki-Taka to dogpile. Trying to be as moderate as I can, ask some good faith questions, but I think also grade one might be coming soon. I think that should be good also.
Yeah, open up that panel. Tiki-Taka wants the panel open, and you're like trying to protect him.
Just so
hey, the link's posted.
Stop babying.
The link's down below.
Stop babying Tiki-Taka.
If you want to get dogpiled Tiki-Taka, that's okay.
Yeah, let's go for it. I'm here.
Freaking neoliberal centrists, and they're on both sides things and make sure everything's fair.
True. Based.
Well, so, Melanie, go off then. Yeah, what do you want to say?
Tiki-Taka, you said that like you'd want to see tariffs used for social justice reasons. Is that fair?
Yeah, to a degree, yeah.
But you might agree with me that like Trump doesn't give a crap about social justice.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Well, except for his original point of why he was implementing tariffs was to kind of quote punish China for stealing a lot of intellectual property.
Okay, what do you think Trump's overall goal for being president is? Do you think he really cares about America, or do you? In my opinion, I think he might be rich and incentivized to push policies that protect or benefit the rich.
I would say in general, every politician is incentivized by making money. But here's where you kind of have to weigh it, is that the career politicians, their money is backed by lobbyists. People who kind of like sit in the shadows and just decide what happens. Where Trump, a lot of his money
backed
is
by
his
Elon
own.
Musk.
Well, even then, it's like Elon Musk and then Trump, but it's like they're public figures. We know where they are and what they're doing. So I would say we have a better idea of where their incentives are than the career politician.
So you could say that they're more visible. I wouldn't say they're more transparent necessarily, because during Trump's administration, there's a lot of cabinet issues that took us a while to find out about. But with regards to that, would you say that Trump feels like he has, like especially in his second term where he knows he's not going to be reelected, do you think he's accountable to the American public during his term?
Generally, no.
Yeah, they're good.
And you see how that's like, that would be an issue when, where like you wanted visibility to matter, but he won't even listen to the people necessarily. We have no way to guarantee that.
But you kind of get that effect with a lot of politicians.
Sure, but Kamala at least served as like a district attorney and stuff like that. She saw like justice in action. And if she said, I'm like, just for example, I'm going to do tariffs for social justice reasons, it would make a lot more sense for her to say that. And it would.
Well, we can't confuse social justice with justice. That's two separate things.
I mean, social justice is used in the courts.
Well, social justice is a term that was coined by people to mean that they're righting wrongs, which has nothing to do with justice. Justice is there's no evenness to justice is blind, right? I mean,
social justice is a subset of the study of justice in general, and it's taught at schools. For example, there's a course here
Since
in London,
when?
Ontario from King's College called Social Justice and Peace.
Okay, great. It's a college course. When was it put in place?
I'm just reiterating that it's a valid field of study.
The country's been in existence for over 200 years, and you're now saying something that's just existed for the past 3 years has been the law of the land for 200 years. And I'm trying to understand why you think that is.
If you think it's only existed for 3 years, you seriously don't understand it, because that's at least 10 years. The course was at least 10 years.
Well, I mean, okay, so I'll grant you 10 years, fine, sure. But social justice came from the idea that something needed to be done. It has nothing to do with actual justice in the courts or in the law.
I'm just gonna look it up.
If we could quit using that term, because that's a politically motivated term and not an actual legal term. If we're going to describe laws, let's describe laws. If we're going, I mean, definitions matter, right? When we're trying to debate something.
So John Rawls in 1971, by the way, mentioned it in his book, A Theory of Justice.
Great. That's awesome. However, it's not been part of our justice system.
That's decades. That's decades old. And yes, you do see social justice terminology used in the courts.
I apologize. I didn't silence my phone.
It's okay. And thanks so much for joining, Grid. I'm not sure if you caught much of the stream. I would love to talk about the social justice.
I was
topic for a
watching
while.
whatever, and I threw some grenades over there to get things warmed up, and now I'm going to come over here and throw some grenades.
Hey, Grid.
Not
How's
really. I'm really not. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. That's not funny.
Yeah, because I want to see, because I think I know that you have some business experience. Previously, we're talking about tariff in particular, but we're talking mostly about kind of how the economy is going to look versus. Please come back, Sample. You were muted on your end, not on my end. But we're talking about the economy under Trump or Harris and what's going to be better. I'm sure you have some stronger opinions on that. Do you want to talk about any of that or tariffs in particular?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can talk about now. My problem with what Trump has just talked about the tariffs. He's not outlined exactly what he will do and how he intends to implement it. He's given some broad strokes, which is the way politicians talk, right? I mean, let's just be real. Now, Trump's a little bit different than, because he's not really a politician, and it's really not accurate to ever call him a politician. He's a businessman. And so when he speaks in terms generically that he at least kind of knows what he's talking about, right? Like he's not.
Okay, Trump has no clue what a tariff is. We agree on that point, right?
Well, I think he understands what a tariff is.
So then he's lying about what a tariff is, because that's the alternative.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Either he doesn't know what a tariff is or he's lying about what a tariff is. That's what all of his rhetoric shows. Every single time he talks about a tariff, he says, consumers don't pay it, foreign nations pay it, when that's just blatantly not true. So he's either lying or he doesn't know.
Well,
I would agree with
again,
Bridge here.
I can't look at it from Trump's point of view. I mean, I just understand. I can only understand it through my point of view, and I am all for tariffs myself. Tariffs are the reason that American cars never sold in Japan. Do you guys understand that? Do you not understand that? Maybe.
Tariffs are the reason what? Sorry.
The reason that the American car manufacturer has never really had a worldwide presence is because of tariffs. They tariff the crap out of our product, and we don't tariff theirs. Can we agree on that? Is that we all have that pretty much understanding?
I don't know otherwise, so I'll just take your word for it.
Sure.
What's your point?
Great. Yeah, I mean, no, it's a real thing. I wouldn't lie to you about that. I would lie to you. I'm just not about that. And so the problem in the world market, our problem in the world market, is everyone gets to trade here cheaper than they do anywhere else on the planet.
Wait, hold. The U.S. is a pretty strong. The U.S. is the world reserve currency. We're a really strong currency in foreign exchange markets. You know that, right?
That literally has nothing to do with other countries placing tariffs on other countries' goods as they come in, and our goods as they come in.
Well, you said trade was cheap for other countries here. That's not true, because
you're trying to draw a parallel where that doesn't exist.
Hold on. You said trade was really cheap here. That's not true, right? Like the US
do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple points. So one, why do we not want American cars to be sold in China? Because that generates revenue for American companies. I'm confused on that. And another thing is, Non-fund cited this before, I believe, the study, but like we know this. There are many studies on this. You learn this in Econ 101. Tariffs both make things more expensive for consumers and they hurt jobs. The protectionist rhetoric has been like debunked and abandoned by economists since the 50s. I don't know why we keep doing that.
Was there a question? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So for one, okay, obviously,
Maybe
what would you
go
have to
point
say
by
on
point.
that? Like, yeah, go point by point. Take your time. Yeah.
Well, Simple,
yeah.
let me go over your first point, and then he can respond.
It just sounded like you made a statement, not really a question.
He asked why we don't want
here's
U.S.
the
vehicles
statement.
sold.
What do you have to say on that? Okay, like that's.
Well, I remember at the beginning you asked, why would you not want American cars sold in China? Do you want to rephrase that question, Sample?
Yeah, I mean, that was the first one, yeah.
Oh, we really would. The problem is that other countries place massive tariffs on our imports.
I thought you said, oh, the reason why American cars are not sold in China is because of tariffs. I thought you meant like.
Does the U.S. have a trade agreement with China?
We have several.
Kinda. I think we.
Yeah. So
China's not actually the country I'm thinking of here. Japan was Japan was the most egregious, and I just remember this from back in the 80s when I was in school, and there's a whole big thing about Japan placing massive tariffs on any American goods that came into the country, and we were paying them to deliver cars to us, basically, right. And then, of course, we gave them land here to build factories, and we've done a lot of really, really good things to help the Japanese economy. To a large degree, that helped us as well. Obviously, American auto manufacturers had a problem with that. I mean, that's kind of the competitive market. Although I will agree, and I have to agree, that the tariffs that were placed by Japan on all American goods, especially cars, really hurt us a lot. And
did you say that this was in the 80s?
Yeah, it's like mid 80s, I think.
Okay, it's probably changed since then.
So you have to
in 2019, the U.S. and Japan reached a limited trade agreement. So.
Okay, sure. Well, we're always reaching trade agreements.
Well, that's going to equalize the tariffs between.
What's the specific of that trade agreement?
Lower tariffs on certain agricultural and industrial products. It also includes a separate digital trade agreement that promotes digital commerce and data flow between the two countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they have to lower the tariffs because they were so high to start with, and they actually do need our
between both countries.
And they do actually need our farming equipment. That's a big thing over there. Is that they have a lot more of their land is farmable now than it was. So there are reasons for that don't pertain to this discussion.
So, I mean, if we like trade agreements, how do we feel about Trump withdrawing from the TPP? Hello?
No response?
I'm not familiar what that is.
The Trans-Pacific Partnership. It was a trade agreement. It was great. And Trump withdrew from it because trade is good and Trump is bad, so he has to do what's bad. True. That's my understanding of it. But yeah, I mean,
okay. So you made the point that you seem to like, you guys are really for trade agreements, I guess.
Yep, I like trade in general. I think tariffs are garbage. Yeah, I already explained, but they increase prices for consumers. They are bad for like employment. We know this. They're bad for your growth. I could go on and on, but yeah, I mean, I wonder why. Like, there's no studies that back that up. But okay.
So how is it that they work so well for Japan?
I'm not convinced they work so well for Japan. I need to review Japan, but I can do one better. What if we had a study that goes over that goes over more than 50 years of data and examines more than 151 countries and examines the macroeconomic impacts of tariffs and finds that tariffs have a bad impact on employment, have a bad impact on growth, have a bad impact on productivity. I mean, if we had a study like that, surely that would be pretty comprehensive.
151.
151. It included the. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't want. I'm like, you're talking like Germany. Are we talking?
The study went over like Japan, Germany, United States, France. I mean, like 151 countries. It's hard to miss countries with that data.
I can agree that they tariffs actually ended up hurting Germany. Germany obviously also did not want to, they had a bunch of tariffs on basically anything that came into their country. It did it really had a negative effect overall, and it pushed the cost of their products really high on the world stage. However, the world was willing to pay for it. I mean, we now have a BMW factory in South Carolina, so something.
Sure. I mean, okay, so tariffs saved some jobs, but they also hurt more jobs than they saved. So think of steel. Steel is a really good example of that.
Mhm.
Steel protects some jobs in the United States of companies that manufacture steel,
Mhm.
but it hurts a lot more companies that import steel.
So some tariffs are good, some tariffs are bad, is what I'm hearing.
Mostly bad. Like tariffs can be
Okay,
good,
well,
like
all right,
to avoid that. Wait, can I?
So what?
Tariffs
And I was
can
kind
be
of
good.
Wait, let Sample finish. I think he's done.
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, I apologize.
Tariffs can be good. That like every textbook will tell you that like national security is a concern for tariffs and whatnot. But economists almost unanimously, like above 95%, agree tariffs are usually very, very bad. That's why we have actually surveys by economists. I can link it if you give me like 5 minutes. But we have like surveys of economists about Trump's tariffs and about steel specifically and aluminum. And they say like, yeah, that hurts consumers. It hurts aggregate welfare in the economy. It's bad. It's not no bueno.
Okay. So it's an interesting deal because it would depend on what the tariffs are on. So, and I'm not really convinced that there's going to be any factual information about that comes out. To be honest, I think it'll be a lot of guesswork. As to
Wait, about
Trump
about
will
what
actually
specifically? About
Yeah,
Trump
about
steel
what will
tariffs?
be tariff. Yeah.
Okay, we have multiple studies on those steel tariffs. I can send you some of them, but they're there. They're
Right,
out there.
but is
Trust
that
me.
something Trump is going to tariff? Is that
Has
something
already done. I mean, why would you
yeah.
want a tariff? Why would you want a president to be in office again when we know when he was already in office his tariffs were horrible? Like why would we want to relieve that?
Well, I'm
That's horrible.
sorry. So you're using let me backtrack just a second. You're saying that the tariffs that he had in place when he was in office before hurt the economy.
Yep. As tariffs usually do. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't. In which way?
Oh. Okay. Well, first they increase prices for consumers. That's no bueno.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
No.
What do you mean? No?
I'm not going to
We
let
know
you
that they can.
shotgun. I'm not going to let you shotgun the.
Well, you asked me in which way. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm explaining in which way, right?
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Good.
Any parts
So,
of this you want to highlight on phone?
No, I'm just showing them
prices.
these papers exist. I can go over some of them. Like
Yeah, me and
there's no
Anfon went
story.
over this like when we talked like yesterday or 2 days ago. But I mean, yeah, the tariffs increased prices. Like that's not even debatable. You learned that in Econ 101. You draw the supply demand curve. You do the tariff and you see that it increases. Like that's not really, but whatever.
Okay. So
yeah.
I'm having I'm just. I feel like. Well, actually, and I hate using the term "I feel," so I'm gonna change that. Give me 1 second. Let me restructure this.
I mean, here. Let's
No.
put it aside.
Let's let him finish. Let one finish.
Fair. Okay, good.
You've been talking for a while.
Okay.
So what it seems to me, and like I'm not an economist, okay, and I don't want to be one, which is even better for me. However, I was in business a long time, and I've done business overseas. I have actually dealt with various aspects of getting things made in other countries and brought here, and then I've never really exported anything, but I never really felt the need to either. There are other people that do that. What I do know is that, or the example that I would have picked, steel is interesting. That's an interesting pick. I would not have picked up on that myself. But what I do know is that when we were able to put tariffs back on oil, foreign oil coming in, and we were able to produce more oil in this country, it helped our country and it hurt their countries. And that's what I would prefer on a world stage. I don't, while I agree that maybe we should all, a rising tide lifts all boats, unfortunately, all countries are not friendly to us. And I'm okay helping our friends, but I'm not okay helping those who are not our friends. And that's okay with me. Plus, I would honestly prefer American-made steel. I would prefer American-made jobs. and that sort of thing than bringing in steel from Japan or wherever. Which, by the way, Japan makes excellent steel. It is very high quality.
Right. So to put it, so to avoid cherry picking or anecdotes, which I'm not saying you necessarily do. Well, it is an anecdote, but whatever. Let's rely on studies. Let's rely on aggregate data. I asked you about the average effect of tariffs, like the common predominant effect of tariffs, and we know this. We've studied this. We know what it's like. I sent you here a study of the side chat. I hope everyone can see it.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't. I don't actually pay much attention to the side chat. You have to call my attention to it. I apologize.
And there's a lot there. I don't expect you to go through all of it right now.
Yeah, there is a lot there. It's interesting.
There's some quotes.
He only sent one thing. I sent a few other things.
Let me just quote this. Okay. So we find that tariff increases lead in the medium term to economically and statistically significant declines in domestic output and productivity. Tariff increases also result in more unemployment, higher inequality, and real exchange rate appreciation, but only small effects on the trade balance. Now, I agree with you. I care about American jobs. That's why I oppose tariffs, which hurt American jobs.
Okay. So again, I think it's more important that we cover what is actually going to be tariffed. If we're going to put tariffs on things from China or wherever, I'm kind of for that. Although, to be honest with you, we don't actually import that much from China anymore, so it's kind of a paper tiger, but that's okay. It makes everyone feel good at the end of the day. I'm more interested in tariffs on oil. I think that would be a great place to put a tariff, is on foreign oil. I also would not mind tariffs on cars manufactured out of the United States and other products like that.
I don't know why we're playing this game and pretend like Trump is proposing something he's not. Trump is proposing universal tariffs. That is what Trump is proposing. Like, you keep making all these arguments for like a strategic tariff could be here, a strategic tariff could be here. That's not what Trump is proposing. Like, it's so indefensible that you have to play this game of like, well, I think a tariff could be good here. That's not what he's proposing. Like,
yeah, and also we do import a lot from China. I don't know, would that, like, maybe
year by year importation from China has dropped.
I think China is our second largest trading partner.
Wait. What percentage is China out of U.S. imports? I don't know.
I don't know, but we've dropped.
I bet it's like huge.
Yeah,
it may have declined, but it's still huge.
Yeah, we're in a decline, and mainly because China themselves don't really care too much about.
Well, also China had retaliatory tariffs, so that would explain some of it too. But either way, I'm just saying. I asked you about the average effect of tariffs. Trump is not proposing like this specific tariff on this specific good, like Reagan had like a specific tariff on motorcycles or whatever.
First of all, okay.
Yeah, I'm saying so. Trump is proposing blanket tariffs and especially 60% tariffs on China. That's so insane. But again, if we can look at the literature, I don't remember you citing any study, any data that is not like anecdotal or like a specific historical example without linking me to a source on that. I'm just saying we know.
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't prepare for this. I just came up.
Let me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just saying once we get serious economists whose job it is to tell to study what tariffs do, and they write a study examining what tariffs do, they tell you.
Liberty Twitch, were you here when this guy told me he didn't know what comparative advantage is? The guy in the top right does not know what comparative advantage is.
What do you credit the massive increase in prices to since 2021 to?
It was a global phenomenon, so it cannot be really a specific thing within the United States. But obviously, I would say like supply chain shocks, not greed. Greed is a dumb explanation, and also, I mean, obviously, demand pull inflation.
COVID.
Which are the results of COVID? To be clear,
let me jump into. I just want to say one thing because I'm going to vote for Kamala, but I want to actually give something to actually I think strengthen Grid's argument because. I'll do a little bit both sides because Trump has said things like when referring to tariffs, they're the greatest things ever. I think even on the recent Joe Rogan podcast, when asked if he was serious about potentially eliminating income tax and replacing with tariffs, he said yes in the affirmative. That being said, he's also said things like if you outsource or offshore your jobs in your company, you might be ineligible for tax cuts. So it sounds like he might be addressing some things that are maybe a little nuanced than just across the board. Tariffs.
Oh, that is horrible. Eliminating the income tax and
Oh,
replacing it with tariffs
Francis,
is
I think
horrible.
you just got a raid from Flow State. Sorry to cut you off, Sample, but
Oh, thank you, Flo. Hell yeah, thank you.
Let's go.
But what I
So
what I was what I
yeah,
want
wait,
to I just repeat this last part because I think this goes in great favor. Is he said if you outsource or offshore, you're not going to be eligible for any of these tax cuts. In fact, you'll pay a substantial tariff when. That's where it's tricky. Actually, I hate the last part, but the first part I think is interesting. Where he's saying if you offer a job, you might be ineligible for tax cuts. So maybe that's a different mechanism than just tariffs.
You know,
wait. Can I ask? Why was I asked about COVID? Because I made a comprehensive.
No, I was
point.
just
Said
pointing out.
Economists are.
Yeah, I was just pointing out.
Economists are serious people. They study, like they paid their attention to study what tariffs do, and they unanimously say Trump's tariffs were bad. We have multiple studies on that, and universally, like tariffs are just bad.
Well, hold on.
Ray's question was about 2021 increase of prices.
Absolutely, you can't say that, Sample text. I have to call BS on what you just said. They can't say Trump's tariffs are bad because we don't know what they are yet. We don't know what he's going to do. All you can say is tariffs in general are bad. This is
I said that's what economists think.
Really
I said that's what economists think, and we have polls on that. So I was right. We know. Look,
I'm okay.
95% agree.
I mean, I'm okay with you saying economists think that it's not a good idea.
So why would we want a president who was economically illiterate?
Also, he did use them in his first term. Also, so there's that.
Yeah,
that's what I said. No. I mean, it's tariffs
but
in the first term.
He didn't do all right. So let's look at his first term. He did do tariffs, and they did help stimulate the economy in specific ways. Sure, they hurt the economy in other ways, but it did stimulate the economy in others. We had a really pretty decent economy. I know, I was there, and I was unfortunately, I was not in business at that point. I'd already retired, so I can't speak directly to my business filings during that point. I don't know what I can really say. I know that a major investment bank really prefers for Trump to be back in office because of the amount of business they did during his first term. And that's, they're pretty good economists as well.
May I ask a question?
That's why I appeal to the
like
comprehensive poll of economists, and I don't just say, "Oh, Paul Krugman thinks that," although he does think.
Yeah,
that.
I'm not gonna say who or whatever.
Well, but Paul Krugman.
I don't even know.
A lot of that also has to do with the pre-COVID economy, but also, I want to hear Melanie what you have to say.
Wait, just why was I asked about COVID? I just don't get that. I made a point about tariffs.
I just brought up COVID when you were bringing up the reason that prices increased in 2021, and you're making a lot of good points. But I think
that's what I was asked. I was asked why did prices increase in 2021. I don't get why I was asked that.
Right. No, I understood that they increased in 2021. That was fine, but they've continued to increase across the board. Until then, there have been no tariffs. There's been, really. I honestly can't think of a single good financial policy that's been enacted in the past 4 years. Now, fortunately for me, I'm retired and I'm not in business anymore, and I just basically do some investing, so it doesn't really matter to me which way it goes. But overall, though, the downfall in real estate was predictable. Matter of fact, I did predict it, and I made some money on that.
So to be clear, the claim is that tariffs reduce prices. Because once we lifted up Trump's tariffs, which we did not do immediately in 2021, then prices increased. Is that the argument?
Did Ticky Tack make the claim that they reduced prices?
Well, I asked why was I asked about the prices increases after 2021, and he said we didn't have tariffs and the prices increased. Like I'm just making sure that's the argument.
Oh, right. No. I was curious why, what you were attributing it to, since the tariffs that Trump had put in place were gone. And if you were attempting to attribute that to the tariffs, or if even with the tariffs being pulled, the economy got much worse.
No, I mean, so tariffs, this is not like arguable. Tariffs do increase prices. That's their job, right? Because they increase prices. That's
sure. And I'll stipulate that in some case, I will repeat what you told me. In some cases, tariffs will increase. In some cases, they will increase wages or decrease wages or whatever. I will just stipulate that, but that's not in every case. It's not across the board.
Yeah, but this is like saying in some cases wearing a seatbelt will save your life. In some cases it will choke you to death. Like, yeah, true, but
No, it's
predominantly
not.
it will save
That's
your life.
false equivalency. 100. Come
Well,
on,
you
man.
get the point I was trying to make. Like,
I don't think you would ever accept this for like any of Kamala's policy, like minimum wage.
The point was not.
Look,
The point was not that
we've
it's
been
at
in
the
good
same
faith
rate. I
pretty
just
much
want to
so
clarify.
far, but
The
you
point
can't
was not that it's at the same rate.
I'm not going to let you get away with that.
What?
You could maybe say like, I don't know. I don't know what a good analogy would be right off the top of my head, but I can't let you.
Look. I was not saying that it's at the same rate as a seatbelt. All I was saying is that like the fact that sometimes you get mixed results does not mean that predominantly, like a lot of the time, you get the negative result. And we studied this. I sent you a study going over 50 years, going over 151 countries, and they draw the conclusion pretty clearly. It hurts employment, it hurts prices, it hurts growth, it hurts productivity. So I just don't get why we want to do that, and why do we want a president who doesn't even know what a tariff is or lies about it.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question under the assumption that both sides have at least made their case. Maybe we'll agree to disagree here, but I think there's a broader question of Trump being a bit of a, like, from the perspective of the left, and this isn't what I'm trying to get us to argue, but he's a bit of a rich oligarch, and he has a lot of rich friends who he could definitely benefit by placing certain tariffs on competitive countries with competitive companies in them, or cutting their taxes specifically. Whereas we just can't say that Kamala has as many rich friends. They both have super PACs with rich donors. So,
well, I mean, Kamala's not gotten to where she is on her own merit. So,
I actually have a response to that. So,
really,
interestingly, there have been studies on the effects of rich people on the different parties in the United States. It's called, I don't remember the title of the study, but I know it's Lax et al. 2019. I can link it if someone really wants to. But mainly it studied like the impact of rich people in the constituency of each party. And they found that there is influence of rich people in the decisions of each party. It was a lot more on the Republican side. Democrats were more like leaning also to the middle class and their constituents, but also were biased in favor of rich people also in their decisions. But interestingly, they also found that the rich people that make up the constituency of the Democratic Party tend to have more pro-poor people policies in the first place, which also impacts their decisions. So if you want to study like the impacts of rich people on the different parties, Democrats are less, elitist or oligarchic or whatever you want to call it, and like the rich people who they are pandering to have better policies for poor people in the first place.
So, Grid, you're just wrong. Kamala went to school for law. She was a deputy district attorney. Then she was district attorney. I think she worked her way up in a pretty respectable political
Have you ever heard the name Willie Brown?
What does this have to do with anything?
Do you know how she got her appointment?
Okay, so how did like?
Are you talking about over Biden?
How did being with Willie Brown get her like 2 million votes in her district?
She wouldn't have been in a position to even run without Willie Brown's backing.
Okay, but she got 2 million votes. Obviously, like she has a rich history, even if you ignore that.
Doesn't matter who
like,
ran it. I mean, come on, man, San Francisco. I lived there. It doesn't matter.
So this isn't really my concern that she had one person backing her. I don't think that disqualifies her from having a legitimate political career, which she clearly has.
The point was that she had a relationship with him. That's the point.
Yeah, let me make my case then. So, sure, Trump has rich friends, and he may or may not, in the past, he's proven not, go out of his way to help them. Kamala is politically indebted for everything that she has, and so she has to pay those debts at some point. And that means that she may have to sign bills she may not want to.
I don't think you can say this for a fact. You're making a lot of assumptions about these people's relationships. And so unless you can show me something where Willie Brown has said this, then...
Yeah, also, we can test this. So for one, bills have to get certified by Congress, like by the House and Senate first. So I'm not sure how that's related to her. But also another thing is, like, if we think that she was indebted to some people and she expected to repay them, Kamala never expected to be running for president by the end of the term, right? Everyone expected Biden to run again. So we can look at her behavior during the 3.5 years. What did she do that pandered to like the rich people behind her, shadowy, whatever? Nothing. Meanwhile, Trump is explicitly advocating to put Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, in government positions. This is like in your face. Like, yeah, I love my rich friends here. I want to promote them. Like, this is in your face. And Kamala has nothing like that. Has done
I'm
nothing
sorry.
like that in the 3.5 years.
I gotta kind of push back on that. I don't know that
Yeah.
Elon and Trump are actually friends. Matter of fact, I don't think they like each other. However, they have a respect for each other.
You get
And
the
why
point.
would you not? Why would you not want the guy who's literally put things into space on his
Well, good
own?
one. How do you feel about
I can answer
nepotism?
that question easily. One,
Well,
because it's like
Wait, what's
so
that?
for
I want
one.
to think Elon Musk is not the best point. So, Grid One, I'm just curious. Like, how do you feel about nepotism?
You know,
That can lead to maybe some corruption.
It can lead to corruption for sure. I don't know. I've seen a lot of father son businesses kind of work out.
Yeah, but father sons. What about what about filling your whole cabinet with multiple members of your family, including even your son-in-law?
You know,
Yeah.
that would be my concern with that. Actually, be a legitimate concern with Kamala, just all of her friends filling the cabinet.
Wait, I'm talking about
But not with
Trump.
Trump, right? Not with
Trump
Trump.
has already
Already
filled his cabinet with all his relatives.
One at a time, please.
I'm answering your question.
Thanks, modern.
I'm answering your question. Trump proved in his first presidency that he would take the advice of advisors and put in people that he thought could do the job, and often to his detriment, because he didn't really understand how the political system in Washington worked and how corrupt it truly was. I don't think, and he has said as much. He's like, I never would have thought it would be this corrupt. As a matter of fact, I think he said that on Joe Rogan just the other night. I didn't watch it, so I'm getting that from people we've talked about it, and I said, hey, what was the coolest thing that was said? And he said, yeah, this is one of the things. I think I think that so my impression of Trump, I've never met him.
Should I ask him where Mike Pence went? I really want to ask him where Mike Pence went.
Somebody that handshake is his bond. His word is his bond. If he says something's going to get done, it's going to get done. That's
No
sort of thing.
way
He
you think
expects
that.
other people to operate in the same way, and they often don't. And I just feel like that. As a business person, he kind of, I don't know, he's kind of a
Okay. So if his
not
word
suited-
is
I
bond,
personally don't think Trump is suited to politics. I just think he's the best choice we got right now.
I agree with you. He should be as far away from the presidency as possible. But look, if you think his word is bond, I mean, do we still have debt? Yeah. He promised to eliminate the debt in his first term. Never happened. Do we have like the wall he promised? Did Mexico pay for it? No. Seems like that never happened. The guy is like the biggest liar in politics. I mean, I don't get how anyone can think that his word is bond. But I mean, on the question was specifically about nepotism. The question was specifically about nepotism. He said Jared. He said his son. Oh my! Wait, I let you finish. I let you finish. I let you finish. I would love to finish. So.
I do want to welcome the panel.
Wait. I have the perfect example.
Right,
So the point was about nepotism. So you made like a couple points. You said one, like he listened more to his advisors on the issues that matter, and not like to, the other people. The point was about nepotism, and also you said that his word is bond. Well, we can look at a case study. I'm Israeli, okay? I'm also an American. So let's look at a case study. Jared Kushner, he said he would solve the the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Didn't seem like that happened, so his word is absolutely not bond. He put him as the guy who would like handle that in his administration. So he doesn't listen to advisors outside of his family. He literally puts people in his family as advisors, and it had horrible effects. I mean, the Abraham Accords were part of the reason for the October 7th attack. So I mean, yeah, it seems like horrible. Seems like horrible nepotism and corruption. That's bad, I think.
Well, wasn't Kushner already in politics and already kind of a runner-up for that spot?
No, he wasn't in line for
No, I
senior
don't-
advisor to the
I don't
president.
think so.
I think he had no political experience before that. I'll look it up though.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. You broke up.
I don't think he had much. I don't think he had any political experience beforehand. But I'll look it up live.
You're
I do want to
wrong.
welcome to the panel, Glenn Lawrence. Hey,
Glenn.
how are you?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm doing well. So I want to go back. You guys are talking about taxes or like the plan, right? The Trump plan.
Tariffs.
You guys are trying. Who was saying that it was like a shit show?
The tariffs.
All three of us over here.
Okay. So you guys do
Both of
know
us.
that like Trump in 2017 he lowered the corporate tax like in lowest
Well,
since Reagan, from 35% to 21%, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how that's to do with tariffs, but sure.
Look, I can give you my opinion on that, but we were talking about.
Can we let him
to be
finish,
clear,
please?
To be clear.
Can we please let him finish?
Guys, look, you guys are piranhas. I get it. You want to eat me all at once. You can't have me all at once. One bite at a time, okay? One bite at a time. Pretty thick over here. And so I'm just going off with his tax plan. He created also another 20% deduction for small businesses. And then he also doubled the standard deduction for singles from $6,300 to like close to like $14,000. And then also for married couples up to $29,000, I think. And then when it comes to the tariffs, so those are the good things that he did. You could say with the tax, with what he did last term, with this wanting to implement universal tariffs on all U.S. imports. It's only a 10 to 20% rate, and unless it's coming from China, which will be an up to a 60% rate. So I don't really see how
10 to 20 is huge.
Yeah, Trump already pointed out that it's going to be like hundreds of billions of dollars.
Good.
Yeah. Well,
good. Yeah. You know, as it is right now, we're not getting it's up lopsided. We're paying more money to them, to other countries, than they are to our country for products.
So a couple things on that. So so first, 10 to 20, that's huge. That's like a lot. So let's not like make it a small thing, right? Like so just on that. Second thing, a trade deficit is not necessarily a bad thing. What I care more about is the affordability of products for consumers and the jobs we have within the United States. And we know for a fact that tariffs almost always hurt both of them.
Well, actually,
we have the
that's
studies
not
to back
true.
it up.
That's not
You didn't cite
necessarily
anything.
true. That's not necessarily true.
Again, wait, I just want to reinforce this point. I sent a study going over 50 years in 151 countries. You cited nothing. So,
what you cited? I'm just saying it's not necessarily
That was me.
true.
Not
oh,
Glenn.
the other. Okay, well, neither of you cited anything for the point of
He
tariffs.
just got here.
Oh, well, not Lawrence. I'm talking to the guy who said not always.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did say
I thought it was
tariffs
Lawrence that
don't
was
always damage.
Okay,
You were
but not
saying that
Lawrence, the other
they
guy.
always. You said that tariffs always lead to damaging the job growth or the job
I
market.
didn't say
here.
always. I said like almost always.
Okay, almost always. Okay, that's like no, that's not true. So
Yeah, it is.
Wait, I do want to.
It's
Now
getting a little
that we.
lopsided up here. I'm gonna.
Well, no, actually, no. I feel like it's even 4v4 now. We got 4 Trump voters and 4 Kamala.
Okay.
You give
All
them.
right, I got you. All right. I felt
May
like
I just
So
read?
here, let me
may I just
reinforce the
read
point then. He's new here. Let me reinforce the point. I can even link the study again. Let me actually do that.
Yeah, I want to
Here,
say we have empirical data. Like we don't necessarily have to use like anecdotes, and like we have evidence says at least in general the tariffs have
Let's
this
not
kind
use
of
anecdotes. I agree. Let's not use anecdotes. So we have the opinions of economists whose profession it is
that's
to
true.
know what
And-
they're talking about. You
and the
take Econ
economists-
101, you
also
learned
the
that.
economists
Wait,
last time-
you take Econ.
Okay,
Wait,
let
if
me-
you take, wait.
plan was gonna
Okay, so
actually-
I'll just make the case very quickly. If you take Econ 101, you learn very quickly
Last time
tariffs
too.
increase prices. That's inevitable. Two, we have the empirical data on this. This is a study going over 50 years in 151 countries, and they find, and I can quote it again, tariffs hurt employment, they hurt growth, they hurt productivity, they hurt even exchange rate appreciations, and only slightly affect the trade balance. So no bueno there. And also we have the professionals in the field to tell
you'd be
you
quick,
with like
to it.
insane consensus. It's hard to find consensus like this in economics, but you have the professionals in economics telling you with extensive consensus the tariffs, especially Trump's tariffs, were hurtful for the economy.
Okay, so you do know that all the economists last time said that, oh, Trump's tax plan is going to destroy the economy, get ready for another recession, and then what happened? Nothing.
Recession?
Actually, nothing. It was actually we had
What,
the most job
a
growth.
recession?
We had the highest, income coming in on both taxes and people like the job creation, more money coming in, more write-offs for individuals. Like the country was doing a lot better under his tax plan.
Right. So that's not a response to like you linked nothing. You
No,
said nothing on the tariffs. I was quoting on
I'm
tariffs
just
specifically.
pointing out that
But just to be clear, I
I'm
don't think there
pointing
was
out you're
any.
like, oh, we have
Wait,
empirical
I'm
data.
responding to your
example.
point. I let you
got
finish.
empirical data. You see, you got empirical data from all these like top scholars and all these, like, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
But they also said this shit last time, and they were wrong last time.
Right. Okay.
So,
So when you say they,
no, wait a minute. 'Cause I'm saying this for a point, because you were talking about, oh, well, Trump said this, and this last time, and that never came through. So why would we listen to this or believe him now? Well, I'm just telling you, all those same economists and all those professionals that were saying his plan was going to be shit last time, why should I believe any of them now?
Right. Okay. So I want to respond to that. So for one, they said this, they said that. I was citing a specific poll. Okay, done by a very trusted pollster within economics. So they talk to the professionals and they get their opinion. I don't know of any survey of economists that said, "Oh, Trump's going to create a recession." Incidentally, there was a recession under Trump, so I don't know why you didn't address that. But whatever, I'm not attributing it to
actually,
him.
the recession actually didn't take place until Biden, but it's okay.
I mean, the dip in employment happened in March 2020. That's Trump.
It's
whatever.
It's also clearly more to blame to COVID than anything.
Yeah, I know. I never said that's like Trump. I'm just saying, like, you never even mentioned that. That's like sus. But I'm just saying,
So,
I don't
like,
know of any poll. I don't know of any poll of economists
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, Trump will create a recession." I know of one economist who said that, but that's about it. Meanwhile, I'm telling you, we have robust studies on this. It's Econ 101. You take an econ class, they tell you tariffs makes things more
Yeah.
expensive.
Well, like,
and Trump
let's
is
get
lying about the
specifics into
effects of
Trump's
tariffs.
tariffs.
We can't know.
Yeah,
like,
when we're talking
are we
about,
talking
like, specific-
retrospectively, or
yeah,
are we
the
talking?
specific tariffs that he put on the steel industry? The reason why he done that is because if you have trade all one way to China, your steel industry dies. So you're competitive, like your American steel industries can't compete with China.
So I agree.
And
If you
wait,
do
I have a
tariffs on
question.
the steel
Let me
industry-
ask you
wait,
something,
just
please.
very quickly.
Please.
Okay,
You've
go
had
ahead,
so
go
much
ahead.
floor time.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
How were American steel companies competitive up to that point?
They weren't.
Yeah, we
That's the
really
point.
weren't. We were.
Well,
mostly
what's the
importing
point of
steel
protecting
from
American steel?
China.
But I
Because
think
then
they
the industry
were, right?
dies
You
and
had
lose jobs.
No.
Okay,
I don't-
so
I
are
don't
you
agree
aware?
that they were.
Are you aware that
had-
steel consuming jobs outnumber steel producing jobs 80 to 1?
Exactly right. Non-fun is exactly right. So the point was this. Okay, so
That makes
first of all, tariffs. Okay, first of all, there were steel companies before the tariffs, but I agree. If you want to do a tariff to protect a specific industry, then yeah, like a tariff protects the specific industry. I'm talking about Americans as a
do you
whole.
agree with
Okay,
Trump?
like wait. I'm talking about Americans as a whole.
Alhamdulillah.
And non-fun pointed out, there are way more businesses who consume steel than produce steel. So when you tariff steel and make steel more expensive, you hurt a lot more businesses and you reduce a lot more employment than you save. And this is reflected in the studies. That's what you cannot.
That is what happened. The evidence shows that happened. It protected 1,000 steel jobs and lost 75,000 manufacturing jobs.
Wait, just to finish. I have a trifecta. So just to be clear, we have cited the studies for it. Non-fun has, I think, studies specifically on Trump's tariffs. We have the expert consensus, and I mean, we just have the Econ 101 on this. You cited nothing. You have no experts to back you up, and you only have a liar to back you up as Trump, who doesn't even know how a tariff works or lies about it. Like you have nothing.
We'll explain it. So, like, the reason why you put the tariffs in place is to protect the American steel industries. And then once you do that, you put tariffs on any companies that are importing steel from China, which means the companies are forced to then use the American steel industries.
Right.
We don't disagree with that. We disagree that it protects American jobs.
What you've done is you've protected. What you've done is you've protected the American economy by tariffs.
To be clear, you protected specific steel jobs at the cost of other things.
Wait, not fun. Quickly. You said the same thing twice.
One time, y'all.
Okay, you said the same thing twice. So one, you said you do tariffs on China and protect the steel industry, and then you tax people who import from China and protect it and like make them buy from them. So that's saying the same thing twice. Tariffs are taxes on imports. So I don't know if you know that. So that's what tariffs are. You said the same thing twice.
Yeah.
But either way, I agree with that. Tariffs on steel will protect the steel industry, but they will hurt the American economy a lot more because there are more businesses who consume steel than produce steel. So you hurt a lot more businesses than you protect. That's why it's reflected in the expert opinion, in the studies, and the Econ 101, and that's why you cited nothing to back your point up.
Because he's after getting the point wrong. What I've said is, what you do is you tariff the steel companies, the companies that are producing the steel, and then you also put tariffs in place for those companies who are buying steel.
Tariff Chinese?
Chinese
companies?
I don't know what you're saying.
Let's let Melanie try to respond.
Samples already
So
kind of
it's
responded
two
with
different
that thing.
tariffs.
Wait. Just very quickly. You mean tariff the Chinese companies? The American government cannot tariff Chinese companies. I don't know what you mean. The people who pay
You
who pay the
tariff
tariff
American
are
companies that are
the
importing steel
people who
from
pay
China.
the tariff are American companies. So when
Yeah.
you say tariff steel companies, you
Yeah.
mean what?
American companies, I think. So Samples already pointed out that that's just going to increase prices for the consumer and American firms that rely on that steel. My question for you is, are you more concerned with protectionism than increasing prices?
Well, like that's basically what you have where China was trying to do a car factory in Mexico, and Trump's
Well,
like,
that's-
nah,
I'm
gonna
asking
put
you,
tariffs on
like,
them.
yeah, I'm just
You gotta,
asking you
you got to
though.
protect jobs. You got to protect the American economy.
So
Wait,
even
we've
if
already
someone
been over how it
prices-
protects certain jobs at the expense of other jobs, right?
Can you cite
recognize
anything
that,
at all?
right?
Can you cite a study? Look, it's so frustrating. I cited multiple things. I gave you the examples and I
simple
responded to
logic.
the argument, and you cite nothing.
Okay, so we
no,
have to
'cause,
talk to
like,
them at their level. And so my question for you is like you've kind of created a closed loop economy here where America can't go outside of into other nations easily without these huge imposed tariffs. And so if prices are increasing and it would be cheaper to go elsewhere, don't you think that eventually the increase of prices would re-incentivize people to just go outside of the country even despite the tariffs? This is why you don't want to increase
No,
prices
because
because
the
eventually
tariffs are too high.
well, that's why you don't want high
Okay.
tariffs.
Okay. So
Wait, can I just run through
address the
like
point
a
we
quick
made?
logic
We made a
thing
point. Wait.
with
Let me
tariff?
repeat the point. We made a point, and
The
you
main
did not
premise of the
respond to
argument
it.
here,
Point,
the main
this
premise
then.
of the argument
Explain
here
how
is
in
that
April,
One at a time.
Biden, explain this how in April Biden actually called for tripling the tariffs on imports.
I
of
didn't
steel
like that he did that.
and
I thought it was bad.
aluminum,
I thought it was bad.
Okay, also now Biden bad. You don't think?
No, I thought Biden had bad policy.
Biden can do
What
bad
do you think
things.
about
Like,
it? But yeah, Biden did bad things. He did a lot more good than bad. Trump did more than bad. Like, yeah, but I agree. Tariffs are bad. I'm consistent on. Wait. Just to be clear, you asked me a question. I want to respond to it. Wait. Oh my God, I said 2 words.
I didn't ask you for your opinion. I'm just saying that you're saying that Trump's tariffs are bad, but then Biden's tripling the tariffs, and we haven't even heard anything about Kamala.
Well, so first of all, Trump
Let me
Okay.
tone down a little bit and let me respond for you. Well, I think Sample is saying he's against tariffs overall, but Trump did more tariffs, is probably going to implement more tariffs than Biden or Kamala campaign. So he's going to vote for, or he's leaning that direction for that reason.
Yeah, so Biden let some of Trump's tariffs
what we're saying
expire.
is that
I
the
think
reason why you want to
to
put tariffs in place is not just because you want cheaper shit, because sometimes getting cheaper shit is actually negative, correct?
Okay. Can I explain my position?
It's just like painting with a broad stroke here, saying tariffs bad, so anyone who does tariffs is bad, is retarded.
I said,
Like
okay, look, I said tariffs are more
Is there a
good than
situation
bad.
where tariffs are needed?
I said outright. I said you could find this in every textbook. Tariffs can be good. Tariffs can be good. They usually have really bad impacts. And now, just on Biden let some of Trump's tariffs expire. I think on like washing machines and a bunch of other products. But he also increased some of the tariffs. I thought that was bad when he did that. The rationale of tariff is one, it increases prices. That's indisputable. But two, the argument is okay, it's going to protect jobs. But we look at the study, we have the argument against it, and we see, oh, it actually hurts jobs. That's why you cited nothing, and that's why I have the experts and the data on my side. You have none.
Another thing to kind of think about is that what you're talking about with the benefits happen like kind of immediately in a shorter time scale, and the negative impacts are on a medium time scale. So you're both kind of right in your own way, but you're talking about two different consequences of tariffs that happen at two different times.
So I explained that. I said, no, tariffs will save steel jobs. Like if you tariff a certain good, you will protect jobs in that industry. The problem is, and steel is a good example, you hurt a lot more businesses than the businesses you protect. So you have a lot more of a bad impact than a good impact, leading to a result that is negative, right? If I make steel more expensive, it's going to be good for steel manufacturers, but it's going to be bad for everyone who uses steel. That means consumers have less money to spend, which hurts jobs. And it means businesses who import steel will now have a harder time keeping operations afloat, which means less jobs. That's what I meant. So I include all the factors. And again, that's why we have consensus on this.
And this is what I mean by it being. Oh, go ahead.
So how do you prevent China from just setting up a car factory in Mexico, let's say, and just like undercutting all the competition in America?
Well, you can subsidize goods in the United States. I'm not a big fan of that, but I have no problem in countries specializing. I mean, what like importing from China? That I don't think that's necessarily bad.
Also, you can't
wait,
use
hold on,
tariffs to
hold on.
prevent that anyways. You could use trade agreements.
You're
Yeah, you can
okay
do that.
with government subsidizing using taxpayer
No, I said that
funds?
would be one way that is not tariffs. I'm
Let him
not a
finish
fan
the
of that. I said.
question. Let me finish the question.
Okay. Okay. I said I'm not a fan of that though.
So you're okay with tariffs, or pardon me, subsidies that use taxpayer funds to support companies that can't be competitive because we don't tax their opposition coming into the country because that
just said I'm
might
not a fan of
lose some
subsidy.
jobs that would probably not, we wouldn't retain anyway.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time, or
Yeah,
probably
I
wouldn't
can explain
exist
my
without
position.
subsidy.
I said my position.
Wait,
So,
can,
I already
you
said
just
it.
said
I'm
tariffs
reconciling your
tax
position.
American companies too. Like you're saying, use
think
taxpayer
we're
money.
good,
Tariffs
guys.
are just a
Let me-
tax.
Guys, I
Seems like
wasn't
Grid
done
finish.
talking.
Yeah, let's let him finish.
apologize.
Let's let him finish. That's fine.
I'm gonna start muting y'all. Yeah, let's let Grid finish.
I listened very quietly here now for the last few minutes, and and you made some good points, but you keep sticking to the one point, which is good. That's a good tactic. Tariffs bad. Steel. All of I understand the point. However,
You keep sticking to your
you
debate tactic
ignore
where you
the
say
fact that
your
other-
position.
because we
Why would
don't
you
have
say your
tariffs, we
position?
Subsidize other industries. Teriyaki. I call him teriyaki. You guys just have to ignore that. Teriyaki is correct about that. We don't always agree, but he is correct about that. Subsidies are something that happen, and worse is that we relocate factories out of the U.S. when they can do business cheaper somewhere else. When we have tariffs that make those goods cost more outside the country, so they can be made here, hopefully at least the same cost, maybe a reduced cost. That is a net win, and I honestly don't. I understand you're sticking on the steel point, and I get it, and I'm great with the argument, but I would honestly, we aren't going to agree on this because I don't see tariffs as a 100% global net loss. And I can, hold on, not even the economists you cited said they're a 100% global loss. They can be good, they can be bad. Depends on how they're applied.
No one's disputing that.
So that's a straw man. I want to respond. That's a straw man. I never
Okay.
said
All right,
100%.
straw man.
I gave the example. Okay. Things can
Yes, you
be
gave me the
predominantly
example. I
bad.
read the example. It was a very good example.
Awesome. Thank you for interrupting me.
We'll-
Thank you for
Yep.
interrupting me. That's awesome. I love that. So on the subsidies point, I said I'm not a fan of subsidies. I just said that'd be one way. If you want a way that I support of getting jobs back into the United States, that's actually economically great. It's a destination-based cash flow tax. And Trump. So I mean that'd be a tax I'm in favor of. That actually brings back jobs to the United States.
Isn't that a
But we
tariff?
can talk. No, it's not.
Not
It
really.
is.
So it's like
not
a better version of the income tax of the corporate income tax. So whatever, we can talk about that another time. I'm just saying. So
Thank you
but
for
there
not
are ways I
understanding what
support.
tariffs is again.
Yeah, awesome. But either way, no, I mean, I think it's more not
I
understanding what a
do
destination-based
understand
cash flow
what
tax,
you're-
which most
I
people
asked
don't.
him
Whatever.
what he
Wait,
said was
okay,
not
wait. I
fair.
was quiet when you spoke. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Come
That was my fault.
Wait.
Please let Sample finish.
No. Wait. So on the subsidies point, I never said I'm a fan of subsidies, but the point was I'm not necessarily against importing stuff from other countries. That's not necessarily bad. It helps consumers in the United States. I don't
Do
know
these
why
people?
we always avoid
I
that.
want to ask them if
But,
they know if they know what
didn't-
comparative
and
advantage is.
another
I'm not
thing, that was
convinced they
another
do.
straw man of me. One, I never said that anything is 100%. I said it's predominantly bad. The studies reflect that. The expert consensus reflects that. And again, like you can look at the polls of economists. They say that. You can look at the data. They say that. Or the data says that. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is fuck, I forgot. Yeah, go ahead.
There's no response. I do think the tariff thing is very interesting. Oh, Melanie, do you want to respond?
Well, no, I have
remember-
a
remember,
general
I never only
question.
spoke about steel. I didn't only speak about steel. I just
I
gave an
think we've
example.
talked about tariffs for too long. Maybe. Can we,
I was going to
can we
ask.
bring it-
A question that's going to, I think, try to go a little bit off that because I'm curious. For those on the Trump side, I'm curious. Like, are you guys inherently against jobs leaving America, or do you think sometimes it would make sense if we're replacing them with more valuable jobs? Yeah, Grid, do
You
you
have
want
to
to respond?
explain how you're replacing with more valuable jobs.
So
Wait.
Actually, I believe that's
Well, I'm
actually-
asking you, and it's hypothetical, so I'm asking on principle, would that be okay? We can get into the actual mechanism after that.
Why should any jobs have to leave here?
Because there's an opportunity cost to everything. What do you mean? What the fuck? That's
I mean, like, why do we have to? Why do we have to lose jobs and not just to be able to get new jobs?
May I explain this a second time?
Why can't we have new jobs be
Because
created
by protecting
as well?
jobs
Wait,
that are
can
not
you describe to me
competitive-
what comparative advantage is? What is opportunity
Yeah,
cost?
yeah,
Tell
let
me what
let
opportunity
explain-
cost is.
Let me just explain comparative advantage. Comparative
Wait,
advantage. is the
don't
idea
explain it
that-
to them. I want them to answer, okay?
He wasn't
Every
here.
Trump
He
supporter
wasn't-
here, first of all, tell me what opportunity cost is. And second of all, tell me what comparative advantage here. Answer.
We don't need to means test them.
No, we do. These people are insane.
I'm in favor of that because if someone talks about trade economics and they don't know the basics,
Wait,
I mean,
wait.
why?
Non-Paul's asking a question. The moderator, I had to ask them to respond. Does anyone want to respond to that question?
Sure. The loss of potential gains from alternative means of potential business growth, right?
That's an opportunity cost, yes.
Okay.
Kinda, yeah.
That's what you asked for. That was your question, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well,
right,
he
now-
also asked about comparative advantage, presumably to the new guys, but yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, what's comparative
Comparative advantage?
what's comparative advantage?
I was going to give an answer, and I
Go
was told
Good
to
one. Please go. Sorry.
be generalized. So I actually, in general, am okay with offshoring some jobs, mainly because, and I face this argument a lot. I believe that in the U.S., what we generically, at least, want to say that we do is skilled labor and high-end production. And so the lower, component making, that sort of thing being offshore has never bothered me. That's now quality control. I prefer that to be onshore. I mean, and I can use my own business as an example. At one point in time, we were having a specific company make connecting rods for us. They did okay. We found out they were offshoring them, bringing them in. And for a long time, they had been doing quality control here in the U.S. They switched and were offshoring the quality control as well. That quality control went down. We ended up having to do quality control on our end. That cost me time and money. And one of the possible solutions was to go and do business offshore myself. I actually went to Shenzhen. I went to the factories. I toured all the factories for making several of the components that we used. And in the end, the buy-in cost realistically was more than I wanted to deal with. So we ended up just switching vendors basically. But I have no problem with those parts being made overseas. For a long time, I've said that in my specific field, the Japanese made the best steel for camshafts. Like they make crappy camshafts as far as the specifications on them, but they make great. The blanks are awesome. So we would actually buy Japanese cores, if you will, blanks, and have them machined here in the U.S. to our specs, which were great. So that was, and that's just my experience. I have no problem doing that. And I don't see any reason why any reasonable person should have a problem doing that. What we're really talking about is when we start offshoring jobs that.
I think you're making good points, but you are going a little bit long. So
yeah, okay, no, I think I made. I mean, really, the point is made. I think.
Yeah. So on asking like why can we not like both protect the jobs here and like help the other jobs we create, that there's an opportunity cost to everything, as Nanfan said. When you protect jobs, you make that like you protect uncompetitive jobs. That's why they need protection, and so you have more expensive commodities, and that leads to less jobs and higher prices for everyone. So just you learn that economics, there is no such thing as a free lunch. You can never like when you do something like yeah. So there's that. On like I mean, if we want to close the topic of tariffs, I mean, for viewers who want to like make up their mind, one side cited the experts, cited the data, and used Economics 101. The other side didn't. That's about it. Yeah.
To be clear, also, like one side I don't even think knows what a tariff is. I've heard so many times that foreign countries pay tariffs. Tiki Tak acknowledged that he didn't know what comparative advantage is. So these people clearly, I don't think, have any proper understanding of how this works.
Yeah, I mean, why does it? Okay, here's the question: does it bother you that, like, look, there's an
we're
objective,
just
like
putting
my philosophy
group
is that
blame.
there's an objective reality in the world. Like there are truths and there are falsities. Okay. And one of the truths is that tariffs are a tax on American companies. That's just the definition of tariffs. So does it bother you that Trump says they're not? Because that necessarily means that he either doesn't know what they are or lies about them. Both of them would not make me want him to be president. So does it bother you?
Well, aren't tariffs just basically taxes on other countries? If we put a tariff out, we're taxing the other country.
Awesome.
Right? That's exactly what it is. It's a tax. It's not a tax on our
How do
country.
you? Okay, here's a question. How do you make China?
let me
Like,
jump in here,
what
guys.
authority does the U.S. have?
One
over
second,
China?
because we gotta knock that because it keeps happening again and again. Now, at least this is a non-traditional tariff in this case, but the normal tariff, the people that are importing the good, they pay it. As in this case, the American company would be paying the extra money for importing a good from another country.
Yes,
So-
if we were importing a good from another country. I'm saying if we're implementing tariffs on other countries, then they're getting that tax. They have to pay that.
No. So for example,
tariffs on other countries.
If I put a tariff on, or at least the way you're using the word, if I put a tariff on China, no, the American companies pay extra money when they're importing something from China.
Yeah, I get that. But if China's importing from America, don't they pay an extra percentage?
Okay.
No,
That'd be different. That'd be
If-
export tax, right? Wouldn't that be something different? I just want to clarify.
An export tax is different than an
I don't know.
import tariff.
Yeah, I don't think that's a tariff. If that's what you're talking about, I think we need to be more precise with our words because that's causing some
Look, I
issues.
mean, the United States cannot make Chinese companies pay because they're not taxpayers in the United States. They're not citizens. They're not filing to the IRS or any other legal body. They just can't make Chinese companies pay. I don't get why people keep saying this. This is nonsense. So just on that, I mean, when Trump says he wants to do, and here, oh my God, this is like the tariffs Trump actually did when he was in office were not on Chinese companies. They were on American companies. So again, does it bother you that he doesn't know what he's talking about or that he's
is a
lying?
tax or a duty to be paid on a particular class of imports or exports.
Yes,
So,
who does the
yes,
imports? Yes, who does the imports?
So then when he is putting a tariff on China, that means that
No, it's not on China, it's on American
But
companies.
why would China pay it? Do you think we just ask politely China's going to give us dollars? Like,
No,
what?
Again. I just want to reinforce this point. This is like you looked up the definition of a tariff because you didn't know like the basics of it.
yeah.
No economist. No, wait.
Okay,
You don't
it's
have to
okay
trust
not
me.
to
You
know
don't
things
know.
coming in. It's okay not to know things sometimes.
No, I'm fine. I'm not appealing to me as an authority. Wait, I just want to. I guess I let you finish.
Go
every
ahead,
time.
go
Come on. So I'm just saying.
Go ahead,
Look, you don't have to take me as an authority. You don't have to do anything like that. Let's look at Trump, right? When Trump was in office, he did tariffs. Everyone can agree on that, hopefully. And the tariffs he did were not paid by China. They were paid by American businesses. So, like, stop with this lunacy. You cannot make it, like, you cannot tax Chinese companies because they're not under the authority of the United States. You just can't, right? You can only tax American companies on their imports. That's what a tariff is. And so Trump is either lying or completely ignorant. Both of these things should not make you want him to be president.
So let me explain so we're all on the same page, right? So what's been happening or going on is American companies have been setting up shop in the likes of China, cheaper labor markets, essentially making the goods over there, transporting them back to America, and then selling them for cheap. But what this does is it basically takes jobs out of the economy. So what Trump was doing was basically taxing these imports, and then basically incentivizing the companies to set up shop in America to keep the jobs in America. So
Okay,
that's
I
basically
agree. I agree. So
yeah, okay.
That is true.
I agree that's the overview of tariffs. So for one, I don't
Yeah.
agree that it protected it hurt more jobs than it saved, and I already sent the studies to back it up. But I was just making a point on Trump, not on tariffs. Does it bother you that the guy you're voting for either is lying about what tariffs are by saying China pays them, or is completely an ignorant buffoon, right? Both of them should bother you deeply, but it doesn't. I wonder
Yeah,
why.
but Chinese companies, like China literally tried to set up
As
shop
somebody that's
in
actually
Mexico.
paid tariffs when I exported goods to Canada, I
Wait,
didn't.
can you
pay
answer the question?
I'm like, yeah, I know.
Wait, yeah, answer the question, Gritter, first. 'Cause I feel like you were not addressing that.
Honestly, it doesn't
do you want
bother
me to
me at all.
repeat it?
Because half the time I just don't care anyway. But here's the thing: as someone that's actually exported goods, it's
No, that was not the question. That wasn't the question.
Sample, say the question one more time. 1 second,
Yeah, okay.
Greg.
Let me repeat the question again. The
Okay.
question is not on tariffs, it's on Trump. Trump says tariffs will be paid by China. When he was in office, he did tariffs that were not paid by China because there is no such thing as a tariff that is paid by the country. It's only paid by your domestic businesses. So my question is,
they're by the
does it bother
business.
you? My question is, does it bother you, or what's your response to the fact that that Trump is necessarily either completely ignorant on what tariffs are, or is lying straight to your face and seeing you and laughing at you, like apologize for that?
All right, we don't need this end point. We get it. Yeah.
Good,
Do you think is he dumb or a
tell
shitty
you how-
communicator, Greg? What do you think?
I'm going to tell you how it worked for me, and I'll tell you why this is why I think Trump thinks that way.
I'll give you a chance, but if he doesn't answer the question, I'm going to re-ask it.
The question was about Trump, not about your experience with tariffs.
My experience was that I exported things to Canada. There's a tariff on that. The Canadians paid for it. I didn't pay it.
Okay.
Right?
Wait, are you saying Canadians paid a tariff that they implemented?
One of the companies, one of the people who send or receive it, pay for the tariff. If
Okay, I don't know. That I cannot. They have no way to verify that. That's an anecdote. I'm just saying, like, you open a textbook, like there are economic textbooks you can just open and they tell you tariffs are paid by your business. And again, just for the millionth time, Trump, when he was in office, did the tariffs, and these tariffs were paid by American businesses, not by the companies. So if you think you can do that, why does he do that?
Right now, and the question specifically being, do you think Trump should have better messaging, or does he really not
I
understand
can
tariffs?
go with better messaging. I think he
Wait, no, what the fuck? Better messaging? He's either lying or he's retarded, okay? Those are the two options. It's not better messaging.
Non-Fawn's been quiet. Oh, wait, Tip, I want to hear non-Fawn.
Okay.
Wait, I said what I wanted to say. He's either dumb or lying. Okay, it's not a better messaging thing.
Yeah.
He like those are the two options.
Messaging is like, just to be clear, you say his messaging should be more accurate to what tariffs are. His current messaging is either lying or showing how ignorant he is. Right? Like there's no in between.
Well, hold on.
He's wrong about what tariffs are.
Are you ignoring what Proncess read earlier about the Joe Rogan interview, where he talked about how the way the tax would actually work and how companies would be punished for if they offshore jobs? Did you listen to any of that, or were you
again?
If you say on the one point that you absolutely refused to talk about anything else,
that was a concession. Actually, awesomely, there was a concession in what you said. When he
Companies
said companies will be punished by exporting jobs or by offshoring jobs, that's a concession that he can only tax American businesses, which he did in office. When he did the tariffs, he did tax American businesses. My question was, when he defines tariffs and when he talks about tariffs, he constantly says that they will be paid by China. That's not true. So I'm asking you, do you think he's either lying or doesn't know what tariffs are? Or maybe you don't know what tariffs are.
Dude, I've done business using tariffs. I never paid a tariff. The people that bought the goods.
Did you do importing?
Well, yeah.
Did you do
by the way,
importing?
if we paid that here in Canada, that would have been a duty tax, not a tariff.
Yeah, wait. If you did exporting, that would not be a tariff. You only do tariffs on imports, and usually they're like factored in when you buy them. But I'm just saying, like, this is not like something up to opinion. This is the definition of a tariff. It is a tax on a domestic business when they do importing. Straight up, that's it. Like there's no in between here. This is like black and white. It's like saying the presidency of the United States is in the United States. It's like there's no opinion here.
I will say I think I lean toward him being a bad communicator because I'm seeing him kind of do double speak where he does talk about maybe giving not having companies not be eligible for tax cuts if they do offshoring, but he also like calls out Mexico and saying we're going to do a 200% tariff put on all products made in Mexico. So he is also talking about what we are discussing, which is just putting a flat tax across any product that comes out of the country. Again, maybe he's just not communicating this very well, but I think that is at least an issue we can agree upon.
I actually say I forgot another option. I said he's either dumb or he's lying or you don't know what a tariff is. I'll say there's a third option I didn't mention. All three are true. That's what I actually.
And you should explain what a tariff was. Like
I
we're on
actually
the same
explained
page
multiple.
there.
Yeah, tariff.
Wait, so
is
does
a
it?
tax
If
paid
we're on
by-
the same page there, then does it bother you that Trump seems to not know what a tariff
explain,
is?
like the whole process of like why you wanted the tariff, all that kind of shit.
Wait, that's not the question. The question is, does
really
it bother
don't
you that
like
Trump
him.
is either
I
lying
really-
or too
I
dumb to
really don't
understand
like
that?
this, like, broad
the question
bush
was
that
not
we're
about what
painting
tariffs
everywhere.
are.
You know what I mean? Like,
The
I'm not
question was not
responsible for
about
what the three other people say. You know what I'm
The
saying?
question was
So
not
it's
a
like,
tariff.
it's
The
very
question was
broad.
not about what a
Broad.
tariff is or a free word.
Let's Tarek jump in.
Cool about the
Here we
tariff. Let me ask you. Let me
Yeah.
ask you. Let me ask just a different, kind of the same but different question. Do you think currently globally, do you think that we deal with on a level playing field as far as import exports with other countries?
No, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, why do you think it's not a bad thing?
Well, actually, if you want a very much more detailed response than what I will offer, I recommend the book "What's Wrong with Protectionism." It has a
As
whole
much as I
chapter
love
just
reading
on that.
books, I asked you the question.
I'm giving you a prelude that I'm answering. That's how usually people answer questions, right? So I'm just saying I recommend to people in the audience or to you read the book "What's Wrong with Protectionism." They have a whole chapter on arguing that point. But I'll just say very quickly: in economics, your trade deficit is necessarily equal to the capital inflows into your country. So when you have a trade deficit, first of all, that's not necessarily bad, but two, it's necessarily equal to the amount of capital coming into your country, and I think that's a good thing. So. It's yeah, it could be good, it could be bad. I don't think it's necessarily something we should want to minimize.
Can I explain really quick? Why
Wait. Can I just please?
Okay.
We kind of got an answer from motorsports. Glenn, does it matter to you that whenever Trump describes a tariff, he says a foreign country is paying them? Does it matter to you that he's either so dumb that after 4 years he still doesn't know what a tariff is, or he's lying? Does that matter? Do you care about that? Does it?
You are muted.
Won't
Are you
make
might
the
be
argument that
AFK?
he's generalizing.
So
Oh,
does it
the-
matter to
the-
me that he may not have the definition right, or he could be lying?
Yeah, either he doesn't understand it or he's lying. Yes.
He is the president, after all.
Or are you asking me, is he lying or?
I'm asking you, does
Because
it
I don't-
bother you that Trump is either lying or doesn't understand what a tariff is?
Well, I mean, there's 4 different types of tariffs, so depending on which one you're speaking about, I don't know. He knows which one he's talking about.
Okay. There are no tariffs that are paid
Okay,
by China.
Tarek, does it bother you that Trump is either lying or doesn't know what a tariff is?
Yeah, so what I was saying there is like, is he not being 100% precise? Maybe not, but if you're explaining something as complex as this to the average day American,
it's not complex.
Wait, this is not complex.
We are.
It's Econ 101.
This is not complex. I can sum it up in one sentence. American companies and consumers pay tariffs. That's not complex.
Because like I said, when you're talking to the public, often you're using simplistic language. I mean, we can go into any of the Kamala quotes. But again, like we're talking about quotes from like 2018, 2019.
No, he still says it to this day.
He says it he said it he says it every chance he gets. But wait, just to be clear, just
because again, I did not expect to be doing a tariff debate, but in terms
I'm
of,
fine
like,
moving to
you
another
could
topic.
Say, you could say that he means in terms of the broader sense that Chinese businesses are going to end up paying in the long run from these tariffs.
But it's okay. But
let me jump in here.
Exactly.
Let me turn to Tarek. I'm curious. Do you think there's a big difference in how Trump, when he kind of pointed out that he's wrong, he doesn't seem to correct himself? Where even Kamala Harris kind of stepped back on some more controversial statements. Like I think previously said she would kind of ban fracking, and she kind of stepped back on that when she got news from the experts. So at least when they make mistakes, one of them admits they're wrong and kind of seems to be moving forward to the right solution, where the other one just seems to continuously make the same mistake over and over and over again. Is that concerning at all?
Quick, just to clarify, so Donald Trump is Hitler then?
No.
Okay, come on.
What?
This isn't comparable at all. Kamala flip-flopping a policy is like maybe she flip-flopped in fracking. At least she fucking knows what fracking is.
I know you're trolling. Come on, really?
Using price. We're talking about using precise presidential language. Do you think that it's presidential to call it?
That's not what I said. I said one corrects themselves and one does not. How do you get that from what I just said?
But because you're saying, is she correcting herself that has she taken back the statements that he's literally Hitler?
She never said he's literally Hitler.
She
never said he's literally Hitler.
We're using an unequal standard here because.
Wait.
I explained,
So first of all,
she
never said he's literally.
I
just want to say something. Wait, just 1 second.
What we could interpret Trump as saying. Let me explain. What we could interpret Trump as saying is that Chinese businesses will end up paying because of these tariffs.
Okay, So that's not what he's saying. He's been asked directly. It's paid by American businesses, and he says no, we're China paying that. Like no, so he's not. He's very either lying or doesn't know what he's talking about. And you should make it clear if you're making.
I am Paul. I have it right here. These tariffs are not paid by. These tariffs are paid by the abusing country, not the American
Can
consumer.
we please let him moderate? Thank you.
Wait, one quick thing then.
Sample, you're letting him dodge the question.
We've had a lot of quick things. Please.
Okay.
We're like, Eric's trying to get back. Eric's also trying to dodge the question. One second, let me just ask this because I feel like we've not gotten a good faith answer. I see. I fucking forgot my question. Go ahead, Grid. I'm fucking flabbergasted. Go ahead.
Ticky Tack, where are you at on this?
Wait,
I'm
just checked out.
Yeah, Ticky Tack actually has to go.
Wait, Ticky Tack, does it bother you that when Trump talks about tariffs, he either doesn't know what they are or he's lying? Does it bother you?
That's a loaded question.
We've gone over it, so I understand you've been zoned out.
Yes or no, whether it bothers you or not.
That question is factual. Like what?
Okay, do you think he's either lying or do you think he's like dumb? Like which one is it? Which one do you think it is?
Again, that's a loaded question.
Those are the only two options. I hate the
I want to point something out. I want to point something out. I want to point something out.
Please let's
guys.
Please.
I'm just gonna mute all button. Ticky Tack has to leave, otherwise I wouldn't meet you guys.
I was trying to help you.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie.
Yeah, so non-fun, I tip my hat to you. Good job. I was very unprepared for this, but you did a very good job debating, and you're going to go far on this. Grid, Glenn Lawrence, Teriak, Melanie, thanks for also joining the after panel, and Sample Ticks, go fuck yourself. I don't give respect to faceless characters.
Ooh, but thanks for coming, Ticky Tack. You're definitely welcome anytime. Definitely. Ooh,
There you go.
There we go.
Cammed up, bro.
Damn.
He just cammed up.
Called out.
Like you guys could be brothers.
Thanks a lot, everybody.
Ticky Tack, anything you want to shout out? You have a channel or anything?
No, don't have a channel. You could find me at the Crucible. I typically hang out there. So
nice.
Yeah.
He used to hang out on my channel, but he doesn't come around.
It was
anymore.
nice fighting.
He hurt his feelings.
It was nice
I don't
fighting.
know.
Yeah,
Well, I hope you're
done.
done.
Swinging by sometime, Grid.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, support all of us. Thanks for coming. Definitely happy to have you again. We're gonna keep this going, but I just want to give you a chance to say parting words. So thanks for coming, Tiki.
Thanks.
Hey, Pronces, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know I was going to come over here. I would have promoted you up a little bit, man, and gotten some people over here. Are you really only at like 430 subs?
Yeah, I've only been streaming for like 3 months, though. I feel like it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's big.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, if anything, I'm decapped. I've been doing this for 4 years. I'm at like 180 something. Actually, since Tiki's going, I think I'm going to go too, just to keep the balance.
The balance.
Oh. Yeah.
right.
But if you do want me to come back on because as things start getting out of whack, just DM me because I'll be able to do this without the Furby. Unfortunately, I know everyone loves it so much. So thanks for having me. Thanks for doing the open panel. Great job, Non-Fon. And
I'm actually going to be not too much longer myself. So
let's just wrap it up. Let's have the parting words then. Melanie, anything else you want to say?
Yeah, it's good to see you all. Just, at the end of the day, I think Kamala is going to be the one who actually tries to understand tariffs before talking about them, which makes her just more competent as a president. And yeah, you can find me on YouTube, actually. It's Melanie Cosmic Fox. I can put my link in chat, actually. And so there's no real reason for me to stay anymore. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thanks, Melanie. Talk to you soon.
Awesome.
Great. Do you want to give any parting words before you head out?
Hey, it was a lot of fun. I got to get some sleep, man. I should have been a little. I guess I should be better prepared on these points now that everyone's talking about them. So I'll drag.
Hey, go read the study I sent. It's awesome.
Well, I'm kind of shocked. A lot of these debates, I feel like, do not focus on policy. So I bet some people thought this was like really boring, like topic, but I thought it was very interesting.
Anything can be interesting with the right people talking about it and the right, that I appreciated that Sample Text for the most part was good faith. And when I called him on being, not quite as good a faith, he backed up and came at it again. That was great. Non-Fon, I really didn't have any interaction with you other than you kind of spurging out a little bit, but that's okay. It's all right. Lawrence, you're supposed to be in bed. So go back there, you son of a bitch. Anybody who doesn't know, he has blood clots in his lungs. He
whoa, holy
literally
shit.
was about to die the other day. He should be in bed. So why he's up here debating, I don't know. Get the hell out of here, Lawrence.
Yeah, that sounds not good for your heart. Maybe chill out. Don't raise your
And,
blood pressure too much.
You don't tell me how to live or die my life, okay? I will die my way.
Dude, die streaming would be a sick way to go out.
No, it wouldn't.
But I was joking. It's called sarcasm. It's kind of my bit. But great. Thanks for coming. I know we don't always agree on things, but happy to talk to you again.
Any of my guys out there in chat that have followed me over or come over to see anything, do the like, subscribe, share thing, because he's done. Process is doing a good job.
Give non-funds some support too. Thanks for coming here as a debater.
Yeah, and Teriyaki, it's good to see you, man. You never come by anymore either, man. You just it's like you get a few subs, and you all of a sudden you're just too good for the rest of us. So
No, man, sleeping
come on
patterns
by the
fucked, that's
channel,
why.
hang out. We'll have some fun. All right, you guys have a great one. I'm gonna get some sleep. I've got to get up early in the morning. So you
Later,
guys have
Grid.
a great rest of your night.
Non-fun. I hope you're okay. I'm gonna say the best for last and give you and Sample the last parting words. But here we are.
Wait, I thought you were continuing.
Preferential treatment. This is no good.
Oh, if you guys are down, yeah, I thought everyone wanted to leave, but if you guys want to keep going, I'm happy to. Does anyone want to leave? I'll ask that.
I'm happy as well to keep going if Glenn is, but I don't know because like I said, Glenn's been in the hospital way too many times recently.
There's 2 points I want to drill down on, and then I gotta edit this.
Guarantee you, I won't go to the hospital next time. All right.
That's not a good.
Just stay in bed. Wait, no, I heard you say you want to have 2 points you want to nail down. Do you want to go into that?
Yeah, if Tarek wants to continue doing this, there's 2 points I want to.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Richie, baby, all night long.
Well, also, I think Tarek would read it down for a dog pile, so we can do that.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. The first thing I don't feel like we ever got to acknowledging that tariffs protect some jobs at the expense of other jobs. I feel like we never acknowledged that, even though the studies support this and the logic supports this.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, we'd have to go on specifics, but
Great.
yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Another question I have is: you said Kamala called Trump literally Hitler. So, to my knowledge, she never did that. If you're gonna cite her calling him a fascist, Trump did that way more. So, when did she ever say that?
Yeah, she didn't call him Hitler. She said he wanted, Hitler-like loyalty. I believe that's what.
Oh
it
yeah,
was.
she was citing a general.
Yeah, his own general said that.
Uttering someone else's comments on him. But if we're talking about rhetoric, whose rhetoric has led to a few assassination attempts? Anybody?
Okay, so we had someone shooting at Trump who was a registered Republican. I mean that we have no idea. I don't know why you just say it was led by Kamala's rhetoric. Wait. Just one second. I'm answering your question. Yeah. So we have no evidence that it was caused by the Democrats. We just have none of that. The guy who actually got to shoot him, he was a registered Republican, and before he shot at Trump, he looked up Democratic rallies or meetups. So that's he was probably just a schizo trying to kill people. Either way, it's a country of 330 million people. Some of them are going to be schizos. You cannot just blame Kamala for that. That's going to be the first thing. Second thing, on the Hitler point, because she cited his own general. I mean, Trump called Biden the Gestapo without even citing any general. I mean, that's a direct reference to Hitler without citing anyone. That's like him calling Biden like Hitler. So, I mean, you don't care about that.
So you're literally saying that you don't think that the rhetoric that was coming out from the left played any factor into any one of these assassination attempts?
I think it was little to none. Yeah. I think it was little to none. You cannot prove that it was. So, yeah.
I never said we could prove that it was. I'm just asking you, saying that words from other people do not contribute into motivating other individuals to action. Great.
I think they can, but I think they don't in the context of politics right now, because for example, we have Trump literally calling Biden the Gestapo and a fascist, and I don't know of any assassination attempts at Biden that were anything near successful. So it seems like when politicians say unhinged shit about the other side, it doesn't really seem to motivate on the large scale assassination attempts.
I'm curious. Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, because I just confirmed that. Yeah, Kamala hasn't directly called him Hitler. She has called him a fascist numerous times, stuff like that.
Yeah, and he
it's
called
been the
Kamala a
media and
fascist,
public
communist,
figures that
Marxist,
have called him that.
socialist. So he did that way more than Kamala. Like Kamala called him a fascist once or twice, or I guess she's going to do it more from now until from the CNN town hall. Trump's been calling her a fascist for months now. You don't care about that though. You don't give a fuck, right?
To be fair, there is a quote where during a town hall she did say he wants a military like he will not be named. So she did name drop him that time. But I do want to say
Trump said that.
No, I'm saying I just don't. No, wait, this is saying
wait. In the town hall, she did call. Wait, in the town hall, she called him a fascist. But that's the first instance that I know of Kamala or Biden calling Trump a fascist. Meanwhile, Trump has been calling Kamala and Biden fascist and Hitler for months. But again, I'm going to ask the other Republicans here. You never give a fuck about that, right? You don't even care. If anything, you support it, right? Look, you don't give a fuck about that when he called her a fascist and like he called Biden the Gestapo. You don't give a fuck, right?
Well, like they were going after him in terms of lawfare.
Oh, so
well, let me tell you.
Justified. Yeah, you don't give a fuck.
Let me jump in because I think this whole point's dumb. Because I think we all probably agree. I bet even if I ask these questions, would you not say there's probably more violent rhetoric coming out of the right than the left? Eric and Glenn Lawrence.
No, I think it's gotten nasty on both sides. But I mean,
really, you think it's they're equal on both sides?
Well, like Glenn pointed out, it's like there's shots being fired at Trump. I haven't seen any shots fired at any Democrats, but in terms of like the
do you want me to give you some quotes from people on the right?
Do we agree Obama had multiple failed assassination attempts on him?
Obama
or
did.
Like there were some, but yeah. Also, we had January 6th, right? Like there was a pipe bomb like 20 feet away from Kamala.
Oh, that is true. Yeah.
Right.
They were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." Like
again, you don't give a fuck. You never give a fuck. Just again, just say it, like own it.
Making jokes about the Pelosi attacks, you know.
Or again, when he was running against Hillary, when he was running against Hillary, so a couple things.
Thank you for
when he was running against Hillary, he said like, "Oh, she's going to take away your Second Amendment rights."
Whoever
there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, wait. When he was running against Hillary, he said, she's going to take away your Second Amendment rights. There's nothing you can do about it. Well, I guess the Second Amendment people can do something about it. So that's like a call for the death. If you want to go to Elon Musk recently called for it said like, oh, interesting how no one is trying to assassinate Kamala, then deleted the tweet. But he still has a tweet that's up to this day. He tweeted it in July where he says the people who vote against, the people who oppose the bill he likes are traitors. And you know what needs to happen to traitors. So that's also a call to violence from the right. No one gave a fuck about that. So again, I'm just saying like the right always does this. It's their modus operandi, and the right either doesn't care or supports it, evidenced by the two people here never mentioning it or justifying it.
But again, I haven't denied. I said, did I not, that both sides it's been nasty?
Okay. Can I find you ever calling out Trump for that? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Like I've had a pretty short streaming career, but like I said, if you can take the quote that I just said, that both sides have been nasty.
Good. That's good.
Have Democrats ever violently delayed the certification of the vote?
Well, Chaz or Chop, that was the left wing.
That was not the
BLM burnt half the country
He said
that's
vote.
not what I asked.
How do they stop the voting process then? In Chaz.
When
also,
they
that was not like
control of his
officially
own.
sanctioned by the Democrats.
And
Like,
wait a sec, wasn't it in Tennessee? Because again, I'm Irish, so you got to give me some sort of leniency.
I think it was in Seattle. I think Chaz was.
You know what I'm saying?
Chaz was in Seattle.
What about when they stopped? Was it Tennessee? The legislator in Tennessee.
Wait,
not something to do with that.
I don't know about that. I mean, but we had Republicans trying to kidnap Gretchen I'm sorry, Klobuchar or Whitmer? I think
Whitmer. Yeah, the Whitmer plot. Yep.
Yeah. But either way, we were not asking about that. We were asking about stopping or delaying the certification of the vote. And yeah, but also, just to be clear, I mean, if you want to say that it's justified for Trump to call Kamala a fascist because she's been going after him, first of all, that's not been true. There was no communication between that. Like Biden did not direct the DOJ, and he multiple times said he doesn't want to play a hand in it. Otherwise, you have to think that he's commanding them to persecute his own son, Hunter Biden, who was convicted under Biden. So that doesn't make sense, that narrative. Second of all, Trump is the guy running on lock her up. And again, conservatives loved it. They never gave a fuck.
Did she not commit crimes?
Did Biden not directly say to lock him up?
Did Hillary not commit crimes?
She was investigated, and the FBI said they couldn't prove it.
I'm asking, like, did she not commit?
One at a time, y'all.
Like,
None
not saying
that
that
the
she get
FBI recommended
convicted. I'm not
charges for.
asking if she was convicted. I asked, did she not
Sample,
commit a crime?
answer the question, Sample.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so the whole server thing was not committing a crime.
Well, the FBI investigated that, right?
No. Nope. Yeah, again, they never
Again,
recommended
I didn't
charges
say
on that.
get convicted. I said
No,
legally.
Oh, do you think an investigation is a conviction? You realize the difference between those two things, right?
Wait. She never. I never said convicted. I never said. Wait. I never said. I never said convicted. Yeah, I never said convicted. They never recommended charges. Wait. Okay.
No, if you could still get away with committing a crime by still committing a crime. I asked, did she commit a crime according to the
That's
statute?
why we need to
what it is?
investigate. Yeah. So if you want to cite something, hopefully it would be really good for my case if we had an investigation into the very thing you're citing, which recommended no charges, right? That'd be evidence in my position. Luckily, we have that.
Yeah, so I just linked an article there for Tennessee. It was Tennessee House where the Democrats stormed it during a procession or whatever the fuck you call it. And they delayed a vote going through. So is that an insurrection?
I don't know about that
a
case,
vote
but
going
if-
through, or the certification of their votes.
Wait, wait, no, not funny. Your mic is like fucked up.
Oh,
it has no
shit.
ears. But I'm just saying, like,
You sound
look,
okay to
I
me.
don't know about that. Oh my god, no, it's not. Look, I
What's
don't know
wrong
about
with
that. Am I the only one who?
I think it's just you. I think you sound okay.
Oh yeah, I think I'm the only one. Yeah, let me try to leave and rejoin if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. John Fon, you want to continue that line of question? I'm reading about this article you linked.
Well, yeah. What did they stop? Like what Republicans stopped?
Yeah, it was when they
was an
they
official
voted to
proceeding the
expel
government to
two of the three
certify the.
Democratic members that led the. It was like I said, it was a while back, maybe a couple of years. But they basically disrupted parliamentary hearings essentially, or the parliamentary fucking.
What was violent about this? I'm not seeing any connections there. I'm saying
Yeah.
this
Also,
is,
like they were.
go ahead.
It was the main premise came up. It's like, well, they were halting government proceedings. So is this like, would you classify this as an insurrection?
I would have to know more. I'd have to know, is it pre-planned? Like, because January 6th was pre-planned, right?
Two out of the three got expelled.
Well, because they were voting on whether or not to expel these members of Congress, right?
Wait, expelled. They were voted out. They were just they held a vote and they voted not to keep them. This is not a violent insurrection. They literally held a vote and they're like, yeah, you were voted out.
No. The vote came afterwards. So basically, like, they led this whole kind of ruckus. They stormed the government building.
Wait, I'll give you some direct quotes here. So just off the top, to give you a generalization of what happened. This is not an insurrection, but rather a controversial expulsion of two Democratic lawmakers from Tennessee House of Representatives following their participation in a gun reform protest. What I want to highlight here is the expulsion required a 2/3 majority vote. So they were voted out. This is not like a violent.
Was this proceeding delayed?
The
I
reason
don't
why
even see
this went
any.
to a vote is because Republicans were saying, well, this is technically an insurrection if you were doing the same thing as J6.
So no, what happened was the community didn't like what the representatives were doing, and they decided, oh wow, we don't like this happening. Let's not vote to keep these people in power.
I don't think you understand.
I'm only seeing. I mean, maybe explain to me, because I'm only seeing a democratic procedure taking place right here.
Yeah, so this is the vote that happened afterwards, but these three members led a quote-unquote insurrection to basically interfere with government proceedings.
No, it seems like they led a protest on a floor with guns, and then they were expelled for it. That's all there is. But look. If they did do an insurrection, I would say that's bad, and I would never want them as president. Kamala has nothing to do with that.
Well,
So
I'm asking you, does that meet your definition of insurrection?
I don't know enough about that case. I said if it does meet my definition of insurrection, or if it happens as you described it, which I'm skeptical of, but if it did, then I would call it an insurrection, and I would never want these people as president. You do want people as president who did insurrections, though. That's the difference between you and me.
But this is where we run into like where I wouldn't classify this as an insurrection. But given
January 6th. January 6th.
Yeah, I wouldn't classify that as an insurrection.
Okay. Okay. Well, we can like argue on the facts of January 6th if you want. Isn't this like an econ debate?
Whatever. Let me clarify, Terry. Are you okay with the results where these Democrats got lost their office because of what they did? Are you happy with that result?
I'm just trying to add context because it was brought up. No, I think
I'm trying to get answer my question because I'm trying to.
So
you brought this up. Are you pro or against those people losing their seat because of what they did?
I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent to the situation. I just want to know where you lie in terms of like the definition of insurrection because non-farm.
Well, you don't care. You don't care either way
January 6th
about the results of what happened. I'm happy to go into the insurrection question. I'll answer your question. You can answer mine.
Yeah, I personally think that we need to get back to a situation where it's not you're an insurrection or you're an insurrection, because if we're saying that this is insurrection, then we have to apply the same standard across the board.
Oh, I
So
do.
like I said,
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I don't want these people as president. Luckily, Kamala was
out.
nothing. Yeah, no. I'm consistent. To be clear, me, non-fun, and the other guy are consistent. If this was an insurrection, we don't want these people in office. But the difference is, you do want someone who led an insurrection in office.
No, because again, like I said, this doesn't meet my criteria of an insurrection.
Do you think Trump should have had any consequence whatsoever politically for his actions on January 6th or lack of action?
For saying peacefully and patriotically, march to the Capitol building.
Awesome. Non-fun, do you want to comment on that?
In a second, but I'm not even. Hold on, I'm reading this article. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, Trump saying peacefully and patriotically doesn't preclude that he incited anything. And, like, I mean, he was calling for protests on January 6th since December 19th, 3 days after he had a meeting with Kenneth Chesebro and Jim Troopers, who described January 6th to him as the real deadline for overturning the election. And then Jim Troopers and Kenneth Chesebro texted each other and said, wow, based on our meeting 3 days ago, I think we have a unique understanding of this. So, like, clearly, that's what they wanted to happen. They wanted the certification to vote to be delayed. And, like, all the internal communications suggest this. Like,
Yeah, so then that's why I brought up this case. Is like, are you saying that any time a government proceeding is interrupted, that classifies as an insurrection?
It would have to be a pre-planned assemblage of people with using force or so much people to supersede like the use of the force to delay an official government proceeding.
Do you really think that much Republicans are going to get together to stop the vote? And not bring a single weapon with them? Like there was no.
Well, they did bring weapons. They did bring weapons.
Yeah, bro. There was a pipe bomb 20 feet away from Kamala. You don't give a fuck. Stop lying.
So wait a minute. So what about the Capitol building being occupied in Madison, and Nancy Pelosi was like praising the occupiers for an impressive show of democracy in action. That's her tweet.
Did anyone? Did anyone?
Capitol as she continued to stand in solidarity with them. You know, this is during like the union activists, right?
Look. Here's the question.
Here's the question. Wait 2 seconds. I'm going to cut off both because I'll let you guys respond to that, but I just want there's misinformation here. There definitely was weapons found on January 6th, multiple. There's people with handguns, AR-15s, other stuff like knives, and even people like
I could bring somebody on that's actually. Have you spoke to somebody that was there at Gen 6? Because I could bring somebody on right now that was there at Gen 6, and he could tell you.
I don't want to talk to traders. I'm good.
I don't know what the point of that would be.
Content brain. I'm just saying that statement that there was no one there with weapons, that's false.
Yeah, and I could tell you that the guy that was there that I know, he said, yeah, there were people with guns there. And yeah, they were like they were just among the crowd. And then when things started popping off, then they start pulling out stuff and they were causing a ruckus. So
also, intimidation can be easily a way to do an insurrection.
There was some groups that were there, for bad acting, but the majority of the people were not there.
Oh no, I agree with that. But look. When we say so, first of all, intimidation can be another way of leading an insurrection. You don't necessarily need the violence there, but also there was violence on January 6th. Again, I'm going to cite there was.
Okay, so then what are you? Then you have any problems?
There was a pipe bomb 20 feet away. There was a pipe bomb 20 feet away from Kamala Harris when she was evacuated. Again, I've seen no Republican ever condemn or talk about this, but I mean,
Who
when we
who
talk
knew
about
that the
January
pipe bomb
6th,
was there? Did anybody know that they put the pipe bomb right next to Kamala
the
Harris?
person who laid
The
it there.
person
Yeah,
who
the
put it
person who
there.
laid it
I
there.
don't know who that
Yeah,
person
the person
is.
who put it there.
I don't know
Well,
who that
none of
person
us
is.
know who it is.
Okay, presumably,
So
presumably they
if
don't like the
somebody
politicians.
put that,
Wait. I want to finish what I said though. I want to finish
I'm
my
telling you,
sentence though. We
if
let you
somebody
finish.
put
I
that
want to
pipe
finish.
bomb
Yeah,
there,
but we. Yeah,
Let's
but
let Sample finish
let.
and we'll go to Glenn.
Yeah, we let you finish. It's kind of not nice.
Oh,
that you
Glenn's
talk.
wait.
But yeah,
To be fair,
okay.
to be fair, Sample, you've been talking a lot and Glenn is not, so I do want to give him a chance to respond. But Sample, finish your point of
Oh,
question.
that's right. So I'm just saying, January 6th is not just the crowd of people there, not just the people who were chanting hang Mike Pence. It's also Trump's actions preceding January 6th when they concocted a scheme to submit fake electors to Pence in order for him to accept them and thus delay or overturn the results of the election. And you don't need to trust my word for it. You can hear it from the horse's mouth. Mike Pence himself says it. He says it openly, and he's a guy you voted for twice. So yeah, it's like we know this. That's it.
Glenn and so, Sample, I think you have some good points, but I'm gonna start placing you a little bit more just because I don't think it's on purpose, but you're taking a little bit of the audio bandwidth. So I want to make sure they get a chance to respond as well.
So my question is, your issue with the so-called insurrection, but do you have a problem with what happened in Madison when, the left wing, mobbed the Capitol in Madison, right? And Nancy Pelosi is praising the occupiers for an impressive show of democracy in action. Her quote, that's her tweet, as they assaulted the Capitol, and she still continued to stand in solidarity with those union activists. But that's okay. That insurrection is fine.
I never said that was okay. I don't know the specifics. Maybe it is an insurrection.
Yeah.
But I would never vote for them then.
Exactly. So let me respond to that. So for one, I don't know enough about the details of that case. Let's assume everything you said is true. So I'll do you this. If you think that was an insurrection, surely you have to concede that January 6th was an insurrection just by because January 6th was more extensive and had way more background behind it. But also I'll do you one better. If you're correct on the details, which I suspect, again, you're not, I'll be consistent. I will not vote for Nancy Pelosi as president, and I will not vote for Trump as president, and no one rational should.
Any response?
What I was going to simply say is this. If you have a problem with you're trying to blame Trump for Jan 6th, you could, again, that's like me saying, when I asked you earlier, the rhetoric that is being said by a certain person, are they not responsible for an action that takes place after that? You said no. But now here, Trump is responsible. Trump and his rhetoric is responsible for Jan 6th.
No, that's look. Okay, that's obviously insane to say. So for one, Trump was speaking directly to the crowd. If we knew that Kamala directly spoke to the guy who tried to shoot Trump, I would say she's responsible. But all we know is that he looked up Democrats.
Spoke to a crowd. We don't know if that guy was in the crowd.
But let me jump in, Chris. I'm gonna help you, Sample, because I think you're also missing a couple points. Because it's not just that; it's the combination of that, the elector scheme that Sample mentioned earlier. It's like a combination of many factors. Like you're kind of just pointing to one.
Yeah,
do you agree,
also,
Sample?
I mean, again, yeah, no, I agree. Are you talking about January 6th, or are you talking about the assassination attempt?
Well, I think he's making a connection here because he's basically saying you're hypocritical because you're saying Trump is responsible for his language. Yeah.
I know what his question was. So yeah, he's if you want me to repeat his question, because I actually listened, his question was if you say with Kamala that someone says something and then something happens, he's not responsible. Why do you blame Trump for January 6th? Right. So that was his question, and I'm responding to that. So first of all, it's very different in type or in magnitude to what happened. Trump directly spoke to the people who did the insurrection. Kamala never spoke to what's his name, Matthew Thomas Crooks, whatever. She never spoke with him. She never exchanged a word with him. He was a registered Republican, and also he looked up on his phone. We know this. He looked up places.
I have a question.
Democrats.
My question
Please,
is,
So
my question is, do you know?
Let's hear Glenn. Yeah, go ahead,
You're
Glenn.
saying that you know for a fact that Trump spoke to the people that were that did the insurrection, you know for a fact that he spoke to them.
He gave them a
Oh,
speech.
Trump was
He
the
gave
one
a
that
speech
called for
to them.
protest, and
Oh, okay,
144 of the
okay,
convicted
okay,
people on
hold on.
January 6th said that they were there
gave a
because of
speech.
Trump.
He gave a speech, just like Biden gave a speech, just like Harris has given a speech to a mass of people. We don't know if the person was there or if the person was watching.
Okay,
the speech.
yeah, great
So
point,
then,
great
so
point.
then,
What
no.
percentage?
So by the same standard, then they have led to they could be blamed for the
Okay.
assassination attempt.
Okay,
by your
great
own
point,
by
great
your own
point, great
measuring
point.
it.
Let me respond to that. Great point. So when Biden and Kamala gave the speech, what percentage of the people who gave the speech did the bad action you're talking about, the assassination attempt? It was one guy out of millions. If that's the crowd you want to include when they give a speech, okay. Now let's look directly a speech at the ellipse to the crowd, and what percentage of the crowd invaded the Capitol? Oh wait, fuck me. It was the crowd that invaded the Capitol, right?
That's
So,
not true.
no.
That's not true.
I know not all the people in the crowd invaded the Capitol, but I'm saying like that was like they were directly from the crowd in front of him.
And also,
They
like
were
everyone said that they were
I
there
mean,
because of Trump. Like we have arrests
yeah,
and
and
convictions.
also, I want to address you another point. Trump directly talked to people, like directly to their face, to people who were involved in the insurrection, not the people who invaded the Capitol, but the people who planned to submit the fake electors, which is a necessary part of the insurrection, right? This idea of you submit fake electors, which you don't give a fuck about, to Pence in order to delay the certification of the vote, which you don't give a fuck about. Trump helped concoct that. Eastern was there giving part of the speech. Okay, we know that. Like, so yeah, Trump did help directly talk to people who were involved in the insurrection. Kamala never spoke to Matthew Crooks. This is a false equivalency. You know that.
No, I'm pointing out the fact that you're saying that Trump's rhetoric led to the insurrection, and I'm pointing out that I'm saying, okay, when I said Biden and Harris's rhetoric led to the assassination attempt, you're like, no, that's not true.
Look here, I'll tell you. I'll be consistent. When Paul Pelosi was beat up with hammers, okay, and I think the guy was a MAGA guy, I don't blame Trump for that. Okay, I don't think that's necessarily because Trump, right? So like, yeah, there are 330 million people in the country. Some of them are going to do schizo shit. It's not the fault of the candidate. They cannot control that. When you're giving a speech directly to a crowd, however, and then they invade the Capitol as you called them to, and also plan a scheme behind that earlier to steal the election, I hold you accountable for that. Like, this is my standard, and it's very consistent.
Also, I hate this fucking talking point because I don't. So I think it's such a good example. Like both sides are not the same. The rhetoric coming out of the right is so much more violent. And give you many quotes. MTG literally compared Democrats to feral hogs that need to be dealt with violently. Trump has many quotes from himself. He said law enforcement officers should be rough when arresting subjects. He didn't at rallies. He praised congressmen for assaulting a reporter. I can give you many quotes, but it's just so. Let me just.
Yeah.
It's so clear the rhetoric out of the right is way more violent and happens way more often. I don't know why we're comparing the two.
Yeah, bro, but Biden said once in a private call to donors, bullseye, bro. He said that.
He did,
so,
yeah, he said,
debunked,
I can't believe it.
Debunked, question mark. Also, let me point out, you cannot find any Republicans calling out Trump for his violent rhetoric. Like, you're not going to find MTG doing that. You're not going to find even, like, fucking Mike. Like, yeah, you're not.
Can you give me a quote of what you're calling Trump's violent rhetoric?
Yeah, so when he talked about Hillary Clinton in 2016, he said she's gonna take your Second Amendment rights away, and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, maybe the Second Amendment people can do something about it. Obviously, alluding to the fact that people with guns are gonna deal with Hillary violently. That's what you mean by when you say the Second Amendment people. And to this day, I cannot find one Republican in politics like saying anything about that, tweeting anything about that. No one gave a fuck. We all collectively forgot about it.
So
also, like, all of this is so.
That's the 2A from 2016.
No. I gave you one example. I can give you more if you want, but can you comment on that example?
Yeah, I'm looking up. I'm looking for this.
Yeah, look up. I can send you a video if you want. Like after I.
So you guys some quotes when talking about some protesters outside the White House in 2020. He said, "Can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the leg or something." That sounds pretty bad coming from the president. It sounds pretty violent as well. Especially because protesting should be allowed in America's core freedoms.
Just to be clear. Wait. Here's a question for me. Wait, I want to. This will be awesome if you answer this question. What is and be brief because this is a rhetorical question to an extent. What is the violent rhetoric that led to that you think Kamala made or Biden made that led to the assassination attempt? Is it like calling him a threat to democracy or whatever? Because Trump does that way more. So if by your standards, right, when you say Kamala says this and this is like a violent rhetoric, then Trump doing it like 30 times more would be way more. So you should condemn it way more, right? Right, like when Kamala says
You're
then
trying to say that he does it way more. I can't confirm nor deny whether or not he does it way more.
Oh, let's take an example.
No.
Okay, so
I'm just saying.
fascism,
I cannot say that he does it more than they do. Period.
Okay, but he also does it, right? He also.
I
Does
know
it.
that he does say shit.
Okay, here.
And I've already
awesome,
I already said this before that he shouldn't be saying dumb shit like that. But quotes like, "Oh, he must not rise again." That's interesting.
Okay. Look. I can give you an example on fascist, right? Kamala only this week called Trump a fascist. Okay, it only happened in the CNN rally, and now she's gonna. CNN town hall, and she's gonna do it again, presumably in the future. But Trump has been calling her a Marxist, communist, Stalinist, fascist for like months now. So that's like an example of Trump doing like the violent rhetoric way more. I mean, he literally called Biden the Gestapo. I mean,
how's calling somebody a Marxist,
communist,
violent
fascist?
rhetoric?
No, I'm saying if you want to include.
I'm asking how calling someone a Marxist.
I'm giving you an example.
Rhetoric.
I'm giving you an example. So the Marxist, I was more emphasizing the fascist part. But if you consider Kamala calling Trump a fascist, violent rhetoric, you necessarily have to consider Trump doing it months before she did, as also violent rhetoric, right? When he calls Biden the Gestapo, you have to necessarily also consider that violent rhetoric.
Yeah, so like Joe Scarborough, the MSNBC host, has directly called him Hitler. He had like Robert De Niro.
Wait. Tarek, we're comparing Trump. We're comparing Biden and Kamala and the president. You're talking about a third-party person now. We're different.
They haven't directly called him Hitler, but they called him fascist.
Hold on. Okay.
Wait, I'm responding.
What we're talking about is.
Let me get in here. Shut up for 1 second. Do you think maybe a political pundit might have a different standard than the president of the United States of America? Maybe we should have a different standard for those individuals.
But what we're saying is, which uses more violence?
That's a yes or no question.
The left or right? Where the question is,
the left,
which uses more violent?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the right as a whole would be that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. I'll get you 1 second. But wait 1 second. But even if the case, why do you think showing one piece of anecdotal evidence proves you wrong?
Not one anecdotal piece of evidence. I listed multiple. Like
you're bringing up one quote from a political pundit. I brought at least 5 quotes from Trump, the president. So do you think one of those outweighs the other?
Not necessarily. If the question is based on who's doing more violent rhetoric.
Okay, so I believe to a great extent that because we're in a democracy, your leaders reflect your movement to some extent. So let's look at the leaders of the left, which is Kamala and Biden. Let's look at the leaders of the right, which is exclusively Trump at this point. Okay, Trump called, or at least implicitly, necessarily called for that like someone to assassinate Hillary Clinton when he said that maybe the Second Amendment people can do something about it, right? Can you find anything remotely close that Biden or Kamala said? Right, because that's a call to violence. I don't remember anywhere that Trump and that Biden and Kamala called that.
If it was a call to violence, you would have locked them up by now.
What?
Wait, just real quick.
Call to violence, you would have been able to lock them up by now.
Hold on, just real quick. I'm gonna have to go relatively soon. I just want to on that point. We acknowledge Eastman said this plan was going to break the law, right? Do we acknowledge that?
Sorry, what? Say it again.
We acknowledge Eastman knew this plan broke the law, right? That was his plan.
His lawyer, John Eastman. Oh, you don't know him because you don't know.
You don't know who Eastman is. Yeah, so I mean, like Eastman literally said, you should consider Pence. You should consider.
Hang on a second. You were saying that no, the Trump didn't actually say this. But now we're saying that the Trump doesn't. So are we making?
I gave you an example
of
Trump directly
for the previous topic?
So, wait. I gave you an example of Trump saying, okay, maybe the Second Amendment people can do something about Hillary, right? Like that's like by all like reasonable people, that would be an example of saying, oh, maybe the people with the guns can take care of Hillary, right? That's insane. Biden and Kamala never said anything comparable. I'm asking for that. Now, on the January 6th thing, on the fake elector scheme thing, don't you think it's interesting that you didn't know who John Eastman is, a guy who literally gave a,
Because
speech?
we're going
Wait.
between like 5 different topics.
Okay, let's stay on.
Because like I said, we're saying, okay, this is what Trump is actually saying, and then in the middle of that, we're bringing up Trump's lawyer and what Trump's lawyer said.
One second, let me try to wrap this up because I think I see what the big difference is here. Because I think both me, Non-Fon, and Sample, we would condemn violent rhetoric that comes out of the left. If we heard a quote like that, we'd probably be like, no, you probably shouldn't say that. The difference is you guys, when it comes to Trump, are always like giving him like an excuse of why it's okay. That's why there's a
Did I excuse anything? When you say you guys,
I'm mostly talking about Tarek. Yeah, you're right, Glenn. You've been a little bit more reasonable. A little bit, just a little bit.
So on my point, I'll be focused. So on the fake electors thing, it's interesting to me that right wingers always know that Trump said peacefully and patriotically at one point out of a 1 hour long speech, right? It's interesting to me. But they don't know who John Eastman is, a guy who literally gave a speech during the same event and also was instrumental in concocting the fake elector scheme.
And to be clear, said, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA. Eastman said this plan would break the law. That's the whole point of it.
The exact quote, can you just shoot them in the leg or something, has been attributed to Trump in discussions about how to manage the process, suggesting a harsh response. This was reported by sources close to or within the administration, but not directly confirmed in official transcripts or public statements. But that statement was never officially. Because you're pulling quotes out your ass. You're pulling quotes out your ass.
What are you reading from?
The quote says allegedly.
He allegedly said this. He allegedly said this.
What did Terry say from? What did Terry read from?
I quotes it. I put in the private chat. But hey, let's stay on topic about the Eastman thing. We can't go back to these when Non-Fon has to go. So I want to.
I want to go relatively soon. So I want to get off of the incitement thing. I just want to go over: did this plan, whether or not Trump incited the insurrection? This plan broke the law, right? The fake elector scheme broke the law.
False quotes. You're bringing up what sources say that he said this.
It's reported. It's reported.
Even what you type process was he allegedly said this about process.
It's from the article. Okay, you can touch on the article. We'll do that later.
And can journalists lie?
What's the clip of Biden?
Can journalists lie?
What's your clip of Biden saying the
bullshit? Russia hoax?
I gave you. Wait, I'll give you more. Okay, if you don't like that quote, I'll give you 17 more. I don't care if you want to talk. If you don't care about that one, the thing is, there's hundreds and hundreds I can give you. That's the problem. There's no limit to the shitty stuff he said compared to you're like pulling like this like the weakest things from
because
Trump
you're saying that you're saying that he directly called the violence in this thing, and you're basically saying Trump allegedly said this.
Okay,
even
you want to go
quote that you're pulling.
Address the second quote. You want to talk about that one since you I can give you a lot more.
Look up where this came from.
But while you're doing that, Non-Fon, when you go off.
I wanted to move away from the incitement thing a little bit and just focus on like the scheme
allegedly
itself. What I'm not talking about the alleged quote or whatever. I'm talking about Eastman himself saying, "I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA." Wait, first of all, do you know what the ECA is? I want an answer from both of you.
Again, the second quote that you're bringing up, Process, again is
Hey, wait! Oh my God!
Wait, I will address that after. But answer this question first. But I will promise I will address it.
I'm Irish, boys. I hate to break this to you. I'm Irish.
Yeah, and you're also wearing a MAGA hat.
Yeah,
I want an answer from Glenn too. Glenn, do you know what the ECA is?
The boys.
I promise I will not. I promise I will not touch that question, but please answer Non-Fon, and I'll be happy to answer that after.
Yeah, no, I'm Irish. I don't know the acronyms of America.
The Electoral Count Act.
You're talking about the Electoral Count Act.
Yes. You know what that is. Okay, good. Do you acknowledge that Eastman said he was going to violate this?
What?
Do you acknowledge Eastman said he wanted to violate it?
I can't listen to two people talking at the same time.
Non-Fon, you get priority. You get to soon.
Yeah, Non-Fon, you go.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that Eastman said that he was going to violate this? That the plan was going to violate it?
Do I acknowledge that Eastman said that he was going to violate it?
Yeah, that the plan would violate the ECA. That what he wanted Pence to do would violate the ECA.
I can't say I do acknowledge that because I haven't read that yet.
Okay, well, I mean, I can send you the link to like the indictment where they go over this, where Eastman said, "I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days to allow legislators to finish their investigations."
Drop it in the back chat, and I'll pull it
Wait,
up.
here's a question. Here's a question, just to you as a person. If you're gonna vote for someone and you know he's been indicted for
Page
something,
42.
you don't even look at the indictment. Don't you think that's like something you should consider before you vote for him? Like at least read it.
What?
If you're gonna vote for someone like Trump, who's been indicted like Trump, don't you think you should at least read the indictment before you're gonna vote for him to have power over nukes and the presidency?
A lot of the, there was the Steele dossier. That was a bunch of bogus crap, right? There's a
not what
lot
I
of things
asked,
that
though.
he's been indicted for. Just because he's been indicted doesn't mean him guilty of anything. I mean, because there's a lot of shit people.
Mar-a-Lago's only worth
Oh
20
my
million.
God.
But what I'm pointing out is just because somebody has been indicted for something doesn't mean that
I
they
know.
actually.
I didn't say you need to accept no, I didn't say you need to accept
Okay,
the
so
indictment
just
wholesale.
because they've
I said
been
at least
indicted-
read it to know the facts. At least read it. You didn't even read it.
About the ECA?
About the indictment about the fake elector scheme.
Now, I believe the whole Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court got shut down when they tried to push that
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
guilty verdict
Nothing
to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court shut it down, right?
Wait,
So
what?
they-
Wait, what
they-
case? What
right?
case? What
What we're
case?
talking about.
No,
has
talk
not
about
to
the
do
whole
with
Jan
anything
6
we're
thing against Trump, right?
I mean, you're aware that they refused to rule whether it was an insurrection, right? You're
not
aware that.
Let's get non-con in here.
I was just going to mention, like, you're aware every court of highest review found that January 6th was an insurrection. The Supreme Court refused to rule on whether January 6th was an insurrection. But Sample's point is more relevant, that this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, really.
Yeah. So my point was John Eastman directly said there, like, acknowledged that the plan he proposed and that Trump endorsed would violate the ECA, one of the law that regulates the what do you call it, confirmation of the vote,
Certification of the electoral vote.
The certification, it's the Electoral Count Act. So he, like Trump's own personal lawyer, acknowledged that this would do that. Now I'm saying it's fine if you like. Well, it's kind of not fine. If you didn't know that, why didn't you even read the indictment? I cannot imagine voting
for one,
someone
Eastman
to be
is
the
not
president
Trump. So
without
what Eastman does has nothing to do with Trump.
Oh my God.
This is what they're doing, Glenn. They're bringing up these, like, alleged
I know.
kind of like
They're
quotes
like,
from
oh,
sources.
it's
This is an alleged.
Also, wait, just let me point this out.
Eastman did it,
I
it
had to
has
listen
nothing
to
to
the
do with
right.
Trump.
I had to listen to the right wing for like 2 weeks, telling me Biden said the bullseye comment when that you don't have a video of that. It was in a Zoom call to donors. Now I believe that he did say that because it's been widely reported. But when Trump says something and it's widely reported, you don't believe that because you don't care about facts. You care about apologizing for Trump.
Glenn? We won. We won the debate, guys. I'm just joking.
When
I can
I'm
adjust.
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah, when I'm
Here's,
dibs, I'm gonna do.
because they're running now. One sec, boys.
Well, let me-
here's
one second.
here's
Let me
Biden
take one
directly
second.
saying that it was a mistake to use that words.
Non-con.
But again,
Oh my
like I said,
God.
all
Oh
he's
my
been told
God.
is alleged
I know. I
comments
said
that Trump's
even before
made.
that.
Hold on,
Again,
nothing I
from
said was that we
second-hand
have the
source, nothing
emails, we
from
have the
himself.
documents.
I know. I never denied. Look.
So from what I'm
I
reading
never
right now,
denied
it's
that Biden
Trump
said
or
that. I
Eastman's
didn't deny that
Eastman
Biden
thing
said
was
that.
not it was not against the law.
It is.
It was.
Oh my
to,
God.
Why do
it
you say that?
it
If you
didn't break
don't
the
even know the
ECA.
fact. Why?
What does one more relatively minor violation of the ECA mean? Do you think that was all like hunky dory for the ECA?
Why do you even say that? Like when you didn't read the indictment or you don't know the facts, just don't comment on it. Like, come on.
I'm reading it. I'm reading it right now. How about you just eat a dick?
Reading from what?
To be fair, I think some of I don't know if this matters to you, but Glenn, I think some of other internal lawyers on Trump's team were like, "Yeah, this is illegal. We should not do this."
Yeah, like Greg
DOJ
Jacobs wrote a
threatened to
good memo to
resign.
Pence describing exactly how it's illegal. Like,
Yeah, and have the DOJ threaten to resign when Trump told them to bogusly look for voter fraud or announce that they did. Fine.
Yeah, but if I say is X, Y, or Z against TOS, have a broken TOS.
No,
What?
if you call for someone to do it, though, you
Exactly.
did.
Exactly.
No. If I say non-fun, you should do this, and this is against TOS. I'm calling for him.
No,
to
wait. Now
TOS.
you mentioned earlier the whole Hillary Clinton, maybe the Second Amendment, people could do something about it. You know what
Yeah.
they were referring to, right? They were referring to voting. maybe the Second Amendment people could vote.
And no, what is the Second Amendment people? What is the how do you no? What is the why would he specify the Second Amendment people and not just the crowd? Hello? Why would he say the people with guns and not the crowd?
Yeah, so we're finally back to these quotes. Because, like I said, the two quotes that you posted, Frances, are alleged.
Oh my God!
No, because you're running from these quotes. These were like ironclad quotes. These were like calls to violence.
I will now address that. Taylor, you want me to respond to that? So, yeah, that's a really dumb thing to bring up because these things happen that weren't on camera. They're behind the scenes stuff. There are quotes from his team, and it's like his cabinet members. So you would only have the alleged quote because they weren't fucking documented in email.
So
there would be no other way for them to be reported.
This is the whole thing of like Trump. No, 1 sec, because we're bringing it back to what was the topic of the conversation at the time. You're just saying Trump is using violent rhetoric, but Trump never said these words publicly.
I'm a journalist and I'm writing an article, and someone gives me a quote. How do I have to present that quote?
But yous are trying to use it as fact.
Answer my
Trump is there calling for this.
You're not answering my question.
Using it as fact.
If I'm a reporter, how do I have to address quotes when I'm writing an article? Can I say this quote was definitively said, or do I have to preface that by saying allegedly?
Why are you using it? Why are you using it as violent rhetoric that Trump has said when it's alleged quotes?
The fact that it's been reported
do you know who?
I can just say, I have my sources. I got to protect my sources.
Do you know who's reporting it?
I've pulled it up here. Both the quotes. Where
do you know who they're?
Can you shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something. You were making out as if Trump directly called that, but it's alleged. He never publicly stated it.
And you guys know that there's not one court that has called this whole thing an insurrection.
The Colorado Supreme Court.
Yes, there is.
Okay. You don't answer this question. I don't think you will because you're going to demonstrate how much an idiot you are. Who are they quoting in this article? Who's saying this quote? Who are they getting this from?
A source from Trump. A source from Trump. They're quoting a source. So Trump never actually said it. And in reference to the argument, you were saying Trump is using violent rhetoric, and he didn't. Trump didn't actually use the violent rhetoric.
1 second. Here, if I'm in a room with you somewhere and there's no one else there, and then I report that quote to someone else later, how do I have? Does that mean that didn't happen?
How do you know that it did?
Because
you're making the argument that didn't happen though. You're making the argument that did not happen.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, my petit chéri. Because I will remind you, I'm agnostic. And agnostics don't say that God doesn't exist. They say they don't know he exists.
Okay.
Yes, correct?
I want to ask you
what I'm saying is I'm agnostic.
I will go to you and say, no, someone agnostic and is neutral does not fucking freak out when a quote is alleged. They go, oh, well, yeah. They were quoting someone.
It's alleged. Yes, it's alleged. We don't know if he made it. We don't know if he made it.
Bad thing. I'm saying that's fine.
No,
I'm
simply stating we don't know if he made it. We don't. So you cannot present it as if he did make it. That's my case.
One question.
Here's my question for you.
Go ahead, Sample.
Yeah, okay.
Can you guys prove that it's an insurrection? Show me.
We'll get to the insurrection. I promise. Glenn, right to this, but
wait.
Go ahead, Sample.
You could. I love that you're citing all these quotes. Of course, they're never going to engage if it's from a report or if it says allegedly. Let's focus on Trump in 4K on video saying maybe the Second Amendment people can do something about Hillary, right? Like we have it on video. Like you cannot deny that. Why would he?
He might have said that, but there's many different ways to interpret that.
I want to ask the Lawrence guy. If you think it was because he was talking to like people voting, why would he specify the Second Amendment people, the people with the guns, and not just the crowd?
The voters who care about that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Your mic's low.
So, okay, my bad. So what he said, maybe the Second Amendment people can do that, can do something about Hillary, right? And if you think he's talking about people voting, why would he specify the people with the guns, i.e. the Second Amendment people, and not the people in the crowd? Like maybe you can do something about it, like right, the crowd. Yeah, maybe you guys can do something about it by voting. And also he was saying about what she's gonna do. He said, oh, she's gonna take away your guns and there's nothing you can do about it. So it's not like he's saying, assuming she's president, there's nothing you can do about it, right? That like he was not talking about people voting against her. He was saying when she's in.
No, that's what you're trying to imply that he's saying.
We know for a fact he said that.
No, I'm saying
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
You
yeah.
are
I'm
trying to
using basic
imply
English. Yeah,
what
I'm
he
sorry. I'm
means by
using basic
saying it.
English to infer what he said. Yeah, I'm using basic English to infer what he said. Yes.
Okay, and I'm not implying anything.
Oh.
Because I am reading exactly what
So
he
let me
said
appeal
right
to
now,
the.
and
So I want to
it
ask the
doesn't
crowd a
seem like
question.
that says means like he's
Yeah.
talking about anybody doing any malicious or violent things to Hillary Clinton.
Okay. So I want to ask the crowd a question. Like, does anyone here have a single doubt in their heart that if Kamala or Biden said a similar thing about Trump, we like Republicans would not shut the fuck up about it for years, right? Like, does anyone have here a single doubt about this? Because I don't.
That's supposed to be an argument
Yeah, obviously.
that you don't have doubts. That again, it's just implications that you're trying to
No, again, it's
asperge.
basic
Oh my
English. When
fucking
he
God.
says, look, let's analyze what he's saying. He's saying, when she's president, she's going to take your guns and there's nothing you can do about it. So he's not talking about voting. He's talking about when she's president, right? And then he says, well, maybe the Second Amendment people can do something about it. That is, when she's president, the people with the guns can do something to oppose Hillary's trying to take away your guns. So it's not about voting
Yeah,
because he's
Glenn,
talking
can you
about when
read the
she's already
direct quote?
president. Yeah, I mean, I can try to look it up.
I have it
give me
right
a
here.
second.
I have it
Glenn
right
has it
here.
right there.
Read it.
Here are Trump's remarks. Actually quite brief in full context. So here, I just wrote this down today. Hillary wants to raise taxes in comparison. I want to lower them. Hillary wants to expand regulations, which she does bigly. Can you believe that? I will reduce them very substantially. Could be as 70 to 75%. Hillary wants to shut down energy production. I want to expand it. Lower electric bills, folks. Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. By the way, and if she gets to pick her judges, nothing you could do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, that will be an honorable day, or it'll be a horrible day if Hillary gets to put judges in.
Right, and by the way, when he was saying like the I don't know stuff, he was
so
like
again, their
laughing and
quote was
giggling.
bullshit.
Wait, just 1 second. Oh my! So when he was saying this, we have it on video. He was giggling and like saying, "Oh, maybe the Second Amendment people." I don't know. So he's talking. Let me lay down an argument. He's talking about when she's president. So he's not talking about people voting against her, because otherwise, why would he say there's nothing you can do about it? He's saying when she's president and she gets her pick, she's going to do like abolish the Second Amendment, and there's nothing you can do about it except maybe the Second Amendment people. So under the simplest interpretation, probably the only interpretation,
What does
he's
the word
saying
"if"
when
mean?
she's president, he's calling for people with the guns to oppose her violently with the guns. Very simple.
Yeah, so he uses the word "if," and an "if" is conditional. So maybe there's something Second Amendment voters could do.
No, he didn't use the word "if."
What? Yeah.
Glenn, read the quote again.
Okay.
He said
Quote
if
says,
he gets to pick her
I'll
judges, or saying about
start from
picking
the
her
Second
judges.
Amendment part. I'm going to just read from the Second Amendment part. It goes, Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. By the way, if she gets to pick, if she gets to pick her judges,
that's not what you were
there's
talking
nothing you
about.
can do about it, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is. I don't know. But
Yeah,
I'll tell
okay,
you
so-
what, that will be a horrible day if Hillary gets to put in
Right.
her judges.
Amazing. I mean, so that was after he said that. But okay, look. What does when he said if it's about her picking judges? What does that have to do with anything? He called for people to handle Hillary violently if she gets to pick her judges. Like that's a
No,
that's
if
a,
means
that's
like if
allowed.
she gets to pick judges, if she gets elected.
Right.
So
Yes.
then if
Not
she
when.
gets elected, that means he's talking to the voters to make sure that she doesn't get elected.
No, because otherwise, why would he
Yes,
say there's
yes.
nothing? Let me finish. My God, when I say no, obviously I'm following it up with an argument. So when he says there's nothing you can do about it except maybe the Second Amendment people, why would he not just say the way you can handle it is by voting it against her, right? Because he's not talking about that. He's talking about in the situation where she's like picking the judges, there's nothing you can do except the people with the guns.
Again, when he's saying maybe there is something you could do, he's talking about voting against her.
I already explained why not. You're not
God.
responding. I
No,
already
because you
explained why
just want
not.
me to
You're not
accept your
responding.
explanation, and I think your explanation is stupid.
Oh my
If
God.
What,
she
wait,
gets
what
to
did I
pick her
just say?
judges,
What did I just
only
say?
way that she gets to pick her judges is if she gets elected.
And
No,
I want to point
why,
out
then if,
your
wait,
boy
wait, if
sample
he's talking
text. They
about
were saying
voting,
when.
so answer my question. Wait, answer my question then. Answer my question then. If he's talking about people voting, why would he specify the Second Amendment people and not the entire crowd? Not the like. Why would he say there's nothing you can do about it except the Second Amendment people, or like maybe the Second Amendment people can do something? I don't know, right? Like, why would he say that and not just the only way you can prevent it is by voting? Otherwise, like, do you think he's saying there's nothing you can do about
Because
it because
probably
you're going to
maybe
win?
the Second Amendment people are the ones that are really concerned about their losing their Second Amendment rights.
Oh,
So
because
if you
no,
guys
there's
vote,
the people
if
with the
you guys
gun.
make sure you turn out and vote, then you guys could do something about it.
Nope.
And I just want to
Well, I
add as
mean,
well,
that-
like
yeah,
with all these
you
indictments,
saying no doesn't mean that it's not true.
So why
with
would he-
all these
okay, so when he
indictments that
says
they
there's
threw at
nothing you
Trump,
can
with
do about
all
it, he
these
means the people without the gun?
cases they threw at Trump, not a single one of them was like, yeah, we're going to get him on this quote because it's a call to violence. It's clearly a call to violence. Not one of these indictments was brought up.
No, it's not a direct call to violence. It's implicit
Oh,
call to
it's
violence.
not a direct call to
It's an
violence.
implicit.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
it's an
we
implicit
established
call
that.
to violence.
Thank you.
It's an implicit.
Thank you.
Yeah, we agree. Kamala and Biden never directly called to violence. We're talking about implicit calls to violence. You believe that too?
Yeah, so I'm glad we cleared that up because, like I said, these
I
quotes
never-
he's
I never said
presenting, he's
otherwise, yeah.
directly calling to violence, but he's
I
not
never
directly
said
calling
that.
to violence.
No, I never said that. I said that's the only meaningful. Like, that's the only interpretation. I think it implies that it's indirect, of course, but
Well, we
it
just
doesn't
gave
say
you another
people should shoot up
interpretation,
the
so I'm glad we cleared that up.
I'm glad to.
Okay.
He's definitely
great.
joking about
Wait. Oh my
about
God.
people being using violent against. Go ahead, non-fun.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
but
We
still-
cleared it up. Okay, we're done. Listen, I have to go like by 12. Okay. We acknowledge, Glenn. Eastman said his plan would break the ECA. He says this 2 times. Once in an email where the quote is listed in the indictment, and once in his own memo where he says this would be the first break with the procedure set out in the act. His own words.
Oh, did your audio cut out? Was that just me?
Me or Glenn?
What?
No, I could still hear him.
So something on my end. Glenn, did you hear his question?
Yeah, I'm pulling up the page 42 again right now. I was looking at something else.
You can just control F it. Like one more.
Look, non-fun. I think you're operating on a too high of a level. Like, these people didn't even know who Eastman was. Like, so why are you asking them a question about it?
Well, I mean, it's just dumb because
Well,
like,
you're pulling up
they,
false
all this
quotes.
like talk about like incitement. It's like, well, I don't think Democrats have ever like self-admittedly said we plan to break the law and overturn an
I
election.
got to call Terry. Wait, 1 second, Glenn, because you're a fucking liar. Just a second ago, you said you were not saying you said you're neutral on whether. Now you're saying no.
False quotes.
I was defending lying.
You
Yeah, when you say
presented
false
them.
quotes,
You presented
when,
them.
wait, when you say the false quotes,
presented
you
them
mean
as if
they're
Trump
not real.
was directly calling to these. If Trump directly said these publicly,
But you're not. Okay,
We
you're not being
established he
neutral.
didn't
You're
directly.
saying they're
here's
a
the
lie.
question.
Stop being fucking bullshitting.
I'm saying
and
they're I'm saying
Stop
that
being
the
a
fact
fucking
that these were
pussy.
public statements are false.
You're saying I'm
All I'm
lying.
saying-
Okay, yeah.
All I'm saying is that these you were presenting these as if these were public comments publicly made, and they weren't.
I never said that.
No one
I
said
literally
that. No one said that.
it like
No one
in
said
the
it
whole
was
I gave
in
you.
public.
Goddamn
said it was
idiot.
in
It literally
public.
tried to reveal the chat. It says allegedly in the thing I copy and pasted you.
Yes,
No one said it
but
was
the
in public.
topic was that Trump was using violent rhetoric, but the sources
All right,
that you
stop
quoted
moving the
were
goalposts.
sources from sources.
Earlier you said you're neutral on it being true or false, and they're saying it's a lie.
What I'm saying is we don't know.
Lie, yeah.
We don't know if he said it. We don't
That's
know.
not what you just said. You just said it was a lie.
We
So
don't know.
stop fucking. Okay,
No,
either you're
okay,
dumb
look,
or you're
look.
contradicting yourself. But no, Glenn had. We're done with that. I
we
should have
don't
called
know if
Terry
he
out
said
for being a liar. Go ahead.
We
We're done
agree
with
there are
that.
reports. We agree there are
They're false
credible
quotes.
reports of him saying it. We agree there are credible reports of him saying it.
We can move off this. Tarek just dug his own grave. Earlier, he said he didn't give a shit. Either way, it could go. And I think it's a lie. So
I have an interesting way to move off of
We
this
don't
because
know
we've
if
been
he
on
said
January
these.
6th. Wait. We've been on January
That's
6th
not
for
what
an
you
hour.
just said. You said he did not say it at all. You keep flip-flopping back and forth. Make a fucking point and stick to it, Tarek.
What I'm saying is
fucking
you
go.
presented
Stop
them
moving
as
the
if he
goalposts
said them.
over and over again.
That is false.
He didn't. He said like the cabinet report. Like he said when he had even the opportunity to explain himself. But look, we've been on the January 6th topic for like an hour. I have an interesting way to move away from this. So look, if when Biden was talking about the
No, wait a
bullseye
minute.
thing,
I
that
didn't
was
get,
in a
I asked
was-
something about January 6th a little bit ago, Francis, and you said that you will get back to it. So,
Wait, can you answer my question?
No, not fun. I don't think they know who Eastman is. So like, it doesn't like. I don't think it matters.
I have it pulled up right here. I'm looking at it.
Page
But you
42,
didn't even
paragraph
know who Eastman
122.
Co-conspirator 2.
That's Eastman.
Does it list that anywhere else?
We know it's Eastman. It says they explained who person two or co-conspirator two is. It's a private
gonna pull
lawyer
it up.
working with Trump. We know it's Eastman. We know for a fact.
I
it's
don't,
Eastman.
so I'm
even-
gonna look it up.
Oh my fucking god!
There's a
also,
map translating. Okay, look. That's not fun. That's why I'm saying like they don't even know the basic facts on the indictment or the court filing. So like,
No, I
there's,
just want to
like,
make sure
we
that
would
I
need-
give where it says conspirators
because you don't know the
it
basic
says who the
facts.
person
Yeah, I
is.
know because you don't know.
I want them to say the name. I want to be able to read the name.
Look. I'm not saying. Look, you have to agree with what I said. You don't know the basic facts of the indictment. I'm not like chastising you for it. I'm just saying you don't know. So that's like it's like a too deep of a question to ask them. Right?
No,
Because
it has
doesn't
nothing
even.
to do with that. I just want to make sure that when they list the conspirators, the co-conspirators, I know who
Wait,
they're
so you
referring
think you
to.
do? So you think you do know the basic facts of the indictment? Like,
Did
what
I
do you
say
mean
that?
no?
I said
Okay,
I
so
know.
you said no. You said no
I
after I
didn't.
said something.
I said no. I want to just make sure that the co-conspirator that they're referring to, number 2, is Eastman.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Awesome.
Don't assume that you know anything that I'm saying.
Okay. No, I'm saying you don't. I'm telling non-fun that he's asking a question that is on a too deep of a level for the topic because you guys don't even know the basic facts of the indictment. Do you think you know the basic facts of the indictment?
No, I don't know all the facts of the indictment.
So my argument
I'm trying to
stands.
make sure
So
that
why would you interrupt me for that? Why would you interrupt me if my argument is correct?
But that
Because you
doesn't
have
mean that
been pointing
he
out
is
false
correct
statements.
in that saying that Eastman is co-conspirator number 2.
I didn't ask him about if
I'm not
Eastman said
talking
it.
to
I
you.
said
I'm talking. I was answering his question. His question
Okay.
am I going to concede or admit to agreeing that Eastman knew that this was? I don't know who's co-conspirator number 2.
Awesome. So
wait, I can
look,
answer that for you. It's John Eastman.
So then I'm like, well, where's
non-fun.
Eastman at?
Okay,
Oh,
non-fun. In the meanwhile, while
we
he's
know that it's
researching who
co-conspirator number 2.
co-conspirator 2 is,
I'm supposed to just
okay,
take
look,
your word for it
awesome.
without you proving it or
Yeah.
finding any evidence to support that it says that
Awesome.
Eastman is
Yeah.
co-conspirator number 2.
So they define. Okay, look. So they define who co-conspirator number 2 is, and like we know this. There are like there's even like a handy dictionary you can like see that like they explain who co-conspirator 1, 2, 3, 4 and is whatever. But I want to ask a non-fun question. Do you agree like if someone doesn't know the basic details of the indictment, this is like too deep of a question to ask them?
I like they should just be able to look at it and like and read it and be like, oh yeah, Eastman did acknowledge that this violated the ECA. Like they should be able to concede on that point at least. Like
Well,
if you
there's
don't,
actually
like,
some cope you can do. There's some cope you can do around it, but I'm not gonna give it to them because it's false. But look. I want to make this point. In the meanwhile, while he's looking up who co-conspirator 2 is, I want to make this point. If when we all believed justifiably that after the assassination attempt that Biden had a private call with donors where he said the bullseye comment, right? We all believe that justifiably, even though we didn't have a video. It's because it was widely reported.
I linked the video.
Is it
I
on
linked the
video
video
of
where
him saying the
Biden
bullseye?
actually says he regrets using the terminology.
I know. Why would you?
Oh my god!
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Okay, bro. Don't interrupt me for that. I never said the walking back was private. I said the comment itself was private. Why would the fuck would you interrupt me for that?
But
My
he
God.
verified because you can.
I
because
know.
he's
I said
he's
before
directly
that.
walking it
I
back.
said before that.
So
I said
we
after the
then
assassination.
know,
I didn't say
because why would he walk it back?
Okay,
if
let
we-
me clarify. Let me clarify.
It's simple
Before he
logic.
confirmed it, we all justifiably believed that he said that because there were credible reports of him saying that. Now, it wasn't a private call to donors. We also know a lot of things that Trump were reportedly said in a private call to donors. If our standard is that we believed it when it was widely reported that Biden said something in a private call to donors, it stands to reason that we would also believe it when it's widely credibly reported. That Trump, let me finish. That Trump says it in a private call to donors. My favorite example of an unhinged comment that Trump said in a private call to donors that is credibly widely reported is that he would end or handle the Ukraine war by painting the Chinese flag on F-22 jets and bombing the shit out of Russia. Like that's my favorite example. I don't know if you know of any. Oh wait, you don't because you never research anything into Trump.
Are you answering your own questions now?
So
that's kind of sad, man.
There's nothing that explicitly says which co-conspirator is who. Now, there's everything that says like the likely list of the 6 conspirators are this person, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, the likely ones, but nothing explicitly says that it's this person.
Okay,
So,
every reliable
look,
media outlet
look.
says it's John Eastman. You're just like doing unhinged
also,
copium.
they
Also,
quote
here's a
really
document written
natural.
by Eastman himself, page 2.2, the last sentence. This would be the first break with the procedure set out in the act. This is him saying that he wants to break the procedure set out in the Electoral Count Act. So that's Eastman himself saying it again.
Not fun. You're not explaining yourself.
Again,
They don't
you
know
had
what
the
you mean.
previous
Wait,
quote
wait. Why
where
would
he
you
started
throw out the
saying
pen?
Oh my God.
Oh my
Hillary
God.
Clinton,
Look,
but it was
look, look,
actually
look.
if.
Also, so
One at a time, one at a time.
Being so
in the
precise.
indictment, they cite co-conspirator to multiple times. Even I believe in the speech he gave at the Ellipse, so you can like verify directly that it's Eastman. It's widely reported that it's Eastman, but let's all assume for now it's Eastman. If it turns out that it's not Eastman, contrary to everyone who knows the basic facts of the indictment, then we'll walk everything back. But for now, because everyone with two senses that knows everything about the indictment agrees that it's Eastman, so assume for a second it's Eastman. Do you agree then that this is Trump's personal lawyer who Trump was in communications with, who gave a speech to in the same day that Trump gave the speech, right? And this is him acknowledging that his plan would break the law, and Trump endorsed that plan and advocated.
I'm not going to say that anything until something's verified that this is the person that you're saying it is.
Okay. Oh my God. That's so great. Okay. The other link I sent you, page 2.2, the last sentence. This would be the
And
first
this is
break with
directly
the procedure
signed
set
by
out
Eastman.
in the act. This was
This
written
is signed
by
Eastman,
Eastman.
right? Yeah, this is signed by
I
like
assume
this is
so,
written
yeah.
and signed. Yeah. What? Look, we have Pence directly. Like if you all voted Trump in 2016 and 2020, you necessarily also voted for Pence because he was on the ticket. We have Pence himself saying, Trump asked me to overturn the results of the election that day. Right? This is the guy who earned your vote. My God. Obviously, overturning the results of a democratic election is an insurrection. Obviously. Come to your senses.
Okay,
And-
interesting you made that assertion. So
If it's been an insurrection, give me proof that there's.
Wait, stop. No, don't go down this road. Do you acknowledge that Eastman acknowledged that his plan would violate the ECA?
Not one court.
Wait, stop. No,
When we
stop.
answer
Answer the fucking
Donovan's
question.
question, well, Glenn.
Well, because this has been my question. You guys can't prove not one court.
Wait.
Oh my
Donovan's
fucking
asked
God.
a couple times. Let's
Answer the
his
question. Did
first,
Eastman
and then we can
acknowledge
ask
his
any
plan would
questions
break
you
the
want.
ECA? Oh my
By
God.
the way, I have an answer to that. But okay.
Also,
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
Colorado
answer
Supreme
it.
Court. Like,
Non-fun. Let's repeat the question one more time so everyone understands
Okay.
what it is.
did John Eastman acknowledge that his plan would break the procedure set out in the Electoral Count Act?
On page 2?
On page 2.2, the last sentence.
Maybe we can just take his word for it. I doubt he's lying since he's referencing a document. We all.
I mean, I have it
access to.
on screen. I can quote it too if you
This
want.
would
Like,
be the first break with the procedure set out in the act. That's what he said.
yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
This would be the first break with the procedure set out
Set out in the act. Yes.
What was your question again?
Is that's
You
him
could- the question
acknowledging
was,
that
did
this
it-
would
it-
break the procedure of the Electoral Count Act, right? Or do you dispute that?
No, he said this would be the first break with the procedure set out in the act.
Yes. Yeah.
But what does that have to do with anything? What was your point on saying
That's
this?
him saying he's going to break the Electoral Count Act. Or he wants Pence to, but
This would be the first break with the procedure set out in the act. So this would just break from the procedure.
the procedure being the Electoral Count
Yeah,
Act,
to
the law, the wording of the
Count Act.
Electoral Count Act.
Now that's how is this relevant, or how does this go back to Trump?
Wait,
again?
answer the question. Did Eastman acknowledge his plan would break the ECA?
This would be the first break within the procedure, with the procedure. That's what he says.
The procedure set out in the act, aka what the act tells Congress to do, which is the law.
This would be He's
Yeah.
saying that what he's when he gets to Arizona, he announces that he has multiple slates of electors, and so is going to defer decision on that until finishing the other states. This would be the
yes.
first break with the procedure set out in the act. That's what he says.
Mm-hmm. That's him saying Pence doing this would break the procedure set out in the Electoral Count Act. The Electoral Count Act is the law that lays out procedures and how the electoral vote is to be certified. This is him saying, I'm going to break that. or Pence would break it.
Yeah, if Pence did this, this would be the break out of the procedures. They're not following the procedures of the act.
The procedure set out in the act, which is the law. This is them saying
Which
I'm
is the
going to
law.
break. This is a
See, I
law
think
that sets out procedures.
It's like, oh, there's a set of laws, and you're like, well, he only broke this one part of the law. It's like, well, he still broke the law, though. Like, it's not like, I guess what we're kind of saying.
Yeah,
Yes,
literally
but
the
I'm
point of this law is to set out the rules, the procedure for certifying the vote. This is him saying we're going to break those rules.
That's this Eastman lawyer, allegedly, or this according to the memos.
The memos that he wrote, yes.
To be fair, I think it's not controversial where Eastman even himself has conceded that both actions he proposed were based on the same underlying legal theory that violated the ECA. I don't think that's controversial.
It's not controversial at all. These two people, they're like Trump supporters just don't engage with reality.
Again, I'm not saying that it isn't a violation of the ECA, but how does that have to do with Trump? Again,
Wait,
that's
I don't
his
care if this is
lawyer.
a violation of the ECA or not.
I didn't
Okay,
say I didn't care. Don't put words in my mouth. I said
I didn't say. I said I didn't care. I don't care. Maybe Eastman's wrong. Maybe this doesn't violate the ECA. Maybe Eastman's a bad lawyer. I think Eastman's a bad lawyer. Did Eastman acknowledge though that his plan, what he wanted Pence to do, would violate the ECA?
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, we got a yes out of that. Okay, it's 12. I gotta go.
Oh, but my question is, again,
Okay,
give me any ruling that
Oh.
states that Trump and this whole thing was an insurrection.
The Colorado Supreme Court.
No, that was not. They did not rule on that whatsoever.
Yeah,
You
the
had a
Colorado
panel of
Supreme
judges
Court
that-
disqualified Trump for being on the ballot because he committed an insurrection. That is what they ruled. Yes, the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that.
Wait. I got to jump in for 1 second. Scott, Non has been here for almost 4 hours. They've been very nice for sticking around for so long, but I want to give them some time to get out of there. And so I've been DMing you saying like, hey, if you got to get out of here, let me know. And you didn't respond. But I assume you do leave at some point in the near future. So I want to give you a chance to say any parting words or just leave the stream with any insights.
Well, I want Sample to go over to Colorado Supreme Court ruling. I'm assuming he knows that too.
We must stick around for a little bit. Just give me a timeline of when you want to get out of here because I hate just having to
as
stick
soon
around.
as we get through to Glenn that the courts did rule it was an insurrection, then I will leave.
Might be a couple hours, I'm saying. Okay.
I will leave soon too. I'm also tired. I just want to say, like,
I'll
there's
go all
not
night.
only the Colorado Supreme Court. There's also the New Mexico Court. His name was Couy Griffin or something. Couy Griffin. He was found guilty of being involved in insurrection by the New Mexico Court. This was not overturned by any court. Also, the Colorado decision did, just to clarify, because you're going to object that their decision was overturned. Colorado's decision disqualified Trump for the ballot because they found that he did engage in insurrection, and the Supreme Court overturned not their conclusion that it's an insurrection. The Supreme Court explicitly said they're not, or I don't know if explicitly, but they never commented on if it's an insurrection or not. They only overturned their decision to remove Trump from the ballot. They never commented about if January 6th was an insurrection or not.
Yeah,
so
but absence
just
of
to be clear,
evidence
we
is
have
not
at
evidence.
least two. No. I'm saying this. He asked me
Just because
for
they didn't
courts
comment
that-
on it.
I'm asking. Let me
It's not
finish.
evidence.
Let me finish. You said your thing. So he asked me for a court that found that January 6th was an insurrection. I give you two: the New Mexico Court that found Couy Griffin guilty of involved in insurrection, and the Colorado Supreme Court. Now, the Colorado Supreme Court has been the decision has been overturned, but when they overturned it, they did not talk about their conclusion of if January 6th was an insurrection. So I'm not saying because the Supreme Court didn't comment, they agreed. That's not what I said. I said the Colorado Supreme Court found that it was an insurrection, and no court overturned or rebutted that conclusion to this day. Now, I want to add, you guys. Wait, I want to add another thing. Another thing, Trumpists are never critical of Trump, so they don't know the details of these cases.
So let's talk about Kamala.
Wait,
like,
no.
Kamala says that she needs to save democracy, but how many votes did she get in the DNC?
That's great. Okay,
she-
wait.
she
I need
got all
to. I
the-
need to fucking
so
go.
he-
I want Glenn to answer.
Yeah.
Does he now
We're trying to-
acknowledge that?
I bet you.
I don't know if Glenn.
I want recognition from Glenn too.
I don't know because you're talking about the panel of judges in Colorado, right?
Yeah.
That were that they took him off the ballot because they're labeling it an insurrection, but
Right.
it was never classified or ruled as an insurrection by any judge.
I gave you another judge. I gave you another judge, bro. So first of all, the Supreme
Well, I'm
Court,
looking it
the
up.
Colorado
You
Supreme Court.
just said-
So
you
wait
said
a
New Mexico, and I'm
second.
looking
Wait a
it up.
second. So first of all, there was a lower level judge that did find it as an insurrection, and then it was appealed to the Colorado Supreme Court. So you're lying there. There was a judge who found that within Colorado, but also there was in New Mexico. I gave you this case already, the Cooey Griffin case. He was involved in January 6th. He was then involved in some other campaign, and he was found to be guilty of being involved in an insurrection by the New Mexico Supreme Court, not Supreme Court, by New Mexico court. So that's another court for you that classified January 6th as an insurrection. But the Colorado Supreme Court definitely did call it an insurrection, and also a lower level court within Colorado. That's why it was appealed to the Supreme Court of Colorado. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like
right?
they wouldn't have removed him from the ballot if they didn't rule it was an insurrection. They removed him based off Section 3, Amendment 14.
A state judge in Colorado that's trying to call this an insurrection, right?
A
And then
judge.
that got appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, no, it's not. So
No, we already went over this. We literally preloaded the response.
We already explained it to you. What happened in Colorado was a judge. So wait a second. So there was an appeal by a certain campaign of Democrats to make Trump off the ballot. Okay. Then the district judge or whatever found that it is a legitimate claim. So January 6th was an insurrection. That's what she said. Then it was appealed to the Colorado Supreme Court. Right, and what they said is that yes, January 6th was also an insurrection, and therefore we're taking.
No. The Colorado.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
They said
And then the
it
Supreme
might
Court of the
be
United
an
States.
insurrection. Their opinion was that it might be an insurrection. Verbatim was
No.
the words. Okay, that's
No.
exactly what they said. And then and
No.
also, no one has been
Why
charged.
can I not finish?
with
Why can I not finish?
insurrection.
Why can I not finish?
One at a time,
A
yo.
5-minute diatribe.
Bro, I'm trying to finish. Yeah. So what happened is that
And asking rhetorical
there was
questions
a lower
and then
level
answering those
there was a
rhetorical
lower
One at a
level judge in
time.
Colorado. There was the lower level judge in Colorado found it to be an insurrection. Then the Colorado Supreme Court affirmed their decision. There was a New Mexico court, which again you have not responded to at all. But then the Colorado Supreme Court called it an insurrection and ordered Trump off the ballot. And the Supreme Court of the United States did not say that January 6th was not an insurrection. They only overturned the Colorado Supreme Court decision about taking Trump off the ballot. They did not comment about if it's an insurrection or not. That's it.
Any response?
Okay, yeah.
Glenn?
So I'm going to do it one by one. All right. Again, the Colorado Supreme Court, they tried to label it as insurrection, but then the panel of judges said, in their opinion, it might be an insurrection. So that's not an insurrection. It might be. That's what's their opinion. So not even that can't even be hold. That's so they might be something else too.
Just real quick, I had this quote from the ruling. This is the ruling that the district court did not err in concluding that those events constituted an insurrection and that the former president engaged in that insurrection. That is a direct quote from the ruling Trump v. Anderson of the Colorado Supreme Court.
Why are you lying?
I am not lying. I'm also reading what the Supreme Court said.
So wait, okay, what do you have to say about what non-fun just read?
No,
directly
Supreme
from
Court
the
has
decision?
never said that it was an insurrection.
Bro, why do you have to say about non-fun? Non-fun just told you the Supreme Court of Colorado, in their decision, said that the lower level court was not wrong in calling it an insurrection, and that indeed Trump was partaking in that insurrection. That's directly from their decision. What do you have to say on that?
Put it in the back chat and let me read it.
Okay.
So again, what's that? Stop being patient, boys. Glenn asked you, what is your evidence? And your evidence is an argument from authority. And then Glenn
hold on. Glenn is disputing the fact that an authority ruled on it. Glenn is disputing the fact that an authority ruled on it. I can quote directly from the ruling. This is on page 3. Page 3. Oh my God. No way. I need to get that. Glenn is just lying. All MAGA knows how to do is lie. This says the majority concluded that for the purposes of Section 3, the presidency is an office under the United States and the president is an officer of the United States. The court otherwise affirmed, 1, that the Colorado election code permitted the respondent's challenge based on Section 3. 2, that Congress need not pass implementation for disqualification under Section 3. That's just saying it's self-executing. 3, that the political questions doctrine does not preclude the judicial review of a former President Trump's eligibility. And 4, that the district court did not abuse used in admitting into evidence portions of those congressional reports on the event of January 6th. And
wait,
5,
Terry,
district court did not err in concluding that those events constituted insurrection.
Let me respond. So basically, what you're doing is you're using an argument from authority fallacy. Okay?
Holy shit! No, I'm not.
Wait.
I'm
Explain.
teach you boys.
I want to address that.
Well, 1 second. Before we do this, because we had to address this, we had to explain to Tarek why that's not an argument from authority.
Yeah. So okay. So Glenn's original question was, what is your evidence that January 6th was an insurrection? And you just said, well, a court ruled on it.
Okay. Glenn said no court ruled it was an insurrection. I'm disputing that.
Glenn, you didn't ask that question.
I want to respond. So Terry, that was a lie. That's not his question. His question was what?
No. What I'm saying is that's the question.
Let me finish. His question was what court found it to be an insurrection. That was his question. He asked it multiple times. Hopefully he can also attest to that.
I said what
you can go back in the VOD. He literally asked what court. Why the fuck are you lying and saying he asked for evidence? He asked for
his
the
original
court
question
decision.
that set us down this
No,
path
it was
was
not.
what is your
No, it was
evidence?
not.
And your
No, it
evidence
was
was the
not.
quote court. Yes, it was. We
No,
can
it
go
was not.
back.
Oh my God, no.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Go back.
Yes or no? Did he ask for a court? Yes or
Glenn,
no?
was
Did he
that
ask
your
for a
original
court?
question?
My original question is what court said it was an insurrection and that was
retard, liar.
We can go back. We can go back.
Wait, the court didn't rule on whether Jan 6 was an insurrection. You acknowledge that, right? The Supreme Court ruled that the Supreme Court did not rule on whether January 6th was an insurrection. They did not overturn that part.
Nobody has been charged for Jan 6 as an insurrection.
Or that you lied?
Oh my God, that's not what you asked. I'm not talking about charges right now. I'm talking about the Supreme Court of Colorado ruled Jan 6 was an insurrection.
No.
And New Mexico. Why are you guys not addressing New Mexico? New Mexico.
Yeah, they're also not addressing New Mexico. I don't have the New Mexico ruling pulled up, but like.
Yeah, look up COUY Griffin. Okay, COUY Griffin.
Like, so we're clear, that was upheld because the ruling from the Supreme Court said, well, states can't disqualify insurrectionists for federal office, but they can disqualify insurrectionists for state offices. So that's why the banning someone from the New Mexico ballot was allowed to be upheld.
The United States, yeah, exactly. The Supreme Court of the United States overturned Colorado not because they disagreed it was an insurrection, because they disagreed that even if it is an insurrection, the state court cannot have authority over this. That was their argument. So they did not explicitly, like you can read their decision. They did not say a thing about if it was or not an insurrection. And I could be wrong, but they literally said they're not going to touch that. But I could be wrong on that. So I'm just saying. So just straight up, the Colorado Supreme Court did affirm it was an insurrection. The lower level court also said that, and the New Mexico court. Everyone can look up right now. COUY Griffin insurrection and find exactly what I'm talking about. Also, a New Mexico court ruled that it was an insurrection. Meanwhile, you have the 0 courts that said it was not an insurrection. And also, wait, Terry, do you admit that you either didn't listen carefully enough or you lied when you said his question was about evidence? His question was about the courts. Do you admit that?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. I think was, yeah, he saw you were making like an argument where you're citing authority and decided to jump down with a fallacy that was really irrelevant. We're talking about insurrections, which is a legal term and something that like courts decide on. So it totally makes sense to cite an authority in this case. That's really dumb to bring up like that fallacy.
Well, it's not even Glenn is disputing that an authority ruled in it at all when we literally have them saying we ruled on this.
Also, a court deciding, look, for example, whether someone was in a certain place, that's not a legal concept. But if a court decided that someone was in a legal place in a certain place at a certain time, that's obviously evidence we can cite that someone was there, right? If someone asks me, not fun, what's your evidence that I was in Miami a week ago? Not fun can say, oh, literally a court found you to be there, right? Like that's not an appeal to authority. That's like an evidence. That's evidence. Of course, you can cite that. That's totally legitimate.
Glad to acknowledge that the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that there was an insurrection yet.
No, so the Supreme Court did not say. The Supreme Court did not have
the Supreme Court of Colorado Supreme Court
of Colorado. Opinion.
Glenn, did the Colorado Supreme Court rule that it was an insurrection?
No, they rendered an opinion saying that it might be an insurrection.
Okay, so why did they say in their ruling then that the court did not err in determining that it was an insurrection?
I'm looking up that information right now.
Wait.
Holy fucking shit.
Not fun. There's a better argument you can make. In the thing they're writing, they're saying the court ruled it, like they're saying they did not err in calling it an insurrection. That means there was another court that called it an insurrection, directly refuting his argument.
That's true as well.
I'm talking about, I said Supreme Court. I said, what Supreme Court What
I don't
state
think you
Supreme
didn't say
Court?
Supreme Court. I don't
Yeah,
think you said that.
Colorado State Supreme Court. You can look it up. You can look it up.
And that they got rejected.
No.
Oh
Again,
my
we're explaining
God.
this to you for the millionth time. Look. Here's the thing. Okay. They decided, I'll explain very slowly. There was a court in Colorado that found that January 6th was an insurrection, and therefore they can take Trump off the ballot. It was appealed to the Supreme Court of Colorado, and what they said is that, yeah, the January 6th was an insurrection, and yeah, you can take him off the ballot because of that. Then it was appealed to the Supreme Court of the United States, and listen very carefully. What the Supreme Court of the United States said, they did not decide that it was not an insurrection. What they decided is that the Colorado Supreme Court could not rule Trump off the ballot, even if he did commit an insurrection, because the state Supreme Court does not have the authority to rule that. That's what they decided. They did not say it was not an insurrection. And also we can ditch Colorado completely. I cited to you New Mexico. The court
And
there
what do you
did
think?
say it was
What
an
do you think
insurrection.
about this situation? What's your opinion?
It was an insurrection. I think January 6th was an insurrection.
Wait, hold on. I don't want to go down this road because I have to leave. I had to leave a
Yeah,
while
I
ago.
want the
Okay.
concession.
I just want the concession from Glenn that the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that this was an insurrection.
Will we get that?
But what does that mean? There was an insurrection.
Wait, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not debating you. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm gonna make this happen. So non-fun, get some sleep. Glenn, do you want to make a concession or any last comments you want to address?
Yeah, all I'm gonna say, I'm sticking to what I said, is that they made an opinion. That was it. That was their opinion. They didn't make a ruling.
What do you think the courts just write opinions for fun? Like this literally says per curiam, which isn't even, that's writing as the court. That's not an opinion. This says per curiam.
Exactly. And also, Glenn, let's assume you're right and that it is an opinion. In their opinion, they're saying the court did not err in deciding that it was an insurrection. That means they're referring it to another court that decided it was an insurrection, directly answering your question. Can you find a court that ruled it was an insurrection? Yes, we can. The court they're referencing in their quote opinion, which was not at all an opinion.
And I said that was upheld.
I don't think you said that, but also it wasn't overturned.
No, it wasn't upheld.
We already.
The Supreme Court of Colorado said they were not making a mistake. Also, again, for the millionth time, I'm citing also New Mexico. Why are you guys ignoring New Mexico?
Yeah,
Look
again.
up right now. Wait, not fun. Look up for me right now. COU.
No, I sent it. I sent the link in chat to an archive link that
Look
removes
up,
the paywall.
So everyone here, everyone in the audience, right now, look up COUY Griffin insurrection. You're gonna find that the court in
I've
New Mexico
spoken to
said it was
Coy
an
Griffin.
insurrection.
I've spoken to this guy. What are you saying about? I've spoken with this man on my panel. Actually, it's funny you bring him up. Actually, that's random as fuck.
Awesome.
Like I've spoken with him on my panel.
I'm saying
Before we get into that, one second.
New Mexico.
Sorry, I gotta mute you. Sorry, just because. I mean, I'd love to have this go all night, but I don't think we're gonna see a concession from Glenn tonight. That being said, we can continue this discussion another time, non-fun. I loved having you on the panel. Would love to have you again.
I'm down anytime. Yep, DM me.
For other debate topics. But yeah, I did feel bad that I had you here for 4 hours. So I do want to give you a chance to give some last comments and get the hell out of here, get some rest.
Yeah, sure. I'm non-fun. I'm a liberal streamer. If you liked what you see, go over to my YouTube channel and subscribe so I can get 1,000 subscribers to be monetized. Or go to nonfun420 on Twitch. MAGA lies as easily as they breathe. They won't engage with reality. It's insane that they're worse than toddlers. I can at least show a toddler hey, this is what Eastman said, and it doesn't take them 20 fucking minutes to admit that is what Eastman said. Or I can show them an opinion from a court and say, hey, the court said this, and they actually understand that's what the court said. It's insane. They don't engage with reality. They're fucking traitors. You should never. It's wild the state that we're fucking in. Vote for Kamala, and yeah, thanks. I appreciate being
I
here.
agree with that.
Thanks, non-fun. I'm sure we'll talk again.
Fun. I'd love to do if you want a 2v2 debate or something. I'd love to another debate with.
Oh
with
yeah,
you on
Sample
my side.
is my
Yeah,
goat.
go
I
ahead.
love Sample. You should have him here too sometimes. Yep.
That's right.
There'll be someone from the backstage shit. Come back if you want. I'll bring you up. But non-fun, thanks for coming. We'll definitely have you back in the future. And yeah, we can definitely arrange some TV2s and some other debates in the future. So I'll talk to both of you, Sample and non-fun, in the future.
Yes,
I'm not kicking you off, Sample. Just want to say that.
You're kicking me out or what?
No, No, I'm not kicking off, but I'm going to give non-fun. I'm going to finally kick you off now, assuming you want to leave, right?
Okay, yep. I have my thing over to leave button. Okay, thanks everyone. Appreciate it. Sub to my YouTube channel. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye chat. Bye chat.
Later.
We are so fucked. Like, it's insane to me. It's insane to me. They lie as easy as they go to bed. It's not even like, I mean, I do have to sleep at some point, but like, I also have to edit this. It's insane to me. People, what the fuck did I don't know what happened. Sleeping, it's fucked. True. Like, if you don't understand something, that's fine. Perfectly fine, okay? There's two things. One, then don't have a strong opinion on it. If you don't know what comparative advantage is, if you don't know what a tariff is, if you don't know what opportunity cost is, don't comment on trade. Don't do it. Don't say, I support Trump's universal tariffs. If you don't know who John Eastman is, don't comment on January 6th. And then, if I ask you a question, one, fucking answer it. Thanks for coming. I hope it was not too painful. I mean, I enjoyed it. It was fun. I'll do anything again. Yeah. If you don't know who John Eastman is, don't talk about January 6th. And if I explain to you who John Eastman is, and I explain this is Eastman saying that he would violate the ECA, it should not take you an hour to concede to that. Okay. If I plainly show you something in text, it should not take you an hour to concede to that. Like, it's unreal. It's unreal. It's unreal. It's unbelievably dumb. Where'd the sound for this go? Did non-fun win? I honestly don't like the issue. The first 101 debate, I feel like I did pretty well. The issue is just such a. I mean, I found out he doesn't know what comparative advantage is, so like it's hard to even like engage, especially when like he's it's like such a cringe like metric of like, can you demonstrate every single thing ever? And I cite him a study, and that's not enough. I cite him multiple studies actually, that's not enough. I explain to him exactly like how tariffs work, that's not enough either. I don't get it. Okay, anyway. Love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. I will stream again tomorrow, hopefully. I can't guarantee it just because I have stuff to do with my grandparents and also I have to edit this. But I love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. I will be streaming again either tomorrow or the day after. So follow for that. If you're not following, hit the follow button right now. You get to see a fun little follow animation. I would appreciate it a lot. Yeah. 07, good job. Thank you. Here, I don't know. You want to go over to this guy debating Israel and Ukraine on TikTok? Sam41. I think he's cool.
Like it's hot.
Anyway,
Like it's
again, really appreciate it. All you guys being here. Shout out to the process.
Thank you.
Please rest that. It's one. Well, I'm gonna have to edit it, but yeah. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Goodbye. Bye, chat. Love you guys. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.